Hello and welcome to Rowrah in Cumbria for round 3 of the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship season. After an exciting first 2 rounds at Fullbeck and Wilton Mill, we're here in the Cumbrian countryside. Weather has turned overnight. However, the racing will still get underway here today in the northwest of the United Kingdom. And a very warm welcome to everyone watching on the dedicated Alpha live stream, broadcasting all 8 rounds of the championship. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, standing in for David Sullivan, not here this weekend. However, there are going to be in excess of about 100 drivers here over all 5 respective classes. And as you can see, Rowrah, established back in 1963, a patron of the circuit, the late Colin McRae, former World Rally champion. 1,030 metres, 12 turns. Not as much elevation as we had back at Wilton Mill 4 weeks ago, but as you can see, the paddock is alive with a hive of activity. You can see the weather, it has changed. It's been raining consistently overnight. However, we're looking a bit more overcast, probably some changeable weather within the spectrum of what's going to happen all the way through the day. Don't forget, if you are going to get involved, make sure you put your messages in the chat, and I'll give as many shout-outs as I can throughout the day. Hopefully I'll have some people joining me in the commentary box here, just overlooking the main start-finish straight, as we have some of the drivers out on the circuit at the moment. Drivers are going through a 3-lap warm-up just to get a real feel for the conditions here at Rowrah. We did have the mechanics and dads race last night, which was rather entertaining. Quite a lot of people watching on the hillside just off of the really lovely revamped tarmac on the paddock. With Reese Smith's dad, Gregor, being the flying Scotsman and taking the top trophy. There was a lot of fun, a lot of giggles, a lot of laughter and banter by the sidelines. However, we have got a packed timetable. We do firstly have to thank the support classes that we had for the first 2 rounds of the championship, the F160s and the F300s. Of course, today marks a very significant day within motorsport, as on this very day, May the 1st, 1994, was the passing of the late 3-time Formula 1 world champion Ayrton Senna da Silva, the day before Austria's Roland Ratzenberger at the Imola circuit. Also, we are in the land of the Edgar family, the likes of Johnny, who's now undergoing treatment for a recent diagnosis of Crohn's disease. So we here at the CKC and JKC wish Johnny all the very best in his recovery, which has meant he's had to forego the 2022 FIA Formula 3 Championship run with Trident, as he's backed by the Red Bull Junior program, with younger siblings Jorge and Jessica also doing their level best in karting these days. So good to see John Richardson, the first one to jump into the chat, saying good luck, Max. We have got 106 drivers in total racing here, and we've got nearly 40 Honda Cadets. It's been an absolute blast seeing these youngsters in action. So the classes, as always here at the CKC and JKC, we have Honda Cadet, we have Micromax, Minimax, Junior Pro Kart, and Junior Rotax. So drivers getting ready in the dummy grid, which is, so I spot the likes of, the number 69, that is going to be, I think, Callum Foster. The number 4, Lewis Goff, one of the champions from last year. That was Cadet 112, if memory serves me correctly. So this will be the Minimax crew. Quite a few drivers that have joined us. And we've seen some great racing from Minimax. Lucas Blandford at the moment, the youngster from the Team Hard Academy, running with X-Kart, is currently leading the standings. So it looks like we've got some of the Honda Cadets out on the circuit. And it's been very interesting having, we had wonderful sunshine when I arrived here just before 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon. It is, of course, the bank holiday weekend. You can see some of the drivers and their karts. Right, okay. Do the drivers have a choice of treads or compounds on their wet tyres, or are they standard for all? Very good question, Nigel Gray-Smith. Effectively, it's a standardised format with regards to the tyres. So they have to run by the same tyre designation. There's quite a few people there. I see Bartek Filipiak's mum. There's Matty Street with the Sherpa coat on at the minute. There's the Burgess family as well. Jack Burgess's mum Gemma's there, along with the rest of the family. So they'll all be watching eagerly from the sidelines. So Yep. Stephen L saying, big shout out to Taylor Dixon. Emma saying, good luck, Harry Hurstgrover. Love from Mum. Can't be there today, but I'll be watching all day. That's what we like to hear. And if you haven't already, why not subscribe and hit the notification bell on the Alpha Live YouTube channel? It's just a simple click, but it supports Alpha Live in so much in what they do. There has been a lot of coverage over the past few weeks, especially with 5 championships being covered last weekend. There's a few championships being covered this weekend. One of the biggest things that has also taken place is the Respect in Racing programme, which was 5 out of 5, which included the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. There's also coverage of Super 1 this weekend, as the Minimax drivers making their way out onto the circuit. And also there's plenty more still to come. So we'll be back in just a moment's time.
He slid out, went into the tile, spun round. I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams, take 1.
Driven Dreams.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Hello everyone, welcome along to Rowrah in Cumbria for round 3 of the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship season. So the first quarter of the season back at Fullbeck and Wilton Mill, the first 2 rounds. We're a quarter of the way through the season, and with 106 drivers registered in the 5 classes, nearly 40 Honda Cadets in total, nearly 20 in Junior Rotax, and we're way above sort of 15 drivers in the other respective classes in Junior Pro Kart, Micromax and Minimax. It's been an exciting first couple of rounds of the season, as we were in Motorsport Valley in Northamptonshire just 4 weeks ago. However, there's been a few changes since round 2 at Wilton Mill. Firstly, there's been a change of tyre with regards to the Junior and Minimax classes, as we've switched from Mojo to Comets. Also, another big development, that we have joined the Respect in Racing programme organised by Darren Beavers from the Bambino Kart Club. So we've joined other clubs such as the Super 1 Series to make the atmosphere here in the respective paddocks a lot more family and driver friendly and driver centric thereof. Also, you can catch up with all the action live from 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday on Alpha Live. Of course, David Sullivan not in the commentary position. I'm keeping the seat warm for him before he makes his return back in the early part of June in Lydd. However, we need to take a little bit of a tour of the paddock, see if I can catch up with a few drivers and find out what's happening on ground zero. Well, there was a brief introduction there from myself. We did a bit of an extensive paddock walk. I think I spoke to at least 7 or 8 people, including Championship Coordinator and Organiser Matty Street, who hopefully will be joining me a little bit later on here on commentary. Chat very, very much live. FTR Delta saying, good luck, Catherine Potter. Catherine having a little bit of brake trouble. They've had a family member come make a 6-hour trek to come here to Rowrah to bring an all-new braking system. So hopefully there's going to be a bit more travel on the pedal for Catherine today. Caleb Lawson Donaghy saying, good luck, Sophie Pawsey. Sophie did a great job last time out, battling with some of the stern hands in Junior Pro Kart. The likes of Maximus Shields, who's doing a Sandro Ballesteros this season, running in 2 separate classes, Junior Rotax and Junior Pro Kart. And despite the fact he had a thumb injury for a little bit earlier on this season, nevertheless, he's still keeping things going as some of the drivers going through. There's the number 34, one of the young Honda Cadets. There's one of the team there, just checking things through. And that's Scarlett Percox. There is James Fabricius, younger brother to Oliver. Timetable for today, well, we've got it's a very, very compact one. So we will take you through that in due course. So some of the Honda Cadets ready to go out. Junior Pro Kart out at the moment for their 3-lap warm-up. It's just to really give the drivers an idea of the conditions. The conditions have changed rapidly overnight. So what we will do is we'll actually bring the grids up and everything. Lots of us in Nottingham and Norfolk cheering on Tom Carter in Junior Rotax, winner at Wilton Mill last time out 4 weeks ago. So let's get ready for our first race of the day. It's going to be Honda Cadet, heat number 1. Right, so we head back to the track itself. Now, this is some of the views that we saw. Well, danger, deep water, keep out, and a life ring there, life-saving ring there. So just goes to show that the weathers can change. Here's the starting grid. It's going to be Joshua Sullivan and Max Grotrex on the front row. George Ralston and Harris Alley, row number 2, with Bobby Pete and Freddie Lines rounding up the 3rd row. Row 4 is Mason Webster with Alex Lynn alongside. Lewis Hall and Amy Peacock will complete the top 10 ahead of Ralphie Branscombe and Sam Hayes. Row 7, it's Larry Price and Freddie Hausago. Cameron Tipping, Jensen White, Rio Wardali and James Fabricius rounding out the top 18 positions. Quite an extensive rows in terms of the Honda Cadets. And then it's Max Hausago, Max Wheatley, Thomas Potter, younger brother to Catherine, with Joshua Owen, Max Gilman and Alfie Forrester. Next up, it's Stanley Clark, Ethan Charles, Scarlett Percox, Jensen Maplethorpe and Isaac Huburn rounding out the 29-strong grid. So you can see that the wetsuits are on. Wet tyres, definitely very much case in point. And the meeting has now been officially declared wet by our race director, Luke Powell. A little bit earlier, just now, I've just seen. So the final bits of advice will be given to the drivers ahead of their first race of the day. Quite an extensive timetable as well. We've got a total of 4 Honda Cadet heats. The top 30 will make it through. So the top 20 after the first 4 heats will go through to the A final. And then, as we had back at Wilton Mill and at Fullbeck, we have a B final and we also have an A final as well. Rain is not letting up and the mist is coming in here at Rowrah. Far cry to the first time I visited this circuit back in 2018, and the sunshine then was quite prevalent. Good to see that the chat's still very much active. Lincoln Bevan saying, go JJ and Alex from the Isle of Man. So we will see how everyone gets on. There's Alex Owen, father to Joshua Owen, in the number 57. Excuse me. So with the format for today, it will be standing starts for some of the classes, which will be Honda Cadet and Junior Pro Kart. The remaining classes, so Micromax, Minimax, and Junior Rotax, will all be a dual file rolling start. That is customary in Rotax racing circles, and the drivers have been warned about moving outside of the tram lines ahead of this race weekend. So some great shots there of the drivers, some rocking the old GoPros. There is the number 95, James Winstanley. Claudia Bushby Racing wishing all the best of luck to Džiugas Pavilonis. That is a Lithuanian name. In Junior Rotax, Junior Torax. Claudia, have you managed to get your keyboard working yet? Sorry. Whoops, she said in the chat. Anna Hulin has said, good luck, Tom Drake. We're watching you all day today. Love, Mum. That's brilliant. That's what I love about karting, the family feel that we get. And so drivers getting their final instructions. Visors being wiped. They're going to need as much peripheral vision as possible, but it is not going to be easy. There's Bradley Shepherd from BSR running a few of the drivers this weekend. He didn't have a great one in the mechanics and drivers dad's race last night, which was there was plenty of laughs. I was spectating as well. I will never get into one of those races. I know for a fact that someone will definitely make a beeline for me in turn 1. Brad Shepherd I'm not going to get a Christmas card from Brad Shepherd, I've just been told. Well, never mind. It's all about the bants, isn't it? But ladies and gentlemen, we're not that far away from the wait being finally over, as these 29 Honda Cadets will be out on circuit momentarily. Some great sweeping corners, especially going into the first part of the circuit here at Rowrah. The lovely straight where you've got all the way towards the Stuart S's, you've got Iredales, you've got McRae's, quite a few corners here. There's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, one of 16 drivers, being followed by the Driven Dreams project, which, as Matty Street said when he spoke to David Sullivan at the first round of the season at Fullbeck in Lincolnshire, he said, yeah, it was just an idea and I wanted to do something different. Well, knowing how hard Matty Street works, it's quite funny when I get WhatsApps at about 10 o'clock at night. He goes like, yeah, well, I work from like 9 to 7. And then, and then he gets his downtime and he says, well, it's not really downtime, is it? It's sort of, yeah, let's just see how things go. It's, but that's the way he works, and he's done so much tireless work behind the scenes to make things happen here for the CKC, which has tripled its numbers since it was inaugurated back a couple of years ago. And this is actually the very first circuit that the CKC visited when I had a chat with Matty. 25 drivers, and now we're over 100. That speaks volumes about the amount of hard work that he's done in order with regards to the team behind the scenes. I mean, normally I'm part of the social media team. which I was doing on duty yesterday. However, one of the benefits of being in this position, and I know that David Sullivan will testify to this, is that you're quite nice and warm where you normally are, whereas everyone else is having to brave the elements. So there's James Fabricius. Mark Hafford has just gone, rooting for you, HHG, #14. Marky Mark, and then 2 thumbs up as well in the chat. So a big thank you to everyone that's managed to join us here for live stream coverage. So it's going to be an exciting day for all involved, including myself in the commentary box here, just in the cafeteria overlooking the main start-finish straight. So it's going to be a lengthy day. We are going to have a lunch break a little bit later on, but the main thing is that these drivers have been chomping at the bit, waiting to go racing. Sarah Mason saying good luck to Jensen Mason, number 58 Junior Rotax, for your first ever time at Rowrah. Several drivers here, including the likes of Callum Foster, and who, funny enough, is literally half an hour away from me. He lives in Clacton-on-Sea, and look at the fog. It has literally blanketed over the circuit significantly. So the race director will be making a judgment call. We are waiting to see if that does occur. And from my perspective, you can just see how much trickier that circuit is just by looking at the main shots from the Alpha Live camera crew. And a big thank you to the team at Alpha Live for coming on board for 2022, really giving the CKC another burst of life, another bit of energy in the tank, so to speak, and to give us an opportunity to broadcast one of the many IKR series that are around the United Kingdom. But with the amount of work that, as I said earlier, goes on behind the scenes, really just shows how much this is going to be rather. I'm trying to collar Matty Street. Come on. Right, okay. Let's have a chat with the man himself. So, when you're ready, Mr. Street. Morning.
Good morning. I have tried my best to stay away. I really didn't want to get pulled in.
Yeah, well, at least I thought I'd get it out of the way early. Weather conditions. Not exactly looking the greatest, considering what we had on Friday and majority yesterday, eh?
Yeah, well, when we were setting up on Friday, I got sunburn. So,
oh, dear.
Yeah, compared to what we've got now, it's a complete contrast, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But obviously, you know, when we look at it from Luke, who's our race director, he's got to make a judgment call. And that very much the case is like your efforts in National Motorsport with Team Brit. Perfect example of that. When there's low-lying fog like this, it's going to be very difficult to make that call because safety is the main priority, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to send anyone out onto the circuit when it's unsafe to do so. But the reason for the sort of slight hold-up now is they're waiting for the last couple of hundreds of cadets to get ready to the grid. I think you've just seen one get gridded up there, so
yeah,
bit of a late arrival.
That's that's Rio Wardali, who finished 3rd in Stretton in his first year, aged 8, based out of Kettering from Northamptonshire. So quite a few drivers here. I mean, we were talking the other day. First ever race took place here. They're now coming in to go on their sighting laps. They have let them go. Matty, are you looking forward to the race day today, buddy? I know you're going to have a busy one.
Yeah, race days are always ones where it gets a little bit hectic, but you know, it's what we're here for, isn't it? It's why we travel all over the country, so let's get it underway.
Cool. Matty, I'll leave you to it. Matty Street, our championship coordinator and founder here at CKC. Good luck, Alfie Forrester. Good luck, James Fabricius. It is very, very bad weather, as pointed out not just by myself, but Claudia Bushby Racing on the YouTube chat. So 28 drivers circulating around this 1,030-metre circuit established back in 1963. Elevation change just under 20 feet. You can see there's standing water puddles as well, especially on the tight, twisty sections here at Rowrah. Some of the drivers trying to light up the rear tyres, so spinning the back axle out either left or right, just to try and see if they can get an additional bit of temperature, but that's not going to be easy, because the air temperature currently 9 degrees Celsius. Race meeting has been officially declared wet. So the drivers now making their way onto the starting grid. And as I said earlier on, it will be a standing start. So it's about gathering that momentum, making sure you don't spin up the rear tyres on the back axle, because that can cause you traction problems, and thereby that means drivers will get past you very, very easily, especially off of the starts, and then that loses that momentum for the drivers. They're now trying to just position the karts into the respective grids positions. So pole position on the circuit here at Rowrah is on the right-hand side, so it will give those drivers on the inside run the best application going through into the chicane, which is rather gnarly at the best of times, as the dads and mechanics found out last night. I thank you. But that was they had a qualifying session, then they had a full-on race. I think even Matty Street picked up a trophy earlier on this morning during drivers' briefing. So the grid now being cleared of the mechanics ahead of our first race of round 3 of the 2022 CKC season. It's Honda Cadet Heat number 1. And we're going to see who's going to be there first. Revs rise. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and it's a good start from the outside of the front row as they hurtle their way, all 28 drivers, up into turns 1 and 2 for the very first time. It's going to be a little bit tricky. They've got to keep it... Oh, bit of a side-by-side. Mason Webster was on the inside. I think that was Rowrah Wardali going through, as they're going to be 2, 3, 4 abreast, going into the inside for the very first time, the inside hairpin. And we have had a couple of karts coming into a little bit of strife. As they make their way through, they're going to go down the back straightaway, heading through in towards the Stuart S's. Some drivers getting completely sideways as they're making their way down as the number 14. That's Isaac Huburn, sort of like saying, just calm it down a little bit. Come on, just calm it down. Harris Roberts trying to make his way up through the field. The youngster from Wales currently leading the Honda Cadet standings after 2 wins out of 2 in the finals, both at Fullbeck and Wilton Mill. We're into only the first half a minute of the race. You can just see how difficult the conditions are as they're making their way through the final corner here at Rowrah. Lap 1 in the books. It's James Fabricius leading the way. Harris Ali, Ayrton Rai, Larry Price up from 5th to 4th. Rio Wardali, Max Greytrex, Thomas Potter up 4 places from 11th to 7th place ahead of Jack Collinson. JJ Plowman rounds out the top 9 ahead of Alex Lynn, who completes the top 10. Harris Roberts now has dropped 3 positions down from 14th to 17th. So Fabricius sets the fastest lap on the opening lap as we're getting a little bit of a 3-way scrap between Thomas Potter, who goes up the inside. That would have been on Rio Wardali. And Max Greytrex keeps it ahead, but Thomas Potter nearly had an opportunity through that right-hand hairpin to get through on the pair of them. And Potter is now through on Greytrex, going through into the tight technical sections here at Rowrah, before they go through into places like Sunny Bend. 8 minutes and 8 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Fabricius has got a slender lead. Well, not that much of a lead, because right on his tail is the number 76. Is it side by side for 3rd position, as Larry Price trying to hang it round the outside of Ayrton Rai and goes across to take 3rd place on... Well, Ayrton Rai having to try and battle away for P3. But Thomas Potter is absolutely motoring, the youngster in the number 20. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 5.032, 7.5 minutes to go. As it is side by side a little bit further back. One of which is the number 18. And that's going to be Ayrton Rai. Oh, Thomas Potter's had a little bit of a moment, and the back end on the runoff area just off of the hairpin. As there is the number 87, that's Cameron Tipping. James Fabricius has really not gotten away. All bit sideways there from the number 90, Jack Collinson. As more sideways action from Ayrton Rai, the number 18. They're really having to battle against the traction here at Rowrah. And, right, we've got one driver. Okay, so the race has now been neutralised. So the Battenberg flag has gone out. So that is the yellow and black flag. So the race has been neutralised with 7 minutes to go on the clock. Good to see my good friend from the Netherlands, Tommy van der Stroys, is also watching along. Hey, Tommy. Hey, Martin. Hope you're keeping well, guys. So the race has been neutralised. We do have possibility... right, medical staff are on the scene. Can't make out the driver at the moment. So the race has been neutralised. So the running order at the moment, the top 10 is James Fabricius, Harris Ali, Larry Price. Well, Harris Ali now showing as the leader, ahead of Larry Price, James Fabricius, Jack Collinson, Max Greatrex, Freddie Lines, Ayrton Rice, Sam Hayes, Alex Lynn and Max Williams. Harris Roberts has made his way all the way up to 11th position in the meantime, while some drivers like Thomas Potter, who's now sitting down in 13th position, having had some great battles with the likes of Max Greatrex, amongst others. So the full course yellow effectively is out. Stephen L says, good luck, Bobby Pete. Laura Beagle saying, good luck to Jensen White in the number 58. So now the kart and driver. Driver is walking away, which is the best thing possible. Sometimes you do have to make sure that safety is the biggest priority in karting. So we are still under full course yellow. Once the race director has said, yep, we can go green, the green flag will wave on the start-finish line, and then the drivers can hit the accelerators. So we're halfway through the race, 4 minutes and 55, still to go. So the drivers will now have to wait until they get the opportunity to floor the throttle. Until that point, they have to be at half speed. The weather is still not letting up. There's plenty of hefty duffel coats and hoods and beanie hats and bobble hats I see from the commentary position. So everyone's trying to keep as wrapped up as possible and keep as dry as humanly possible in these very difficult weather conditions that we're having here at Rowrah. So the drivers making their way through towards the final corner at a slow pace. So Harris Ali is effectively the pace kart, followed by Larry Price. James Fabricius rounds out the top three. Green flag waves. We're back underway as Harris Ali leads the field. James Fabricius looking for a move, and he got there. He got through quickly on Larry Price going into the first chicane up the slight incline. So great move there from James Fabricius to textbook, mash the throttle and go for broke. As there's going to be more battles for position. Round about 4th place at the moment. That's going to be between Collinson, Greatrex and Lines. 3 1/4 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. As drivers making their way through, looks like Harris Roberts has got a few more positions. The youngster running the tribute to Ken Block, the hoonigan. But James Fabricius has a little bit of gap between himself to find on Harris Ali in the number 76, based out of Middlesbrough. Had a good chat with him and his dad, with Harris and his father as well, a little bit earlier on this week, as they make their way through into the next part of the circuit. And we're coming towards the final corner. Fabricius goes on the defensive ahead of Larry Price. Collinson and Greatrex not too far behind. As they come across the line, another lap in the books. Lap 6 done and dusted. Harris Ali leads by just over a second from James Fabricius. Larry Price, Max Greatrex, Freddie Lines, Jack Collinson, Ayrton Rye. Harris Roberts now up into 8th place and charging forward. Thomas Potter is still the driver with the fastest lap out there. Will anyone be able to take that mantle from him in the next couple of minutes? As Fabricius again going defensive. Later on the brakes, goes sideways and Fabricius spins. Oh, he manages to catch the slide going through the corner, but he's dropped to several positions. Looks to now be chased by Jack Collinson with Harris Roberts not too far behind. And there has been a change for, looks to be second position. So Larry Price now in 3rd place, and that looks to be Max Greatrex in the 77 that has gotten through for 2nd place. And we've just been, right, red flag has just been called. Red flag has been called with 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. So I would imagine that is more than likely going to be a race stoppage. And that has been called by our race director. So looking at the results, your provisional winner is Harris Ali in the number 76. And the timing showing that, well, James Fabricius was second at one point, but then he had a moment going through the infield hairpin. So, as we now give you a bit more of an overview of the track, despite the very, very foggy conditions, I am waiting for any sort of further notifications, but the timer is still ticking down. So the weather has... Yeah, I've just been informed by Matthew Street that because of the low-lying fog, we are on red flag conditions. A very, very prudent call from our race director, Luke. So as soon as we get a further update, we'll be back with you in just a few moments' time, but with red flag conditions called by our race director because of the low-lying fog. There may be a little bit of delay, but we will keep you updated as soon as we have any further information here at Rowrah for round 3 of the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship season. Hello everyone, welcome along to Rowrah in Cumbria for round 3 of the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship season. So the first quarter of the season back at Fullbeck and Wilton Mill, the first 2 rounds. We're a quarter of the way through the season, and with 106 drivers registered in the 5 classes, nearly 40 Honda Cadets in total, nearly 20 in Junior Rotax, and we're way above sort of 15 drivers in the other respective classes in Junior Pro Kart, Micromax and Minimax. It's been an exciting first couple of rounds of the season, as we were in Motorsport Valley in Northamptonshire just 4 weeks ago. However, there's been a few changes since round 2 at Wilton Mill. Firstly, there's been a change of tyre with regards to the Junior and Minimax classes, as we've switched from Mojo to Comets. Also, another big development, that we have joined the Respect in Racing programme organised by Darren Beavers from the Bambino Kart Club. So we've joined other clubs such as the Super 1 Series to make the atmosphere here in the respective paddocks a lot more family and driver friendly and driver centric thereof. Also, you can catch up with all the action live from 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday on Alpha Live. Of course, David Sullivan not in the commentary position. I'm keeping the seat warm for him before he makes his return back in the early part of June in Lydd. However, we need to take a little bit of a tour of the paddock, see if I can catch up with a few drivers and find out what's happening on ground zero. Well, one of the things about karting is that sometimes you have to miss special family occasions, and our points leader in Honda Cadet, the Welsh wonder, the hoonigan that is Mr. Harris Roberts, I understand you and your dad James are missing a wedding this weekend. Who's the member of the family that's getting hitched?
It's my uncle.
So have you already sent plenty of congratulations? And I'm sure that your dad's phone's going to be blowing up with plenty of pictures and videos later, aren't they?
Yeah, basically. Just one of them ones where you can't miss around.
Now, coming back to the last 2 rounds, Fullbeck and Wilton Mill, you lead the points coming into here at Rowrah. You've had some great battles with the likes of James Fabricius, amongst others. You really got away from everybody in the final back at Wilton, didn't you?
Yeah, it was quite a shock how far I got ahead.
Mm-hmm. And round this track, very different in terms of what we've had with Fullbeck, literally no elevation. You've got the chicane going through onto the start-finish straight, very technical, very long straights going like the back straight going into the Stuart S's. What's the biggest challenge for you as a driver, just to give people an understanding of how hard you're actually pushing?
Just push until you can't go anymore.
And have you had any moments out on the track so far this weekend?
Yeah, I just had a little incident where I was dug under the barrier.
You see, even a points leader can get it wrong at times, but Harris, all the very best of luck this weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Well, sometimes the paddock walk needs a little bit of a sit down, doesn't it? However, we're just outside of the X-Kart awning, and I've got Jack Burgess, the number 94 in Minimax, alongside me. Now, a little birdie tells me that this is your first weekend off of the novice plates. You really happy about that now, Jack?
Yeah, mostly because I just like I can at least try and get up in the front of the pack and try and like get higher up and get higher positions in the final.
And this track here at Rowrah, it's not exactly easy, is it?
Nah, but I like it. I prefer it. It's one of my favourite tracks, so I prefer it the most than anything else.
I did notice that in one of the campers when you and your mates were hanging around each other, what normally, without going into too much detail or saying any naughty words or anything like that, what is it that you lot do when you're off track? Is it just like a lot of banter, a lot of silly things going on behind the scenes? Well, one of the youngest classes in the Cadet Kart Championship is of course, Micromax. And alongside me, we've got Harry Neeson. Now, Harry, you started your career in karting in Bambinos. What's been the biggest difference for you in terms of a bigger kart, more power, more speed, more grip? How's it been for you so far?
I think probably the speed has been a lot, and also, well, turning, it's a lot heavier, and I'm not really used to that.
Now, I understand that this is actually your home track. You don't live too far away from here. What's it always like to come back to this circuit? And it's a great challenge, isn't it, for drivers, including yourself?
I do like this track. I mean, it's my home track, and I've done it in Bambino a lot, so I don't know.
But when you first went out there this morning and decided, oh, I've got quite a few other drivers, there's the best part of over 15 of you, it's going to be a very exciting race weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of them are my friends, so it'll be nice to see them, but on track we're kind of a lot of rivals, so just want to have fun.
That's the main thing. Now, all the very best of luck this weekend, Harry.
Thank you.
So alongside me, Jacob Dukes from Kart. Good to have you back in the championship. First round, you were elsewhere competing around the country.
Yeah.
But you were flying at round 2. Second on the podium in the final. Wasn't outside of the top 3.
Yeah.
It's good to be back, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to be back here in the paddock at JKC. Yeah, Wilson, you know, although we didn't get the win, the positives that we were in the top 3 all day. So yeah, we couldn't complain really.
Now, this man isn't a dab hand behind the wheel because last week, Hooton Park IKR, you were spannering for little brother Toby, and he got a podium, mate. I mean,
yeah.
I bet your dad Dean was quite happy that you didn't have to worry about tinkering with his car, and he was like, yeah, I'll just see how Jacob gets on, and you did a great job, mate.
Yeah, you know, my dad couldn't get a P3 out of the car, I did, so I was pretty happy with myself about that. So
have
yeah.
you been winding your old man up about that?
Yeah, I got it on the podium. That was my podium. That was.
But obviously coming second in the championship last year.
Yeah.
Very, very tough season. You've come back refocused, refreshed. What's it been like, sort of coming back to Rowrah? You know, this is like where we hosted the first ever CKC race a couple of years ago. It's quite good, this track, isn't it?
Yeah, I love this track. You know, coming back from 2 years ago and also winning here from 2 years ago, you know, it just all flows back to you. And then when you go back out on the track, it's like, oh, I remember this, and it's just, yeah, it just comes back to you easily.
Now, obviously, for round 3, we've had a very, very different change, and that is the tyres. We've gone from Mojo to Comet. What's been the biggest difference? Because I've spoken with a few drivers in both Mini Max and Junior Max over the course of my travels around the paddock, that the Comet tyres are a bit of a different kettle of fish. They're a bit of a handful, aren't they?
On the first few laps, you feel like you're driving on ice. You go into a corner, you turn, and the car doesn't want to. It doesn't want to go. But I think they're a good tyre overall. I think that we're getting the best out of them that we can. So I think as a team we've been pretty good. We've been handling the situation well. So pretty happy with it.
I'm looking for that top step of the podium.
Yeah. We're going for the top step this weekend, hopefully. But you know, you never know what can happen.
Jacob, all the very best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
So alongside me, Sam Stoner from Junior Road Tax. Sam, it's been a very couple of hard-fought opening rounds of the season, both at Fullbeck and at Wilton Mill. How do you think the season's gone so far?
It's gone okay. This is my first season in the Junior Road Tax, actually racing in a championship, and we're around the midfield right now. So yeah.
You've got nearly 20 20 other drivers around you this weekend with the likes of, Jacob Jukes, who was second last time out. The field's ultra tough in Junior Rotax. There's really no margin for error, is there?
No, it's quite cutthroat, and if you go for overtake, you will get pushed off the track.
Now, we need to talk about your chassis for a minute. Now, I understand that there's been a few developments on that front. Just tell us exactly what happened. I understand that there was a chassis break. There's been a lot of work in between Wilton Mill and now to get things ready for Rowrah.
Yeah, so at the front that holds the bumper on, that snapped, so that had to be cable tied together, because didn't have a welder. And at the back here, that's been bent up as well.
So it's a bit of a Frankenstein at the moment then, is it?
Yeah.
But that hasn't deterred you in terms of pace. I mean, how's things been going with official practice here at Rowrah at the moment for you?
That last session was really good. I was up the back end of one of my teammates, kind of, and overtook him.
It's always a nice feeling. I mean, like when you send that up the inside, or as we do see on the odd occasion, depending on the circuits that we're at, is sticking it around the outside. It's a pretty good feeling from a driver's perspective, isn't it?
Yeah. It's fun, yeah.
Smiles like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, I bet.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts? You know, what's your realistic hopes for this weekend? Obviously, to be probably towards the sharper end, would you say?
Yeah, towards the back end of the front field or front end of the midfield. That would be nice.
Well, Sam, thanks very much for chatting to us. All the very best of luck this weekend. Good to catch up with Stan Clark from the Honda Cadet crew. How's it been going today, mate? I mean, the weather's been a bit hit and miss, isn't it?
It has been hit and miss, but I think we can take all the positives from the day because it's been 100% positive. In the first session, we were one of the quickest, but in the second session to the last session, we were the quickest. And then in the last session, which was a couple of minutes ago, there was one person who was on wets who was about a second faster than me, who was on slicks, and I was the fastest slick runner. So I'd say that I've definitely been on the pace. Hopefully I can carry that through to tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a bit of a difficult one for you on race day at Wilton Mill, wasn't it? I'm sorry I have to remind you about that. But
tell me about it.
It
wasn't the best. Wasn't the best because Heat 1 we did gain 10 positions, so that was good. And then Heat 2, I think we gained a couple, or we might have lost one, but we were still inside the top 10. But then the final heat that I was in, and then the final, it just went downhill the whole way. So we couldn't do anything about it. But I suppose it's how racing is.
I think it's always good that you can, push yourself and motivate yourself ahead of like the next round of the championship. Just sort of like, just push yourself and keep yourself motivated. So that's what a good racing driver does, don't they?
Well, sometimes.
I mean, there are obviously like...
Sometimes I am.
Yeah.
But
I mean, with like the weather this weekend, like you say, you went out for that last session just a few minutes ago, and the minute literally everyone started going out of the dummy grid, the slippery surface flag was out. We had quite a few carts off of going through the chicane, which is like on an uphill.
I went off at I just went straight on at the chicane because there was no grip.
So you did like Formula 1 drivers did at Monza. You just used to run off very
Well, I used to say at fullback.
What's your thoughts? What's your realistic aspirations for this weekend here at Rowrah?
Judging by my pace, top 5. Easy top 5. If it starts to get a little bit wet, it will be harder. But if it is wet, I think I can.
Welcome back to live coverage of round 3 of the CKC and JKC season for 2022 here at Rowrah. I've got Luke Powell, our race director, alongside me. Luke, good to have you with us. Very difficult decision to make, but I think you'd already had that in your mind where things were getting a little bit tetchy, sort of like just past the halfway point in that first Honda Cadet heat. So Honda Cadet heat, the heats now are reduced to 8 minutes plus an additional lap. As always, you've got to make that judgment call. From your perspective, as I said, you had that in your mind very early. Just tell us what your thought process is when you see weather conditions deteriorate at such a rapid level.
Yeah, especially with the fog, it's important that our marshals see post to post. Yeah. So if the post marshal cannot see the post in front of them, like the next post along, they can't pre-warn the drivers if there is an incident at that next post that you know that they're coming into an incident, and also that the guys after the incident they can't tell the drivers to carry on racing again with the green flag. So it is very, very important. I mean, as you can see now on the live stream here, look, you can see the fog is slowly starting to lift. We're hopefully looking to get back going racing again at 10:30. So fingers crossed. I've been stood up by where the ambulance is on top of the hill, so I've got a good, clear vision of the whole circuit. And even from there, I was getting a bit worried. Like, I've made a decision in my head. Now let's get all the cadets over the start-finish line, red flag the race, call the race end, and race suspended until the fog has lifted.
I mean, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, I've mentioned about this a couple of times, not just on the paddock walk, but also on the live stream itself, the Respect and Racing program organised by Darren Beavers from the Bambino Kart Club. I mean, karting's meant for the kids to enjoy the racing and to also make it that true family atmosphere. I mean, that's one step forward of trying to make karting a better place for people in general, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you go to some of these big races and it is literally team after team after team after team. Here with the CKC and the JKC, we don't like that aspect of racing. You know, we want the dad and the lads to come along. I mean, I didn't have this pleasure as a kid. You know, when I was 7, 8, 9, 10, I didn't have this pleasure of coming to a racing circuit with my dad. He was always working all the time.
Right.
You know, so I've grown up with my dad being away all the time, working, and you know, so here to have dad and lad, and for them to bond really well and to develop their relationship, it's magical to see. You can walk the paddock and you can see dad and lad. I mean, look here on the dummy grid, dad and lad talking to their cadet, talking to their children, you know, saying, you know, I don't care if you win or if you lose. You know, I just want you to go out there, have a good time, you know, enjoy yourself, which is what racing is all about.
Exactly. Well, Luke, we'll let you get back to race director duties. Thank you very much indeed for joining me in the commentary box, and hopefully we might be able to catch up with you a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a good day, guys. Thank you.
Indeed. A big thank you there to Luke Powell, the official CKC and JKC race director. Got a great team underneath him as well. Good to see some messages coming through in the chat. Felicity Adrian saying, good luck to Ben and Millie. That's Ben and Melissa Adrian racing today in Minimax. The numbers 48 and 10. From Gran and Grandad in Filey. Oh, that's wonderful. So some of the drivers, one of the drivers actually was, funnily enough, I was commentating on at Karting Genk, the home of champions, at the first round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. James Roberts in the 137, ran as a mini in Genk, running as a Micromax driver. Got the likes of Daniel Minto in the number 28, who took the win at Wilton Mill last time out 4 weeks ago. You've also got the number 45 of Samuel Laudii. And also the numbers 66, Riley Buckton-Young in there as well. The number 20, James Tate. Toby Jukes is in there as well, the number 39. Last weekend out at Hooton Park, his older brother Jacob is running in junior Rotax, was on the spanners, and Toby got a P3, so it was brothers in arms and all that, which is really great to see. And there is James Robertson, the 137 entry. Quite a few Micromax drivers, the youngest drivers in terms of the Rotax racing family, and we've got a total of 16 drivers here this weekend at Rowrah. And it's Aston Brown that leads the standings on a total of 270 points, 40 points ahead of the number 30 of Alex Jones. Harry Neeson, who I spoke to earlier on this weekend, home track for the youngster, was a Bambino driver before moving into Micromax. He's currently third in the standings on 232 points, with Riley Buckton-Young in the 66 on 227. Logan Lauder rounds out the top 5 in the overall standings on 213 points, just a few ahead of Toby Jukes, with James Tate, Jack Hutchinson and Caden Simpson, who so far are the 9 drivers out of 16 that have completed all the rounds so far, with the likes of Daniel Minto, JJ Lowe, Kyle McLean, Tyler O'Neill, Ella Lucia, Jake Gruffity and Jack Baker. So no JJ Lowe or Tyler O'Neill here well, Tyler O'Neill is down here this weekend, but no JJ Lowe. And Redline Cardiff says, well done, Max Greytrex. Looks like you've got the pace. See how things get on. Katie Jukes, good luck to Toby, Love Mum and Ella. And Zach, well, we've had good luck, Zach Turner, 99 in Minimax, Love Mum and Toby. We are watching at home. That's the beauty of live streaming these days, whereby if you're not able to make it, we bring the show to you here, courtesy of Alpha Live. And Alpha Live has got. So let's have a look. The fog appears to be possibly dropping a little bit. It was as extensive as it was earlier on when Luke Powell decided to red flag Honda Cadet heat number 1. So, estimated time of restarting proceedings will be at 10:30, which is in about 6 minutes' time. But this is where the drivers now get themselves into the zone, get ready. They'll have an idea in their mind as to how they go about the process of getting themselves ready. They'll have a game plan in action. So there'll be chats between dads and lads and maybe even mothers and sons, fathers and daughters. It's quite a lot of parents that do get themselves involved with being the mechanics on the karts over the course of each race weekend that transpires. And there is Luke Powell alongside with Matty Street. So our race director and our championship founder walking down towards the dummy grid, which is nicely sheltered. Good luck, James Tate. Stay safe. Love grammar. So, and that's from Jess and Daisy on YouTube. A big thank you to everyone that's got involved so far. And don't forget, if you haven't already, give the stream a little bit of a share as well on your social medias if you have them. And yeah, fog looks pretty much. Well, it hasn't really changed much in the last 60 seconds. Let's be completely honest. However. JJ Lowe is watching. Good to have you with us as part of the audience and saying good luck, Tyler. That's Tyler O'Neill in the number 99. And on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see there is Josh East, who's taking the official photographs. And there's young Jacob Howard, a bird. It's really nice to see young talent being developed in other parts of motorsport. And photography is pretty much an art form with the likes of Josh East, Matt Plum, Stu Stretton, amongst others. Also Foxy Red Photography. And don't test me, James Fitzhugh. Well, James also does. Well, I was going to say about your work with the Saints. So even our stream director. Yeah, even our stream director, James Fitzhugh, is a dab hand behind a photography camera like a Nikon or a Canon, whichever your preference is preferred. Sam Spinell is watching. Good to have you with us, buddy. Jacob Dukes, number 1. That is the number 34 in Junior Rotax. Got nearly 20 competitors in that field, and that is going to be a pretty exciting prospect. Tom Carter made a debut last time out 4 weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Finished ahead of Jacob Dukes, but Jacob Dukes, vice champion last year in this particular class after a very tough season. Junior Rotax, one of the top tier classes, if not the top tier class in the Junior Kart Championship. You can see some of the drivers watching by the sidelines as we are waiting for the signal to be given to get the racing underway. You can see how there's Harris Roberts chatting away. There's Billy, one of the mechanics from X-Kart. And you had Lauren, part of the CKC team, walking through shot as well. So quite a few people involved behind the scenes here at CKC and JKC, making the championship at the level of strength that it is today. There's Jacob Dukes on the left-hand side of your screens, Harris Roberts. I wonder if Monster Energy have actually given his dad a sponsorship agreement yet. There's also Dean, Jacob and Toby Dukes' father. Good to see one of the guys from RHPK, Elliot Mason. Good to see you all with us. Good luck to Jensen and Junior Rotax. So good to have you with us as well. So fog looks to be lifting ever so slightly. Just really good to see these youngsters, some of which are being followed by the Driven Dreams project. Another brainchild of Matty Street. There's Bradley Shepherd from BSR. Recently competed in the British Rental Kart Championship, which was rescheduled to April this year. Tim Winters saying best of luck to Sam Stoner with the Frankenstein Junior Rotax chassis. Well, I had a little chat, as you probably saw on the live stream a little bit earlier on, whilst I was doing my my paddock walk, which took place throughout the majority of yesterday. Hayden Taylor goes, come on the Dukes. And he was, the funny thing was that, took a picture of the drivers for the dads and mechanics race last night. I said, drivers briefing in progress, and it said on the CKC social media, what was the race director telling them? And Hayden was the first one to come out with a comment saying, don't put anyone in the lake. That depends on how much surface water there is. Okay, next up, ladies and gentlemen, it's Micromax Heat number 1. So let's have a look at the grid for Micromax Heat number 1. So, Riley Buxton-Young and Daniel Minto will be on the front row. Samuel Ludidi, Laudii and Kyle McLean, row 2. Alex Jones and James Tate, row number 3. Row 4, it's James Roberts and Logan Lauder. Row 5, it's going to be Toby Dukes and Amy Peacock making double duty this weekend. She's running in Honda Cadet as well. Harry Neeson and Tyler O'Neill round out row number 6. Caden Simpson, Aston Brown, the points leader, starts 14th ahead of Ella Lucia, top novice last time out at Wilton Mill, and Jack Hutchinson rounds out the 16-strong grid. So the drivers now making their way around the circuit. This will be dual file, rolling start. All 3 Rotax classes will be in this same start procedure. As they are now heading towards the corner known as St John's before the left-hander at Sunny Bend. So all heats now reduced to 8 minutes plus an additional lap due to the time delay with the fog. So let's see what happens in Micromax Heat number 1 here at Rowrah for round 3 of the championship out of 8. Field tightly packed as they come round Paddock Bend. The revs start to rise, the noise starts to increase. Ladies and gentlemen, Micromax Heat number 1 has been called a false start, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they did get going. They are still under full racing speed, as it looks. And it's 2-3 abreast at some points. Oh, some drivers really getting onto the grass. 2 wheels on there, as there's an absolute cavalcade. We've got a spinner going through into the, well, looks to be what was the infield, one of the infield hairpins. They're going to now go through the hairpin. 2 by 2 they go. So the drivers making their way through, some taking differing lines as backwards and off the circuit. One of the drivers didn't really pick out the livery. I'm not 100% sure. That might be Amy Peacock, the number 17, that's just had a bit of a moment. And she's backwards and off and beached, I'm afraid. But at the moment, Daniel Minto, the number 28, has literally become like the scalded cat off a hot tin roof as he's got a massive lead. So, lap 1 in the books. Minto leads the way. It's a battle for second and third position. That's Samuel Laudii and James Roberts. Toby Jukes up into P3. Marshall's now helping a very frustrated and disappointed Amy Peacock. As, a little bit of a lovely little move there by Logan Lauder right around the outside of Riley Buckton-Young. That is for 6th position on the road. Toby Jukes in a solid P4 at the moment. And he's got James Roberts in the 137. That's Tyler O'Neill. Tyler O'Neill goes wide. Toby Jukes goes to the inside of the hairpin as they filter their way through. So we're down to 13 drivers. But Amy Peacock back out onto the circuit. This is going to give her a lot of track time in terms of, might be at the back of the field, might be disappointed. It's nearly a touch between James Tate and Alex Jones. That's for position. That's round about the bottom end of the top 10. But Daniel Minto is sprinting away. He had a 3-second advantage over the very first lap. They're about to complete lap number 2. 1 minute 4.896 from Minto. Roberts now up into P2. Laudii, O'Neill and Jukes round out the top 5. Battle happening between Caden Simpson and James Tate. That's for 11th position on the road as they come flying their way out of the final corner. Jack Hutchinson running still on the circuit down in 13th position. As they've got to watch out for those curbs. They're going to be ever so slick and slippery. But a little bit wide there from Harry Neeson as Aston Brown look to go towards the inside. Looks like the marshals are running to another driver. Yellow flags are out. So someone else has already had a little bit of a moment as, yellow flags, no overtaking. They've got to give the position back if that's the case. That's going to be picked up by race control. And that is, is that Toby Jukes that's had the moment? I'm not 100% sure. The kart was backwards and beach, so the marshal running to the scene. And three-way scrap as well. That is Amy Peacock again, the number 17. 2 spins in the first 3 minutes. It's not been a good one for the youngster. But Daniel Minto has a commanding lead of 5.6 seconds over James Roberts. A little bit further back, Harry Neeson and Aston Brown rounding out the top 8. And Neeson ahead of Brown at the moment as a little bit of a switch attempt. Nice move there by Alex Jones up the inside of James Tate to take 9th position coming out of Paddock Bend. Really clean move from the number 30. Running on the Sodi Kart chassis. The number 20 of James Tate running on the Kart Republic chassis. As now Tate fires it up the inside of Jones to retake the position. Riley Buckton-Young and Caden Simpson battling away over 11th position. Caden Simpson loses out ground to the number 66. But Daniel Minto has got the fastest lap of anybody at the moment still, as again Jones and Tate swap positions with the number 30 staying ahead for 9th position as they head their way down towards the Stuart S's. A little bit further up the order, Toby Jukes and Logan Lauder battling over P5. And it's Harry Neeson and Aston Brown. They're battling away over P7. Alex Jones and James Tate, P9. That's the battle there. So some great little scraps happening as Tate again goes through on the inside of Jones, and they nearly come together. They nearly bang sidewalls. James Tate furious with that one. But there's still over 5 minutes of the race remaining, plus an additional lap still to go. Minto's now got nearly a 6.5 second advantage over James Roberts as Harry Neeson trying to go defensive but loses a bit of momentum, and round the outside goes Aston Brown and the number 57. Jukes battling away with Lauder for P5. Jukes is ahead at the moment, goes a little bit wide out of the corner. Lauder's still trying to get traction, as there has been. I'm not too sure if I saw one kart going a little bit slowly, but Toby Jukes keeping it pinned in 5th position. The kart gets a little bit squirrely on the back end, punts out to the left-hand side, but still keeps ahead of Lauder for the moment. Just over 4.5 minutes remain. Aston Brown looking a little bit on his own as Daniel Minto puts in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.464. Lead between him and Tyler O'Neill, who's now ahead of James Roberts, is now 7.1 seconds and climbing. Tyler O'Neill put in a personal best, as is James Roberts did as well. Still, this battle between Jones and Tate is going on really, really nicely. Great battle, but Tate looks to the left-hand side. Jones looks to the inside going into the chicane. And still, Tate stays ahead for the minute. And he's actually pulled away. So whether Jones had a little bit of a moment. Warning flag for James Tate on that particular occasion from race control. So just over 3 3/4 minutes still remaining. Minto commanding proceedings and is just pulling away rather comfortably. James Tate in the meantime. Oh, that was a little bit of a wider sweep into that corner in comparison. That's through the Stuart S's that they're going through. Just under 3.5 minutes remaining of this race. Micromax heat number 1. Logan Lauder in the number 33 and 6th position sets a personal best, 1 minute 6.349. Everyone apart from Laudii in the number 45, who rounds out the top 4 places, have improved. Minto's put in a 1 minute 4.3. Now the battle between Dukes and Lauder keeps exacerbating as Lauder runs a little bit wide going into the corner. Toby Dukes. Oh, that's a great run coming out of the corner. Down towards the next right-hander they're going to go. And Lauder sweeps to the outside to carry the momentum through and lights up the rear tyres, instantly bites down and nearly goes side by side with Toby Dukes there. And that's going into St John's, and then into the left at Sunny Bend before Paddock. The blue flags are now being shown, as well as Dukes has got Lauder to the outside. And Dukes a little bit sideways from the number 39, and Lauder up the inside. Side by side across the line they go. It was nip and tuck between the pair of them. But Toby Dukes has kept ahead, kept it pinned round the outside through the chicane. Neatly done by the number 39. Based out of Nottingham. So just under 2 minutes to go. And Tyler O'Neill, I've seen has now started to ramp up the pace. Time is fast running out for the 99. There's a lot of understeer there when Toby Dukes tried to turn the kart in. And again, Logan Lauder doing a great job of pulling the momentum through. So sweeping to the outside, get the run, get the kart pinned down, and the traction really helps at the back end of the kart as again Dukes a little bit sideways. Lauder to the outside. Minto sets the fastest lap, and here goes the move. Lauder up the inside for on the inside of Dukes. Gets the move done. As now James Roberts has got back past Tyler O'Neill with just over a minute to go on the clock. And through Paddock Bend they go. Toby Dukes trying to control the back end of the kart as it slides through Paddock Bend. Through into the chicane, we've got just under a minute to go of the race, plus an additional lap. And it's the number 31. That was Jack Hutchinson. Was in the middle of the pair of Lauder and Dukes for the battle for P5. A little bit further up. Tyler O'Neill is being closed in on by Samuel Laudii in the number 45. However, Lauder has gotten away from Dukes. A little bit clear. All sideways from the number 33. Well held there. As we're heading into the last 15 seconds of the race. Daniel Minto's lead now, 8.8 seconds and climbing. Minto untouchable last time out at Wilton Mill pretty much. And he's showing that pace again. Improvement on fastest lap for the race for James Roberts, 1 minute 4.678 as the timer now hits 0. James Tate battling away with Caden Simpson. This is the battle for P8 on the road, as a little bit of understeer for James Tate coming out of Paddock Bend. But Daniel Minto's lead, nearly 9.5 seconds. And he's put in a 1 minute 4.0 on the previous lap. So every single lap, Minto has been upping the pace. He's in clean air, pulling away rather convincingly. So out of the final corner comes Daniel Minto, and we'll get final lap. So last lap board is out on the digi flag over the start-finish straight. So Minto leads the way going on to the 11th and final tour of this 1,030-metre circuit here at Rowrah. An ultra-convincing race for the youngster, the number 28. Being mechanicked by the, well, see the colours there, the Hunter Motorsport crew. That's the elder of the two Hunter brothers, based out of Sunderland. Shout out to Reese Hunter there. And also Kai as well. But I'm talking about the team prince, the team boss. He is the team boss. I did see Reese earlier on this year at Campilos for the Rotax Winter Cup, where he made his DD2 debut and put it P2 on the podium at the end of the weekend. Younger brother Kai is still running in senior Rotax circles, both domestically and internationally. But it has been a convincing, dominant performance by the number 28, Daniel Minto, out of the final corner. He's going to take the race victory. James Roberts, the 137, as, oh, that's the number 31. That's Jack Hutchinson now getting back underway. But James Roberts will take second position. Tyler O'Neill now heading towards Paddock Bend for the 11th and final time. Laudii will take the flag in fourth place ahead of Logan Lauder, who pips Jacob Jukes by a few kart lengths to take fifth place. And it was just a second between the pair. Next up, it's going to be Aston Brown, the number 57, the current points leader, who comes across the line 34.5 seconds behind Daniel Minto, the race winner. Caden Simpson in 8th. Alex Jones takes 9th ahead of James Tate, who completes the top 10. Jack Hutchinson classified provisionally in 13th position, as we wait for a few more drivers, which will include the likes of Riley Buckton-Young, who takes 11th position in the number 66. Amy Peacock will round out the top 12. And then last but by no means least, we are still, well, we did have Harry Neeson out on lap number 4, but Daniel Minto, your provisional race winner for Micromax Heat number 1 here at Rowrah for round 3 of the 2022 season. So there you can see that the conditions are pretty much as they were earlier on today. But luckily enough, we have managed to get the racing going once again. So Honda Cadets, so for those wondering about the timetable, it's going to be the first set of heats. Then we'll have, well, which will also include Honda Cadet Heat 2, because there are 4 heats for the Hondas. So I'll have Heats 1 and 2 for Honda, plus Heats 1 for all the other classes. Then Heats 2 for Micro, Junior and Mini Max. Junior Pro Kart will have their second heat, and then heat number 3 for Honda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready for our next race. It is Junior Rotax, heat number 1. So, Finley Whiting leads the championship ahead of Maximus Shields and Ollie Naylor. That's your top 3 in the standings. Let's have a look at the starting grid for race 1. Ethan Haig and Maximus Shields on the front row. Jensen Mason and Ollie Naylor. Row number 2 with Oliver Brett Smith and Jacob Jukes completing the top 3 rows. Catherine Potter and Harry Hurstgrover in row 4, with the top 10 completed by Tom Holden and Sam Stoner. Nicholas Ellis is joined by the returning Sandro Ballesteros on row number 6. Row 7, it's Jaden Hewitt and Finley Whiting, with Tom Carter, Jugos Pravilonis, Bartek Filipiak and Curtis Latimer. Oh, and we've had a drama already. That is the number 87. Oh, that is Tom Holden, based out of Helmshire in Lancashire, aged 13. And marshals on the scene. So, can Tom Holden fire the kart up and get it back on the track? If he can, that's a good thing for him. Yes, great stuff to see. The number 87. And good to see Macy Creed Kart Racing liking the scolded cat off a hot tin roof quip that I made a bit earlier. Good luck, Jensen Mason, on your first ever race at Rowrah. Loving being able to watch you on the live stream. Great job, Alpha Live. There we go. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sarah Mason, for that one. So again, rolling start formation for Junior Rotax. We'll then have Minimax, followed by Honda Heat 2. And then Junior Pro Kart will conclude the first bout of races over the course of today. We have had a little bit of a delay because of the red flag stoppage exercise by Luke Powell, our official series race director. So wet tyres are order of the day, and we have no Bartek Filipiak starting, I'm afraid. The kart is at a standstill just off of the exit of Sunny Bend. Nevertheless, we are about to get things underway with Junior Rotax. Heat number 1. Revs rise. And full start has been called. So they're going to go round for another tour as the marshals quickly make sure that Bartek Filipiak's kart is out of the way and off, out of any danger, not just for the circuit, but also for the drivers. And Bartek Filipiak now, unfortunately, having to watch by the sidelines. They're giving Tom Holden the hurry-up sign, as if to say, right, catch up with the rest of them, mate, and get into your position. Zach Bolton saying, go on, Catherine Potter in the number 20. So drivers being told to slow down. They've got to get into the right formation. They have been told about tram lines as well this weekend. Right then. See if second time around we get going for Junior Rotax heat number 1. Again, Spiller saying good luck, Sandro Ballesteros in the number 19. Okay. Full start has been called again. Second time around, it looks like. Yep, so second time around. So I've just seen, heading on to Sunny Bend, or towards St John's, the race director is heading his way there now. So there's going to be a little bit of instructional education for our Junior Rotax drivers. We do want to get the racing underway as quickly as humanly possible, but sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. So they are now slowing down to a crawl. So looking at the results, right, Honda Cadet Heat 1, the win was official as of Harris Ali winning by just over a second from James Fabricius and Larry Price. Rounding out the top 3, Thomas Potter, who finished in 9th, rounding out was the fastest driver out there, fastest lap of the race, 1:05.029. Penalties for Sam Hayes, Ayrton Rai, Max Hausergo, Jensen White and Freddie Lines, all having front bumper penalties. Right, let's see. Third time's a charm, maybe. Let's have a look. Junior Rotax, heat number 1, getting ready. Into the tram lines, the revs rise, the noise increases, the lights. This time they do go out, and we are off and racing. And a good start by Ethan Haig, leading the field up into the chicane for the first time. Oh no, Maximus Shields around 90 degrees to the right, and it's caused absolute mental pandemonium behind. Karts all over, on top of each other, including Sandro Ballesteros, Jaden Hewitt, the number 38 in there as well, Sam Stoner. Karts are all over the shop. My goodness me, red flag instantly called. Red flag instantly called. Well, that's the thing. Sometimes the start can get that convoluted, and multiple karts close to half the, well, more than half the field were involved. Also in there, the 85. Let's have a look at the replay of this as well, because you're going to see just how it all sort of, you get the domino effect. So going through into the chicane, Maximus Shields already wide. Then you've got the 58, that's Jensen Mason. All of a sudden the 85 has got nowhere to go. And instantly the concertina effect happens and everyone is stuck in a bigger traffic jam than on the M25 on a bank holiday weekend. The 81, Finley Whiting in there, Sandro Ballesteros, just Tom Holden who managed to catch up to the field. And you got the number 88 of Pravilonis. So massive cleanup underway. I'm not at all surprised that the red flag was brandished after that particular incident. And that just shows how competitive these drivers are. So some of the drivers might not be able to take any further part. I think the number 18, that is Jaden Hewitt. That front Nassau panel was looking a little bit askew if Luke Powell's trying to see if he can help to put that back into position, because we do want as many drivers as possible. I think we've had more drama in the first 2.5 races than we've had in the first 2 and a bit rounds of the season. But that just goes to show how competitive these drivers are. The wet weather conditions caught out Maximus Shields. He was 90 degrees to the right, and then everyone else had to try and avoid. Good thing to see Jaden Hewitt now getting back underway. So they have stopped the karts. That is going to be at the far part of the circuit, so would have been just coming out of the Stewart S's, which is at the far part. So and Sandro Ballesteros pulling up to the rear of the grid. We'll have Jaden Hewitt there very, very shortly indeed. So just goes to show how quickly a race can be turned upside down and on its head quicker than the snap of her fingers. So Jaden Hewitt has now joined the back end of the grid. So we did have 17 starters at the beginning of that race after Bartek Filipiak's number 8 kart unfortunately had a technical difficulty. So the main thing is I'm so glad that everyone was able to step out of the karts at a moment's notice. It was like everyone had nowhere to go and a pile-up happened. That's part and parcel of racing, I'm afraid. So effectively, with the red flag called after 2 corners, that will be a full restart, so they will put them back in their original racing positions. So Ethan Haig and Maximus Shields will be back on the front row of the grid. I'll keep you updated on any race results, if there have been any penalties issued, and what the confirmed results are post-heats as much as I can over the course of the day's events. So obviously we've got a further delay in the timetable. We have already had some changes in terms of the timetable with regards to some of the particular heats, which will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Good to see Motorsport Magpie. I know that. And hello, David Whitehouse. Good morning. Everyone okay? Just tuned in. Yeah, everyone's fine. Don't worry. Everyone's good. Might have their pride and ego a little bit battered and bruised after that one, but hey, that's what happens. You You can't predict these things, especially in this kind of inclemental weather. So the driver's now getting into some semblance of order before we go racing for what has been a very heftily delayed morning so far. David White has said, "Oh, it's always been sunny when I've been at Rowrah." Oh, we can blame him for the weather then, can't we, James? It's all your fault, David. I thought I'd brought the Belgian sunshine with me on Friday. It was lovely. And morning here on Saturday morning whilst doing the paddock walk. Wonderful. And then when the clouds came in the afternoon, everyone got this foreboding thought of, oh dear. Well, words to that effect, of course. They are lining them up in the relevant rolling start formation. So there are the junior road tax drivers, 17 out of the 18. And Hayden Taylor saying, go on, Jacob Jukes. There we go. The support networks are coming through on the chat. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Alpha live stream. Right, okay. The Rotax Max Evo engines have been fired up. Okay, it was third time's the charm. Hopefully, fourth time is going to be a belter, and we get a good start. Oh, and we've had a drama for one of the drivers. That looks to be the 81 of Finley Whiting, possibly. And that driver looks to be getting out of the kart, so we're going to be down to 16 drivers, I'm afraid. So effectively, they had to call it as a full start, just to give the drivers an opportunity to get another formation lap and still to get a further grip on these weather conditions. It's going to be about who's mastering them the best out of everybody, especially on the start. And I know for a fact that Maximus Shields will not want to have a massive tank slapper going into the chicane, because that was... I hope he had his hands off the steering wheel and braced himself for what was to come, but luckily enough he was not heavily involved in the carnage that happened behind him. Or the melee, if you will. Okay. Come through St John's and now heading into Sunny Bend. Red lights once again on the starting gantry here at Rowrah as we try to get underway for the fourth time of asking for Junior Rotax Heat 1. It's Ethan Haig and Maximus Shields on the front row. Into the tram lines they go. Revs rise. This time, lights are out. We're off and racing. As it's nearly three abreast going into the chicane for the first time. Nice and cleanly there from Maximus Shields as Jacob Jukes forces his way up into fourth position before they've even gotten out of the chicane. Brilliant work from the youngster from Nottingham. As now they head through into the infield for the very first time. That's through into McRae's. A lot of them are moving around a little bit, and Jacob Jukes now up into third place ahead of the 85 of Ollie Naylor. And it's really getting close. Harry Hurstgrover in the mid-pack. Some great traction coming out of McRae's now, heading up into in towards Iredale's. And you can just see they're all scrabbling for traction. Tom Holden in there. The 88 of Pravilonis, amongst others, has made a few positions in the meantime as they come through into Sunny Bend, out of St John's, through into Paddock Bend for the first time of asking 2x2 at some points, as Tom Carter's made a move through the inside. So Ethan Haig leads the way ahead of Maximus Shields. Jacob Jukes now up into P3. Jensen Mason, Ollie Naylor, Oliver Brett Smith, Tom Carter up to P7 ahead of Catherine Potter, Sam Stoner and Harry Hurstgrover round out the top 10. As they filter their way through into McRae's for the second time of asking, some drivers using the wider line, including Carter, and keeps it pinned as it's 3 abreast through the likes of Pavilonis, as someone's slowing to... Oh, no. Has Maximus Shields got an issue? Because he is tumbling down the order. Sandro Ballesteros has got through on the 181. That's Nicholas Ellis on the left-hand side, ever so briefly coming out of Iredale's, going through into the Stuart S's. Yes, it's going to get hairy, folks. Into the S's they go. Ethan Haig leading the way, but it's Jacob Jukes who's now up into second position. And Jukes will start chasing. Jukes 13, runner-up in JKC last year. 8 minutes to go plus an additional lap. The landscape is changing because of the biggest drama for Maximus Shields in the 181. 7 minutes and 45 still to go. David Whitehouse saying, nah, stick them all on slicks. Are you crazy? In these weather conditions, I think bad enough that Maximus Shields had a massive drama in his own right. And he's currently sitting down in 11th position ahead of Zhugas Pravilonis. Switchback attempt here on Holden. There's Shields up the inside. Neatly done by the 181. And now he's going after Harry Hurstgrover. That's the battle for 9th position on the road. Harry Hurstgrover trying to make it, not having to tippy-toe like he's on eggshells at the minute. But keeps ahead thus far. But at the front of the field, Ethan Haig is being reeled in by Jacob Jukes, who is putting in fastest laps of anybody. 59.033 from the number 34 from Nottingham. As up the inside of Harry Hurstgrover through Paddock Bend goes Maximus Shields. And that is going to be for 9th place. Sam Stoner up into 7th ahead of Catherine Potter. And Maximus Shields sets the personal best. Sandro Ballesteros and Zhugas Pravilonis, the only 2 drivers yet to have a personal best on that particular tour, with Jacob Jukes setting the almightiest of lap times, 59.033. Tom Holden and Harry Hurstgrover battling away. That's for P10 on the road. As they go through Iredale's. As, Pravilonis round off of the curbs. Front right hit the inside curbing and span the number 88 round, I'm afraid. That's going to drop him down the order again. But Ethan Haig is keeping a consistent lead. It was 1.2 seconds last time around after lap number 3. Lap 4 completed. That gap is still at around about 1.1 seconds. And Ethan Haig has started responding to Jacob Jukes in terms of pace. Some other battles happening up and down the order. Tom Carter up into P3 ahead of Jensen Mason in the number 58. They make their way through McRae's and head down the short chute towards Iredale's. More drivers making their way through. Maximus Shields now closing on Sam Stoner for 7th position. Good comeback drive from the number 181, based out of Wetherby. Last year's, well, he's the defending Pro Kart champion. His incident at Wanwell earlier on this year didn't really help him with a right thumb that was broken. Oh, a little bit dicey there. Stoner sideways all over the place, trying to get past Maximus Shields for that position. But the 181 still ahead in 7th place at the moment. Jacob Jukes has gone sub 59 seconds, and he's got to within 8/10 of Ethan Haig. So the battle for the lead is closing in. Catherine Potter overtaken by Tom Holden going through the final corner at Paddock Bend. 4 minutes and 50 still to go. And Sandro Ballesteros is going to have to wait and watch by the sidelines. The number 19 out of the kart. The 15-year-old now running also in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, based out of Rochdale. As Holden trying to pull away from Potter. As Sweeps wide into Iredales. There's Harry Hurstgrover being chased down by Nicholas Ellis in the number 7. Tom Carter has now started upping the ante and has gone 58.8 last time around as Harry Hurstgrover catches the slide. Going through the exit of the stewardesses and through into St John's before Sunny Bend. Now the top 4 drivers, including Jensen Mason, have gone sub 59.5 seconds as, Ellis up the inside of Grover and sideways. Oh, my goodness me. That was a moment and a half for Harry Hurstgrover. He had he ran wide. Ellis was sideways going through Paddock Bend, but still managed to use the throttle modulation through the corner to catch the slide, use the steering to counter-steer into it, and made the move. And Harry Hurstgrover had no other alternative but to run a little bit wide, coming out of the corner. And Ellis fancied the opportunity and went up the inside for P11. But I'm keeping my eyes on the front of the field because Jacob Jukes has closed that gap once again. It was 7.7 tenths of a second. Lap 7 completed. It's now 6.5 tenths. Jukes last time around was over a tenth and a bit quicker. Tom Carter's put in another fastest lap of the race. 58.625 from the number 45 driver. And there are your 2 leaders. As now, Nicholas Ellis has gotten a battle with Catherine Potter in the number 20. Oliver Brett-Smith has dropped down out of proceedings towards 14th position. So the likes of Harry Hurstgrover, Curtis Latimer and Jaden Hewitt have made up places. Nice little quip from Hayden Taylor on the chat. I'm off to Rowrah in 2 weeks and I hope it's not wet this time because it's an 8-hour drive. Well, luck favours the brave, Hayden Taylor, I have to say. But now, the leaders are closer than they've been all race long. At one point, Ethan Haig had a 1.2 second advantage over Jacob Jukes. And now Jukes is trying to close. 2 minutes on the clock still remaining. Gap is still 0.67 of a second. Tom Carter, another 58.8 from the number 45. Was less than a tenth quicker than Jacob Jukes. They're having to go part round the outside of Oliver Brett-Smith and the number 70 through McRae's. As Ethan Haig is just keeping eyeballs on stalks at the minute. Jukes is looking to strike whilst the iron's still hot. Out of Iredales and down the back straightaway through into the stewardesses they go. Similar lines taken by the pair. And a lot more controlled from Jacob Jukes, so he's got a good bit of pace. There's Tom Carter, who's now coming into eye shot as well, I believe. As the 2 leaders come through Sunny Bend, now through into Paddock. Steering the kart into Paddock Bend are the pair at the moment. 1 minute and 7 still to go. Gap now down to 6 tenths. Tom Carter, fastest lap of the race so far, 58.433 seconds. And he's just taken nearly 4.5 tenths out of Jacob Jukes on that previous lap. Gap between the pair now 2.5 seconds between second and third. But time is fast running out. Jacob Jukes on his return to the JKC, last time out at Wilton Mill 4 weeks ago, was not out of the top 3 once. Even took a heat victory and was second in the final. As, Jacob Jukes has a massive moment! Oh my goodness, through the stewardesses, the kart understeered off, the backer nearly turned him around and he caught it, and that's allowed Tom Carter to catch him up. That big moment cost Jukes big time and through into Sunny Bend. Here goes Tom Carter. The pair are side by side. They nearly clash side pods and Carter is through. Jukes has just gone, what was that, please? There was enough room for Carter to make the move. And now the timer about to hit 0. There we go. The time's expired. One more lap for Ethan Haig, who, despite the best efforts of one Jacob Jukes, is a little bit further back. We've got a nice little battle happening away, and that involves Tom Holden. That's going to be involving the likes of Ollie Naylor and Sam Stoner for 6th position as they've just come across the line. And there is Tom Carter. He must have been thanking his lucky stars when Jacob Jukes had that unfortunate moment going through into the entrance of the stewardesses. But Ethan Haig, next time around, oh, a little bit close there between Stoner and Naylor, and Stoner hooks it up on the inside of Iredale's and manages to get the traction down. So Checkered, well, I've got the last lap board showing, and I see... Oh, checkered flag has just gone out. Right, well, I've got last... well, fine. Last lap was showing on the digi flag, and I've got the checkered being waved on the start-finish straight, so... To me, the timer had expired, so... So it looks like the checkered has been thrown. So the way things stand, as I now read the try and read the situation. So apparently that Ethan Haig was on course to win that race anyway. So, yeah, everyone's now pulling in. So checkered has been given. Ethan Haig wins the race by 2.7 seconds ahead of Tom Carter. A little bit of a moment for Jacob Dukes, cost him a potential victory, but also cost him second on the road to put in P3. Jensen Mason in fourth, ahead of Maximus Shields, who had a great recovery drive, despite dramas in the opening foray of the fourth restart that we had of the race, ahead of Sam Stoner. Ollie Naylor, Tom Holden rounds out the top 8, ahead of Nicholas Ellis. Catherine Potter completes the top 10, ahead of Jaden Hewitt. Harry Hurstgrover, Curtis Latimer, Jugos Pravelonis, Oliver Brett Smith, and Sandro Ballesteros. Unfortunately had to watch by the sidelines in the number 4, whereas the 81 of Finley Whiting did not manage to make it, and Bartek Filipiak had to watch everything unfold by the sidelines when his kart had a technical issue on the very first formation lap. So that concludes Junior Rotax heat number 1. Next up, Minimax heat number 1 up next. So there you can see the lake surrounding here at Rowrah in Cumbria. Big thank you for everyone tuning in at the moment. So, starting grid for Heat 1 of Minimax for round 3 of the championship is Melissa Adrian and Michael Ambler on the front row. Behind them will be Harry Holland and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Jared, runner-up in Cadet 105s last year to the now retired Riley Wright. Tyler Lee and Leon Barlow round out the top 3 rows. Oliver Fabricius and Lewis Goff, row number 4 with Lizzie Mentier and Daniel Parsons rounding out the top 10. Lizzie Mentier had to go to hospital yesterday morning, but last year's Minimax champion back in the saddle yesterday afternoon. They're followed by Jack Burgess and Ben Adrian. Zach Turner and Callum Foster ran out row number 7 ahead of Addison Smith, and the points leader, Lucas Blandford. Ben Horner and Taylor Dixon ran out the top 9 rows. Good to see many of you involved on the chat. Sunbather saying, good morning, Alex. Good luck, Callum Foster from Nan. And Tim Winters giving a big up to Sam Stoner, saying good drive. So really good to see you all involved on the chat here on the official Alpha live stream. Got the Civic Cup and the British Supercarts later on this weekend as well, being it's the May bank holiday weekend. So plenty of talents in the Minimax roster. So I've just been informed that all heats are now officially 8 minutes plus an additional lap as they release the Minimax grid onto the circuit here at Rowrah. 1,030 metres, established back in 1963. Plenty of running there. So over 6 decades of competition. And plenty of championships visit this circuit, and it's a great one for the drivers. A lot of drivers love this track with its challenging technical sections, especially going down the start-finish straight into the chicane. And you get some nice technical parts like the Stuart S's on the far part of the circuit after the back straight coming through from Iredale's. Stephen Earl saying, good luck, Taylor Dixon. And there is one of... Ah, Now, is that Chris, our cameraman, by any chance? He was wearing a Bear Grylls survival bag, I think, a bit earlier on, and I think I put in the chat, "Get me out of here." He was the one with the very fancy dancing a few weeks ago as well. That's the whole point of this kind of interaction we have between us here whenever this happens. So they're going to put them on another formation lap, so full start has been called. So formation lap is underway. All heats now will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So with no qualifying in a mixed grid situation, it actually spices up the racing a little bit because you have drivers that will be out of position but will know how to react accordingly and fire themselves up through the field, but not fire anyone off the course, I might say. Hayden Taylor saying, "Go on, Jared, Lewis, Leon, Lizzie, and Lucas." Oh, goodness me. That's about the solidarity of karting. As they now get themselves into formation, they'll be making their way through the Stuart S's and through into St. John's. Owen Morris saying, "Good luck to all our friends racing today." That's the spirit there. Be coming through St. John's very, very shortly indeed, which they're doing now before the left-hander at Sunny Bend, before they bring the revs up through paddock. Dual file rolling start formation 4. As we get ready for Minimax heat number 1, it's Adrian and Ambler on the front row into the tram lines. Lights are not out, and we have the full start called. And the number 99 has come down to a halt, I'm afraid. Zach Turner on the start-finish straight. On the right-hand side, trying to get the kart fired up, bangs the steering wheel in frustration, and the body language, unfortunately, says, "I'm not taking any further part in this race," and there we go. Another driver having to watch by the sidelines. You two all right over there? No. No, I did not hear the car horn. Oh, dearie me. It's going to be a long day today. Sorry. I never thought they had buttons. Well, I know they do on the chronometers on these steering wheels, but on the main thing, if you had like a boss hub or something like that. Right, okay, so we're going to be down to 17 Minimax drivers. Race will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap for all the remaining heats for today. So, they've now exited Sunny Bend. Race director Luke Powell telling them to get into formation as we get ready for a second restart. Into the tram lines, revs rise, noise increases. Lights are out this time, we're off and racing. Up into the chicane they go, and towards the outside tries Michael Ambler and has to use the runoff area. Oh, right, so you've got... that was... Sometimes that does happen. They can't cut that point on the circuit as they go through into McRae's for the first time. Oh, no! Moment there for Ambler, and all of a sudden the 77 of Harry Holland gets collected. And now Lucas Blanford has already made up a multitude of positions and now fires it up the inside of the 77 and the 48. And that's Ben Adrian. There's the number 25. That's going to be... well, it's very... That's Michael Ambler, who started on the front row alongside Melissa Adrian. There's the number 69. That's Callum Foster, based out of Clacton on Sea in Essex. As the drivers making their way through Sunny Bend. Leon Barlow up into P3. Lewis Goff in the mix there as well. Completely sideways was the number 11 of Tyler Lee. They're all trying to get through. Lucas Blanford is making the biggest opportunity possible, and he's mugged the lot of them. Blanford on an absolute tear and swipes in front of the bumper of Lewis Goff. So Lucas Blanford started all the way down towards the back end of the field. Oh no! Moment for the number 11, it is backwards. Tyler Lee pointing the wrong way, coming out of McRae's, and everyone manages to avoid it. Oh, does anyone get a defibrillator? Because I'm definitely going to need one after today. My goodness me. As now, up the inside, Lizzie Mentier, last year's Mini-Max champion, gets through on the inside of Harry Holland. Ben Horner trying to catch up with those in front, which includes the likes of Taylor Dixon. As all touch between Goff and Blandford. They clash sidewalls and side pods, and Blandford remains in front. And Ben Adrian is keeping the pair of them very, very honest indeed. Oh, no dramas, and there is a lot of steam billowing from the left-hand side of the kart for Harry Holland in the number 77. Yellow flags are out. Oh, my goodness me, someone had a massive moment coming through. That was the number 12 of Ben Horner coming out of St John's, and the front bumper on the number 77 of Harry Holland is looking rather a sad state at the minute. It's completely bent on in as we head into the last 5 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. And at the moment, the person that's kept it on the straight and narrow at the minute is Melissa Adrian. She leads Jared Fox-Whiteley in the 22. A little bit moment there for Callum Foster trying to battle away with Taylor Dixon for P9 on the road. Lewis Goff has got Ben Adrian right behind. Then there's Lizzie Mentier. Addison Smith is in there, and there's been a little bit of coming together. That was between the 25 of Michael Ambler, and that might have been Oliver Fabricius in the number 90. That was a drama coming through that particular corner. As we now have around about 5 minutes and 20 still to go on the race counter. At the moment, Melissa Adrian leads. Jared Fox-Whiteley in the 22 in second. Leon Barlow, the number 42, rounds out the top three, being hunted down by Lucas Blandford in the number 59. Lewis Goff in fifth place ahead of Ben Adrian. Lizzie Mentier rounds out the top seven ahead of Addison Smith. Taylor Dixon and Callum Foster complete the top 10. And Blandford is the fastest one out there. No surprise from the youngster, who's signed by the Team Hard Academy. 1 minute, 0.895 seconds for Blandford. Based out of Stratford-upon-Avon, originally from Motherwell in Scotland, which is why he proudly sports the Scottish Soul tyre on his race suit. Lizzie Mentier takes a tight line there. Addison Smith sweeps wide, going into the Stuart S's. Addison Smith completely sideways, trying to go through into, well, trying to get through the inside. Whoa, wallop of curb there from Lewis Goff, as Lucas Blandford has now caught up with Leon Barlow for P3. However, the battle for 7th. Oh, moment there for Addison Smith coming through Paddock Bend, and there is Callum Foster. He's got past Taylor Dixon. Will he get through on Addison Smith going into the chicane? He does not. Well, that just goes to show you make a mistake out of Paddock Bend, you're going to literally be mugged at the drop of a hat. And Leon Barlow takes a quick look over his left shoulder and sees Lucas Blandford behind. Blandford up the inside. There's also Lewis Goff. Leon Barlow just plants it around the outside, hits the throttle hard, the back end lights up, bites into the tarmac and gets through, but then Blandford through into the Stuart S's, manages to get through. Barlow around the outside. Whoa, Leon Barlow, what a brilliant move that was from the number 42. Blandford got, I think, surprised on that one, but up through the inside of St John's goes Blandford, and there is the move for third, secured by the number 59. But Leon Barlow, take a bow, good sir. That was a brilliant move. As all dramas for the number 12, Ben Horner, who is running in 12th position. Here's Lewis Goff alongside Leon Barlow as they come out of Paddock Bend. 2 minutes and 40 still to go, plus an additional lap. Lizzie Mentier, personal best. Lewis Goff, don't... Oh, he really was threading the eye of the needle, was Lewis Goff. He had to back out of it. The left front corner of the bumper hit the right rear of Barlow, and Barlow is sort of like saying, come on, mate, just play it nice and safe. This might be racing, but make that move nice and clean. Now through into Iredale's. Goff gets through, does the nice little switcheroo there. However, Lewis Goff gets a warning for his troubles. I'm not at all surprised about that one. As now Ben Adrian up the inside of Leon Barlow into the approach into the Stuart S's. 2 minutes to go, and Melissa Adrian continues to lead the way. So both Taylor Dixon and Lewis Goff have both got warnings. And the lead between Melissa Adrian and Jared Fox-Whiteley is about 9/10 of a second. Fox-Whiteley now puts in a personal best. Blandford, fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.667 from the youngster. Gap between Adrian and Fox-Whiteley now down to 4.5 tenths and closing. And now Fox-Whiteley is within earshot of the number 10. Based out of Lincoln is Melissa Adrian, as is brother Ben, as Fox Whiteley got very, very close there indeed. But Adrian now manages to power away down the back straight, heading from Iredales through into the Stuart S's. Hayden Taylor saying, keep on going, Jared. A little bit further back. This is between the likes of Lewis Goff, Ben Adrian. Leon Barlow is just behind them in 6th position. Great running from the number 42. Was in P3 before Lucas Blanford decided to get past. We're into the last 50 or so seconds of the race itself. Well, make that a minute. Make that 45 seconds now, as Melissa Adrian puts in a personal best in response to Jared Fox-Whiteley, extends the gap to 1.1 seconds. Lucas Blanford rounds out the top 3. Oh, right, that is the number 12, I believe, of Ben Horner. Was running in 15th, now out of the race on lap number 7. Just under 30 seconds to go before we get the last lap board, as Melissa Adrian hanging on to a lead by about 1.1 seconds as she makes her way down in towards the stewardesses. Jared Fox-Whiteley is chasing down the number 10. Yellow flags, so no overtaking. That's through the stewardesses. And that will be where the number 12 of Ben Horner that will be parked up, unfortunately, backwards and beached. So timer has hit 0. And the number 12 of Ben Horner has gotten underway. And right now, checkered flag will wave. And hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Melissa Adrian takes a mini max victory in 2022 ahead of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lucas Blanford from the Nyon back end of the grid takes P3 ahead of Lewis Goff. Ben Adrian and Leon Barlow complete the top 6 positions ahead of Lizzie Mentier, Addison Smith, Taylor Dixon, Callum Foster and Jack Burgess rounding out the top 11. Olivia Fabricius, Daniel Parsons, Tyler Lee, Harry Holland and Ben Horner round out the 16 strong that completed the full race distance. Unfortunately, the number 99 of Zach Turner did not make the start, and Michael Ambler in the number 25 retiring on lap number 5 itself. So Nigel Gary Smith saying, go Melissa, Lincoln, Lincoln girl, my hometown. So well done to Melissa Adrian. Also cheers coming in from Hayden Taylor as well. But Melissa Adrian is the first race winner of Minimax this weekend here at Rowrah for round 3 of the championship. And very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting underway with our second heat out of 4 for Honda Cadets. So in towards the halfway point of the Honda Cadet heats, as there is a little bit of a clear-up operation. Hayden Taylor saying, what a drive from Lucas Blanford. Okay, Heat 2 Honda Cadets on pole position. It's going to be the number 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson with Freddie Hausergo alongside on the front row. Bobby Pete and Freddie Lyons on row number 2 ahead of Maximus Lewis and Thomas Potter. Row 4, it's Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock doing double duty this weekend is the number 17. Ahead of Lewis Hall and George Ralston that round out the top 10. Larry Price and Mason Webster complete the top 12 positions. Row 7, it's Max Williams and Tom Drake. Row 8, it's Ralphie Branscombe and Ethan Charles. JJ Plowman and Stanley Clark complete the top 9 rows on the grid. And completing the top 20, it's William Howard and Alfie Forrester. Cameron Tipping and Thomas Percox on row number 11 ahead of Jack Collinson and Harry Samuel. Ayeton Rai and Harris Ali on row number 13 ahead of James Fabricius, Scarlett Percox and Isaac Huburn rounding out the 29-strong Honda Cadet grid that will take to the track very, very shortly. So there we go. Part of the 39-strong Honda Cadet drivers that are here this weekend at Rowrah for round 3 of the championship. And then the next round will be in Lydd in Kent. So from the northwest to the very depths of the southeast we will go in a month's time after this particular weekend. So now they release the Honda Cadets. And look at that fog again. Oh, right. The fog is getting a little bit more denser than it was just a moment ago. So the remaining rounds of the championship, round 4 at Lyd, 5th of June. Glany-Gors, round 5, 3rd of July. Llandaw in South Wales, so North and South Wales represented in this championship, the 14th of August for round 6. Hooton Park will host the penultimate round of the championship on the 4th of September, and the 8th and final round will be Ellow Park in East Anglia on the 2nd of October 2022. And who will be our champions after that particular race? Could titles be decided at the penultimate round at Hooton Park? Your guess is as good as mine, but you'll be able to follow all the action live here on Alpha Live all the way through the 2022 season. So the drivers making their way towards the starting grid. And again, and after this one, we will have Junior Pro Kart. So we'll have the first batch of heats completed here on the 3rd race day out of 8 for the 2022 season. And for those wondering, where did the drivers go after they finish the race? Well, literally they have to go straight on from St John's up the ramp and through into scrutineering. And the team there, led by Keith, will be checking the karts for weight, making sure everything is within a technically sound nature. Leanne Howard saying, "Good luck, Will. Sorry for packing the wrong tyres. Best wishes, Mum." And there is a little bit of drizzle in the air starting to hit the track, so the weather conditions take on another rotational dynamic. Hi. Hi, Jacob. And there we go. There is the drizzle starting to show. So drivers told to look at the lights. Red lights are now out. We're off for Honda Cadet. Heat number 2. Who's going to get the run to the chicane? It's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson that leads the way in the number 88 as it's 2 by 2, a little bit further back. Some drivers using unconventional racing lines. They're 3 abreast. The number 51 of Stanley Clark getting a little bit off track there, unfortunately. And he's now having to try and see if he can filter his way up through the order as they're 2-3 abreast coming through McRae's for the first time. But it's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Freddie Lines who fires it up the inside of the number 88 through into Iredale's for the first time of asking. Drivers to, oh no, the 27's gone round and up into the air on the front axle it goes. That was the 27 of William Howard and assisted there by JJ Plowman in the 111. As they make their way through St John's and Sunny Bend for the first time of asking. So through they go. Oh, we've had someone backwards off the circuit as well. And that's the number 2. That is Mason Webster, I'm afraid. But it's Freddie Lines leading the way ahead of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And who is in 3rd place? It's the number 20, Thomas Potter. Freddie Housigo, Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock round out the top 6 positions. Follow that up. Oh, my goodness me. That was a bit of a bounce over the curbs for the number, I think it was the number 6. I'm just trying to keep an eye out on how many drivers there are. That was Freddie Housigo, I believe, in the number 69 that went bumping over the curbs on the chicane and it unsettled the car. I think nearly all 4 wheels were up into the air. A little bit of a touch there between How's it going? Possibly Lynn, as it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of Iredale's and coming down onto the back straightaway, heading in towards the Stuart S's. As it's getting a little bit close there. That was the 87, I believe, of Cameron Tipping that went through. Oh, and we've had a spinner, and that's Ralphie Branscombe, I think, in the 96, or was that the 86? I'm not 100%. Well, there's no 86. It's a. So Ralphie Branscombe not having a good time out there in this second heat. 6 minutes and 24 seconds still to go. Thomas Potter has, in the meantime, set the not only set the fastest lap of the race, but has also gotten past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Potter had put in a 1 minute 4.015. fractionally shy of a tenth quicker than the race leader, Freddie Lyons, who is leading them, bringing them on to lap number 3 as we've got 5.5 minutes to go. Through into McRae's, a little bit of side-by-side between Lewis Hall and Larry Price. They're side-by-side heading down towards Iredale's. Price to the outside, Hall to the inside. Can Price get the switch back through Iredale's? He might be able to look towards the inside on the 44. He's got the drive, he's got the power, he's got the pace. Is he going to make it through into the stewardesses? Nicely teed up by Larry Price there as we head into the last 5 minutes. So James Fabricius has catapulted his way up the order, a bit like Harris Roberts in the first heat, where Fabricius was at the sharper end of the grid. Fabricius now up into 14th. And now Thomas Potter closing in on Freddie Lyons for the lead of the race as we go on to lap number 4. And Potter was nearly 2.5 tenths of a second quicker. Different line taken through the exit of the chicane. And now Potter looking up the inside through McRae's on Freddie Lyons and gets through. Freddie Lyons trying to use the outside curbing a little bit, just a bit of the runoff, just to try and get that momentum going through in towards Iredale's, and back through goes the 83. Potter's got the inside line coming through Iredale's, down onto the back straight away. And Potter's got through and taken the lead on lap number 4 as they head into the Stewart S's. And Freddie Lyons not wanting for Thomas Potter to stay in the lead for as long as possible. He wants to get past as quickly as possible. Larry Price, in the meantime, has got past Lewis Hall. James Fabricius now up into 13th position. Ethan Charles up to 17th. Stanley Clark now up into 19th after a drama in the first couple of laps for the youngster in the number 51. So Harry Samuel, unfortunately retiring on lap number 2. There's the kart just off of the inside of Sunny Bend as the Honda Cadets make their way across the start-finish line once again. We're on to lap number 5. Amy Peacock, fastest driver out there. The number 17, 1 minute 3.810. Both her and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson showed that they can race just as well as everybody else in the final at Wilton Mill 4 weeks ago. And now, in these wet weather conditions, is providing a little bit of an equaliser. Adele Winterbank saying, good luck to Billy Edgecombe and the Momentum race team. Also, Harry Fox saying, come on, JJ Plowman, watching from the Isle of Man. Same area as where the legendary rally family, the Higgins, likes of David and Mark, and son Matthew, who's looking to hopefully get into rallycross very soon. It's Amy Peacock still trying to do her level best to close up on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and there is the top 4. Thomas Potter, 1 minute 3.764. Amy Peacock, second lap in a row, fastest of anybody. 1 minute 3.759. She's just over 9 and a bit tenths behind Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as Freddie Lyons looks up the inside once again, runs a little bit wide coming out of McRae's and can't get past Thomas Potter, no matter how hard he tries. Tom Drake and Ethan Charles ran out the top 16 positions. James Fabricius trying to close in on Harris Alley for 12th place at the moment, as Potter now trying to have to get past. That's the number 34 of Scarlett Percock. She keeps out of the way. Nice driving there from Scarlett. As the blue flags will be shown to her, as if to say, right, there's faster traffic coming up on you. And on the previous lap, the top 4 covered by 2.3 seconds. That looks to be a lot less now as we head into the last minute and 30. Potter leads the way as they go across the line, 6 tenths ahead of Freddie Lyons. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, 1 minute 4.075, but Amy Peacock, third lap in a row, she's gone fastest once again, 1 minute 3.704, and she closed up to Isabella Stansmore-Wilson by the tune of nearly 4 tenths of a second on lap number 6. Amy Peacock is absolutely flying at the moment, as the numbers 88 and 17 battling away. That's Peacock and Stansmore-Wilson. Peacock's got a great run coming out of Iredale's, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson had to take a quick look over the left-hand shoulder and then realised, oh my goodness, there's Amy. That's how quickly things can change. Amy Peacock has been on an absolute tear at the moment in this race, and it's not a case of if, it's a case of when does she fire it up the inside of Isabella Sandsmore-Wilson. They're good friends off the track. Have to give a shout out to another good friend of Amy Peacock, a youngster in karting, Hallie Findlater. Hopefully, Hallie, you're watching along as well as they go across the line. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.493 by Thomas Potter, as Amy Peacock in the slipstream of Isabella Sandsmore-Wilson. They're still battling away for P3 on the road, as Thomas Potter looks to his left. There's there's Freddie Lines, there's Isabella Sandsmore-Wilson still holding station in P3 with Amy Peacock closing in as the timer has hit 0. And now, oh, here comes the move from Peacock up the inside of Sandsmore-Wilson through into P3 on the approach, down into the stewardesses, and the number 17 is through on the 88 as the timer has hit 0. So timer has run out. It's going to be a run to the line for several of these drivers, but Thomas Potter, fastest driver out there. Last time, 1 minute 3.493 seconds. Last lap board is out as we go on to lap number 9 of the race. 1 minute 3.675 for Potter. Freddie Lines, 1 minute 4.010. And Amy Peacock closed in on the number 83 by about nearly 0.3 of a second, as here comes the move from Larry Price up the inside of Alex Lynn, going through into McRae's. And Larry Price runs a little bit wide coming out of McRae's, but manages to keep the inside line, out breaks Alex Lynn going into Iredale's. As they make their way down towards the stewardesses for the final time. But Thomas Potter very shortly will be making his way through into Sunny Bend. And now one more corner to go. Harris Alley won the first heat earlier on today. We're going to have 2 different winners so far, as Thomas Potter, the number 20, out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag, and on the final lap of the race sets the fastest lap. And it was close. It was half a second to the decimal point between Freddie Lines, Amy Peacock, who took nearly 0.6 of a second out of Freddie Lines on that last lap alone, in 1 minute 3.88. And Isabella Sandsmore-Wilson, who rounds out the top 4, she set her personal best in the final lap of the race. Larry Price completes the top 5 ahead of Alex Lynn. Lewis Hall, Freddie Housigo, Max Williams and Harris Alley are Heat 1 winner, rounding out the top 10. Jack Collinson completes the top 11 ahead of Tom Drake, with Ethan Charles, George Ralston, Thomas Percox, Ayeton Rai, James Fabricius rounding out the top 17 ahead of Alfie Forrester, Cameron Tipping and Stanley Clark completing the top 20. JJ Plowman, Mason Webster and Ralphie Branscombe complete the top 23 ahead of William Howard and Maximus Lewis. And it's going to be Isaac Huburn and Scarlett Percox who will round out the 27 finishers, unfortunately, with Harry Samuel retiring on lap number 2. And Thomas Potter set the fastest lap of the race on the final tour, 1 minute 3.438. So as the drivers make their way through towards scrutineering, next up, it's Junior Pro Kart, Heat 1. So we now get set for our final first heat. Well, the last one of the first set of heats, actually, even though we've had 2 for Honda Cadet. Currently leading the standings, it is Maximus Shields that leads the way, ahead of Connor McCarthy. Round 2 winner at Wilton Mill after a brilliant battle with the likes of Sebastian Pereira, who rounds out the top 4. Christian Oblag, also one to factor in. Sophie Pawsey and Amy Frame ran out the top 6 in the standings, but here's your grid for heat number 1. Christian Oblag and Thomas Wilkins will be on the front row. Harry Roddis and Amy Frame, row 2, with Harry Brown and Owen Roberts completing the top 6. Row 4, it's Reese Knight and Sophie Pawsey. Reese's dad managed to win the Dads and Mechanics race last night, so well done to him. So we had a Flying Scotsman around the circuit last night. Finn Collister and Maximus Shields complete the top 10 ahead of Sebastian Pereira and Connor McCarthy. Last but by no means least, our 13th driver, Leon Wilson, and the number 68 will line up at the back end of the grid. So there is Christian Oblag, the number 76. Still waiting for some official results from our previous heats to be confirmed by live timing and scrutineering. Any race control decisions that will be made post-race. So Junior Pro Kart making their way out onto the circuit for their first of 3 heats. So it's Oblag from Wilkins, Frame and Pawsey round about there or thereabouts. Maximus Shields getting the back end completely sideways to the left-hand side, coming out of Paddock Bend off of the entry ramp from the dummy grid. Amanda Collister saying good luck to Finn Collister, the number 16 in Junior Pro Kart, watching from home in the Isle of Man, cheering him on. So good to see that we've got plenty of Manx viewers watching along with us as well. They've come from far and wide of these drivers to compete in the Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship in 2022. So as per CKC and JKC regulations, Junior Pro Kart again will be standing start, just like Honda Cadets. And then all Rotax classes will be under the rolling start phase. Nice little bit of a mixture, if you ask me, considering the amount of travelling I do, considering the last 2 weekends I was at Karting Genk in Belgium, commentating predominantly, well, only on Rotax. It's nice to have a little bit of a change-up, so to speak. I did miss the spin in the back. Yeah, good to have Kiko alongside me from Driven Dream saying, "You're nice and warm." Yes, I am nice and warm. My feet are going to be killing me after the end of today, though, that's for sure. Just made sure I had the right footwear on. I don't sit down when I commentate. I miss things if I sit down. I miss things when I stand up as well, but there we go. Harry Warby saying, "Good luck, Finn. Please win," from Harry. Lincoln Bevan saying, "Come on, Finn." So the cheers for Finn Collister are in the house here on the live stream as we get ready for Junior Pro Kart. Heat number 1. They're told to look at the lights. The revs rise. Lights are out. We are off and underway. It's a little bit of a slow start from the front row, but who's that shooting through the middle of it all? That is the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. Brilliant stopper. She's gone grass tracking off of the chicane, and it's getting a bit close for comfort. Oh, my goodness me. Christian Oblag getting stuck. Thomas Wilkins, and also Amy Frame was in the back end of that concertina effect there. They managed to get through, my goodness me. But Sophie Pawsey literally got the jump on everyone, mugged them. And that was the number 16 of Finn Collister, as we've got the number 47 around. That's Harry Brown, the number 67, Thomas Wilkins. So I'm not too sure. I mean, I know that that's Maximus Shields. Maximus Shields having another drama, not just in Junior Rotax, now in Junior Pro Kart. This time it's the Stuart S's for the 181. So they make their way through towards St John's and Sunny Bend for the first time. Some side-by-side action. Drivers making moves whilst they got the opportunity. Maximus Shields was nearly piggy in the middle there between the numbers 16 and 14. And that was Finn Collister and Amy Frame. Sophie Pawsey, though, has got a lead of, get this, 2.6 seconds ahead of Reese Knight. Sebastian Pereira rounds out the top 3 in the number 21. Conor McCarthy, round 2 final winner at Wilton Mill in P4. Looks like there has been a little bit of a change. Oh, and sideways, that was Christian Oblag completely sideways, collecting Sebastian Pereira. It's all for themselves as Maximus Shields into the side of Oblag. Oh, my goodness. Wow, that's a bit close for comfort there. I think that Amy Frame might have been on the outside of Iredale's when that all happened. And it's a bit good control there by Sebastian Pereira. It's firing it to the outside of the approach into the stewardesses, manages to keep it pinned ahead of Maximus Shields, who is absolutely hell-bent of getting past. But Sophie Pawsey is running away with it at the moment. 6 minutes and 10 to go. She was 2.6 seconds up the road. Now, 3.5 seconds. Maximus Shield just set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 4.389 as he closes in on Sebastian Pereira for second position. This is the run down towards McRae's. Shields looks towards the inside. Pereira to the outside. Drifts a little bit wide as the number 21. And Shields trying to jump up and down like a bunny in a cage on his seat as we've got McCarthy and Oblag battling away over P4. Oblag fractionally ahead at the moment. Then there's the number 14 of Amy Frame as Finn Collister has an absolute doozy of a move up the inside of the 67 of Thomas Wilkins. And that is the number 50. I didn't really catch which one that was. That was another kart with the number 5 on it, at the front of it. However, as that was completely sideways coming out of the stewardesses. Might have been from Amy Frame as they're all trying to make their way through. Sophie Pawsey continuing to lead proceedings, but Sebastian Pereira and Maximus Shields have started catching. Now they've got a bit more traction. They are catching big time. Gap now decimated by nearly 2.1 seconds. Sophie Pawsey's got 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap to hold on, but with the way that... Oh, Christian Oblag's just got a warning from earlier on. But I'm not too sure whether Sophie Pawsey had a little bit of a moment earlier on in the previous lap because she has lost a lot of time. It was a 1 minute 5.047 for her. Sebastian Pereira, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.971 seconds. So the gap decimated from nearly 3.6 to 1.4. And coming along with Pereira is Maximus Shields. Christian Oblag is about nearly the best part of a second ahead of Conor McCarthy in 5th place. Amy Frame rounds out the top 6. Finn Collister in 7th ahead of Reese Knight. Thomas Wilkins, Harry Brown, and... Oh, and there's the move for the lead. Sebastian Pereira absolutely launched it up the inside. That was going through Sunny Bend. And now has got the lead after just 2 laps. A 1 minute 2.690 from Pereira. Pawsey, a 1 minute 4.543. She's got Maximus Shields right behind her. And this is going into McRae's. Will Shields look to go up the inside? No, he does not. It's now going to be the run down towards Iredale's that then brings them onto the back straight away before the stewardesses. So Pawsey, tighter line from the 77. Age just 13. Maximus Shields, based out of Wetherby, 13 years of age. Now looking towards the inside. This is towards the stewardesses. Shields is up the inside. Pawsey had the traction coming through. She swept wide. Thought, well, I can get him on the undercut. And unfortunately, Maximus Shields had planted the kart exactly where he needed to. And that was it. Job was done. Into the last 3 minutes we go. And it's all changed at the front. Sebastian Pereira is leading, but he's not getting away from Maximus Shields, who is closing on in. And Shields was 0.3 quicker on that previous lap. Half a second between the leaders as they go through the incline, up the hill, through the chicane. Now down towards McRae's. As the rest of the field make their way across the line, we're on to lap number 6 of the race itself. 2 minutes and 13 seconds plus an additional lap still remain. So 2 minutes still to go as the 2 leaders make their way down the back straight in towards the stewardesses. Who's going to sweep wider? It's Sebastian Pereira who cuts in front of Maximus Shields, not allowing the 181 to get through for the lead of the race. But what a great drive from Sophie Pawsey to get the jump on everybody else. Mugged the lot of them, including the front row. So Maximus Shields now has a lot of action happening. So I'll be joined by one of the team from CKC very shortly, but we get into the last minute and 20. Maximus Shields closing within He's about 6/10 behind Sebastian Pereira, who has set the fastest lap of the race. So it is a case of how hard is Maximus Shields going to push over the next couple of laps or so. So bearing in mind we're running on the 1 minute 2.3s. So this probably another additional lap in. All right, number 68 is out. That's Leon Wilson, beached on the gravel on the outskirts of Sunny Bend. So yellow flags will be out. Marshall now trying to help the driver as they come through. 40 seconds on the clock remains. So 35 seconds, leaders making their way coming out of Paddock Bend. Sophie Pawsey trying to hang on at the moment for third place, but Christian Oblag is catching in the number 76. The pair were 1.6 seconds adrift last time, now it's 0.9 of a second. But Pereira is hanging on. Next time around they will get the final lap board, which will bring us into the conclusion of the first set of heats, excluding Honda Cadet. So they go through into Iredale's. Bit of understeer from the pair of them. They sweep towards the outside of Iredale's to carry the momentum through. Timer has struck 0, so this time around it will be the final lap board as Sebastian Pereira again uses that wonderful little inconspicuous, not really conventional racing line of going towards the outside of the approach into the stewardesses to keep it ahead of Maximus Shields. Now they're on the exit of Sunny Bend as they're going to make their way through Paddock for what's going to be the penultimate time as the last lap, the final lap board will show on the digiflag in front. There it is. Last lap board is out. Pereira's got a lead of 9/10 ahead of Maximus Shields. Third position at the moment. It is now Christian Oblag, who in the meantime has gotten past Sophie Pawsey for third position. Conor McCarthy rounds out the top 5 ahead of Thomas Wilkins. Amy Frame completes the top 7 with Reese Knight, Finn Collister, Harry Brown and Leon Wilson all still running as the leaders make their way through Iredale's for the 9th and final time. Maximus Shields knows that time is fast running out because they're on the last lap. Through into the Stewart S's they go. Maximus Shields sweeps a little bit wider than Sebastian Pereira this time. Through into the chicane, but there's only a handful of corners to go as they go down the hill in towards St. John's. At the right-hander, 2 more corners remain. Maximus Shields is planning to do something. Can he get the run coming out of Sunny Bend? Pereira drifts a little bit wide. Through towards the outside of Paddock Bend goes Maximus Shields, but out of the final corner, Sebastian Pereira hangs on, and it's going to be by a fraction, and the gap was 0.211 of a second between first and second position, and Maximus Shields on the last lap of the race takes the fastest lap of anybody, 1 minute 1.920. Christian Oblag denies Sophie Pawsey a top 3 finish by 2 seconds, with the 76 finishing in third and the 77 in fourth, respectively. Conor McCarthy, the number 74, based out of Bridgend in South Wales, rounds out the top 5 ahead of Thomas Wilkins, Amy Frame, Finn Collister in 8th, Reese Knight in 9th, and it's going to be Harry Brown who's now coming through Paddock Bend as we speak, and then Leon Wilson will be coming through. A couple of laps down off the leaders, but still being a novice, it's a lot when you're competing against such very, very stern competition indeed, as Leon Wilson is about halfway through the lap. We'll wait for Leon to get his way through. But that concludes the first set of heats here at the 3rd round of the CKC and JKC for 2022. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we will have Micromax Heat 2 up next. Well, joining me in the commentary box, in the corner of the cafe, Ben from the CKC team. Ben, good to have you with us as always, mate. Just tell everybody what your job role here is at CKC.
So I'm brought in by CKC as the medical officer, so I oversee any medical incidents that may happen, make sure everything runs effectively, and make sure everyone is kept as safe as possible, and ideally getting them back out racing.
Good stuff. I mean, obviously, we've had no real sort of medical major emergencies to deal with, but obviously that's one thing that's always in the forefront of your mind when you're at a race weekend. You're sort of thinking, just think of it this way, I know that anything can happen.
Yeah, that's definitely. Obviously, it's motorsports, it's fast-paced. anything can happen as you go from one corner to the next. So we're always on the ball, keeping an eye out for whatever's happening.
No worries. Well, Ben, thanks very much for jumping in ever so briefly. We'll let you crack on and with your jobs at hand as Chief Medical Officer for CKC. But thanks for popping up here, and I'll catch up with you a bit later.
No worries. Pleasure as always.
So there we go, Ben, our medical officer here at the CKC. Let's have a look at the starting grid for Micromax Heat number 2. Caden Simpson and Aston Brown will be on the front row. Harry Neeson and Tyler O'Neill, row 2, with James Tate and Samuel Aldii rounding out the top 3 rows. It's Riley Buxton-Young and Alex Jones on row 4, with Amy Peacock and James Roberts on the 5th row, completing the top 10. And it's Toby Jukes and Logan Lauder. They're going to be at each other's side pods this afternoon, aren't they? They're on row 6. Row 7, Heat 1 winner Daniel Minto, amongst others, as they fire their way out onto the circuit for their second heat. So the Rotax Raw in full effect here at Rowrah, as always. So we'll have the likes along with Daniel Minto. I've got 14 drivers showing up on the live timing. And in Heat 1, it was confirmed that Daniel Minto, James Roberts and Tyler O'Neill were the top 3 drivers. Caden Simpson, unfortunately, non-compliance technical, so the number 77 excluded from the race. Ella Lucia not starting, Carl McLean not starting, and Harry Neeson retiring on that number 4. Oh, we've had a little bit of a spin there from Toby Jukes, coming out of Iredale's onto the back straightaway. Amy Peacock, Jack Hutchinson, Samuel Aldii, Harry Neeson, and Caden Simpson and Tyler O'Neill all had a 5-second time penalty for a front fairing. So we've got this and another 4 races before we go on to the official lunch break, before we get towards the business end, the second half of round 3 of the championship. So on the front row, it's Caden Simpson and Aston Brown. Let's see what happens as we get ready to go. Lights out for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Red lights on the gantry, noise rises, revs increase, lights are out, we're off and racing. And it's a good start by Simpson, who leads the field going into turn 1, but Brown went round the outside through the chicane to retake the lead. Brilliant stuff from Aston Brown as they're making their way through the chicane. Some drivers using a little bit more runoff than they would like as they go into McRae's for the first time. It's getting a bit close. It's 3 abreast coming out of McRae's, nearly even 4 adrift, as well as James Roberts fires it. Oh no, the number 30 is around, and so is the 77. That's Alex Jones and Caden Simpson. And, oh, what's more, front axle is in the air for Alex Jones. Oh, my goodness, as soon as James Roberts, and there goes Toby Jukes. Oh, that's going to make it a bit close. Oh, my goodness me, well held. And it's 4 wide going through the stewardesses. In the words of John McEnroe, you cannot be serious with what I've just seen just there. Well held James Tate. Someone's gone off. They're spinning off of St John's. There's 2 of them that have gone sympathy spinning, I'm afraid, one of which was Toby Jukes. But James Tate is really fired up. And so is now Tyler Brown leads the way. Tyler O'Neill leads the way. Aston Brown, James Roberts, Harry Neeson, James Tate, Samuel Aldii, Logan Lauder and Daniel Minto round out the top 8 positions. Minto started 13th. He's made a good strategic ploy to wait to see if anything would unfold in front, and it definitely did multiple times. As there is Caden Simpson up the inside. Oh my goodness me, who on earth was that? Was that Laudii going completely sideways out of McRae's? The front axle nearly bounced up and down into the air. As there's the 66 of Riley Buxton-Young going side by side. Oh, that was close coming out of Iredale's there onto the back straightaway between the pair. James Tate rounding out the top 5 at the moment as Laudii trying to get the better of James Tate in the number 2. This is absolutely ridiculous. The amount of kart control I've seen from these young Micromax drivers is absolutely brilliant at the moment. But here we go. Roberts up the inside of Brown for second position through paddock bend. Neatly done by the 137, who now has to start chasing down Tyler O'Neill. The gap was 0.6 at the end of the first lap. It's now 2.2 and climbing. 5 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap still to go, and a little bit further down the order, Logan Lauder's being closed in on by Daniel Minto. He's got the run on the inside going into McRae's, and the 28 makes it through thus far. little bit wide, a little bit further up the order from Harry Neeson. Local circuit for Harry, but he said to me earlier on this weekend, my Micromax home track is Warden Law in the northeast. Good choice. But he's made the move from Bambinos up to Micromax. Really likes the speed increase that he's got, but it's a very different kettle of fish altogether. As Minto now up the inside of Neeson, going into the stewardesses, makes the move nice and cleanly, does the number 28, as we've got just over 5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. But Tyler O'Neill was 2.2 seconds ahead of James Roberts. James Roberts is closing that gap. Probably the best part of just over a second and a half. Make that 2 seconds as they fire their way through the chicane. There's Logan Lauder closing in on Harry Neeson. Daniel Minto up to P5. Fastest lap of the race, Tyler O'Neill, 1 minute 4.290 on the second lap. We're now on to lap number 4. As the number 45 of Samuel Laudi gets an absolutely great run of momentum, hooks up the back end and through on the inside of Logan Lauder, going through into McRae's. The pair are side by side, but Lauder still stays ahead and is trying to close in on Harry Neeson. Four-way scrap rounded out by Caden Simpson for 6th place. It's Tyler Lee Racing, Bambino Karting closing in. Right, warning has been given to Toby Jukes in the number 39. Toby currently running in P10. So Tyler Lee cheering on Tyler O'Neill, who's currently leading the race, as Daniel Minto has closed in hand over fist onto the back bumper of James Tate. That's the battle for P4. And now line astern coming through. We've had a little... we've had a spinner. That's Aston Brown from P3. Oh, dynamic shift again in the race. So the points leader, absolutely frustrated, was a genuine P3. James Roberts, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.108. And has closed the gap from just over 2 seconds to 1.8 seconds. And Aston Brown has just tumbled all the way down to 9th. Laudi trying to close in. Simpson completely sideways coming through the exit of the chicane. Laudi looking to fire it up the inside through into McRae's. This could be 2 for the price of 1, but it's... Oh, that was very close indeed, but Harry Neeson holds on. Oh, there's a touch between... Now, Simpson and Laudi just had a touch, and Simpson with both hands off the wheel whilst going forward, saying, "What was that?" is the general gesticulation. That just goes to show how quickly things can ramp up. But we've got 3 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in this second Micromax heat. It's been a lot more hotly charged than the previous one. A lot more battles up and down the order. However, lead is being closed in. Roberts closing in on O'Neill. Right, Roberts, 1 minute 4.118. Tyler O'Neill, 1 minute 4.5 flat. Gap now just under 1.5 seconds. Daniel Minto sets the personal best, 1 minute 4.719. He's 7.2 seconds behind James Roberts, so with 2 minutes and 15 on the clock to go, plus an additional lap, it is going to be a tall order for the number 28 that won the first heat. And there is Amy Peacock trying to close in on Riley Buckton-Young. That is for 11th position. And there is Laudi being passed by Aston Brown for 8th position. There's Daniel Minto in 3rd place. A considerable distance behind James Roberts as Minto takes a wallop of curb through the stewardesses. Oh, nice hold on the drift there from James Tate in 4th position. It was tail out Tate there. We've had Sideways Street, Matty, earlier on this weekend. James Roberts, oh, he's got the gap down. 1 minute 3.952. James Roberts is less than 1.2 seconds. There they are. There's the top 2 in shot going into McRae's as we have 1.25 minutes remaining. Personal best from the likes of Harry Neeson down in 6th, Aston Brown in 8th, and Samuel Laudi, who rounds out the top 9. O'Neill knows that Roberts is closing on in as we head into the last 60 seconds of the race plus an additional lap. Through into the stewardesses goes O'Neill. Logan Lauder and Harry Neeson are within earshot of each other to the tune of nearly 0.7 of a second. Jack Hutchinson coming around the final corner as we speak, as we go into the last 60 on the clock. And Tyler O'Neill, I think now, has to wait to see what James Roberts does in terms of closing on in. But in the meantime, Samuel Aldea and Caden Simpson still battling away for position. Roberts has got that gap down again. Took over 0.2 of a second out of Tyler Neal. Gap now down to just under 9.5 tenths. And as they make their way up towards Iredales, we're going to have the timer hit pretty much zeros that come out of the corner. So Roberts trying to close in on O'Neill. Gap was 9 and a bit tenths of a second. Timer now hit 0. Last lap board will be out this time, as we're on lap number 8 out of 9. Tyler Lee saying to Tyler O'Neill, don't let him reduce the gap. You try saying that to Tyler O'Neill, as there is the gap between Roberts and O'Neill, and that has closed. That's getting a bit close for comfort, because it's going to come down to a final lap battle for the race victory in Heat 2. Dean Minto took the race victory in Heat 1. Who's it going to be between Roberts and O'Neill out of the final corner? Final lap, last lap board is out, as O'Neill only has a 5.5 tenth of a second advantage. James Roberts needs to close in and through on that chicane. He's done a little bit of that, using a little bit more of the curbing. Even in these inclemental conditions, sometimes the curb can either be your adversary or your ally, as James Roberts fires it out of McRae's up towards Iredales for what's going to be the 9th and final time of asking. It's close between the pair. And now look at the run that Roberts has got. Now into the Stuart S's. After this, we'll have 3 more corners remaining. Up the inside, Roberts looking. Oh, the inside part of the right wheel got caught on the inside of the curbing, as Roberts had one opportunity there. That could have been his actual best shot. If he tees it up nicely out of Sunny Bend, he could get a good run coming out of Paddock. Out of Sunny Bend, they're both using the same amount of track, but it's going to come down to the final corner. What's Roberts going to do? Is he going to pull it round towards the outside and fire it out of the corner? He can't do it. That's it. Tyler O'Neill wins the race by 3.5 tenths of a second. James Roberts did the fastest lap of anybody. 1 minute 3.874 seconds. Daniel Minto takes another top 3 finish, finishes in P3. James Tate in the number 20 will take 4th ahead of Logan Lauder in the 33. Harry Neeson will finish behind Aston Brown, who recovered from that spin that took him out of contention for 3rd place, maybe even the top step of the virtual rostrum in this race. Brown finishes 6th ahead of Neeson. Laudii in 8th ahead of Caden Simpson. Toby Jukes crosses the line in 10th place ahead of Amy Peacock. And there is James Tate, with Riley Buxton-Young and Jack Hutchinson all completing their races, with Alex Jones out on the very start of the race. So that concludes our first of 5 races just before the lunch break. Next up, it's Heat 2, Junior Rotax. So let's have a look at the grid for heat number 2, which saw heat 1 won by Ethan Haig, with Tom Carter and Jacob Jukes completing the top 3. Front row, it's Tom Holden and Finley Whiting, the 87 and the 81. Bartek Filipiak will look to take that, have that technical faux pas aside and start from the inside of row number 2, alongside the 38 of Sam Stoner. The 19 of Sandro Ballesteros and the 18 of Jaden Hewitt round out the top 3 rows. Maximus Shields in the 181 and the 85 of Ollie Naylor, row 4. Zugos Pravilonis in the 88 and Curtis Latimer in the 56 round out the top 10, with Tom Carter in the 45 and Ethan Haig in the 27 rounding out in the next row. Then it's Jensen Mason and Harry Hurst Grover, followed by Nicholas Ellis, Oliver Brett Smith, Jacob Jukes and Catherine Potter. So Catherine Potter got a tramline penalty in the previous race. Incorrectly positioned front fairings for Sam Stoner, Curtis Latimer, Jensen Mason and Oliver Brett Smith, as the drivers now released from the dummy grid. So, track still wet. Temperature still at a paltry 9 degrees Celsius compared with the 16 degrees Celsius on Friday. And some drivers coming into a little bit of strife on the sighting lap. So the driver's trying to get the rear tyres a little bit more of the... Oh, you're at Rowrah, we're just on my phone. Okay, thank you very much, Tyler Lee, for that one. Thanks for the heads up. And there is going to be another foot. They're going to send them around again because looks like the weather is incoming, folks. More rain starting to fall here at Rowrah. The spray, the rooster tails from the back tyres says it all. And the conditions are going to be incredibly more treacherous than they have been. One of the lovely things about what you can see is you can see a lot more on your screens at home because the fog has lifted. That means that the rain will be coming in. And the wind has picked up here at Rowrah as well. So Marshall's telling the drivers to slow down. It's Tom Holden and Finley Whiting on the front row for Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Ethan Haig was the race 1 winner. Is it going to be 2 from 2 so far like we've had in Honda Cadets and also in Micromax? Drivers now getting into formation as they come round paddock bend. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, noise increases, red lights are not out. It is a false start. False start has been called. So going to go round for another lap here at Rowrah. Now the first heat, if you might remember, now who's just gone off? That's Bartek. Is that Bartek Filipiak's just gone off? He has. Oh, as if the first heat for Bartek Filipiak didn't have enough drama with him breaking down coming out of Sunny Bend. And now, drivers will have to get back into formation again. Okay, second time of asking as the driver's told to slow down. Get into formation, through into St John's. Now into the left at Sunny Bend. Okay, drivers now being told to slow. They've got to get into formation, otherwise they will not release them. Red lights back on the starting gantry once again. Through paddock bend. Revs rise, noise increases. This time, lights are out, we're off and racing. Good start by Tom Holden to lead the field through the chicane for the first time as they go up the incline. Bartek Filipiak at some point was sideways through the halfway point of the chicane, but manages to keep it planted as they head their way down towards McRae's for the first time of asking. Through they go. Oh my goodness me, that was the 38 of Sam Stoner. He had Tom Carter up the inside through McRae's, is up towards the inside. What's your braking point, Ollie Naylor? He was very, very lucky. Jacob Dukes has been making some headway in the meantime as Pravilonis is having a bit of a drama-filled race. As all round goes the number 18 of Jaden Hewitt into the approach onto the stewardesses. Luckily enough, not getting beached as they all filter their way through the S's. There's Hewitt in the background. Through into Sunny Bend. Oh, very close indeed. That was Tom Carter versus Sandro Ballesteros coming through the exit of Sunny Bend. And that is the number 7 of Nicholas Ellis, who does a complete 360. That's one of the best rejoins I've seen in a very, very long time indeed. He lifts up the rear tyres, span the back end round, and off you went. Tom Holden, 59.8 seconds for the number 87, based out of Helshaw and of Lancashire, third in both 2020 and 2021 in the cadet divisions as Sandro Ballesteros getting it all sideways. He caught and he's sort of like saying, what was that? Sandro, please keep both hands on the wheel. As up the inside of him goes Jensen Mason to try and get the undercut, and Maximus Shields, he's like a thief waiting in the night was Maximus Shields. He got through past the pair of them, through into the stewardesses, and just ahead of them they've got Ethan Haig, who won the first heat. And closing in on them, I've kept my eye on Jacob Dukes. He's up from 16th position, now in at least 9th, maybe even make that 8th place as he's closing in on Sandro Ballesteros as they make their way to complete lap number 2 here in Junior Rotax Heat 2. Tom Carter chasing down Tom Holden, gap 6.5 tenths. Carter with the fastest lap, 58.608, as now Jacob Jukes up the inside through the entrance of the chicane past Sandro Ballesteros. That is for position, that's for 7th on the road. Sam Stoner looking to go up the inside. And that was on Jensen Mason on Maximus Shields, trying to get the cut back through onto McRae's, now through Iredale's. A little bit of a touch of sidewalls between the pair, but no harm, no foul. And Jacob Jukes is right on their case. Here's Tom Carter, and Tom Holden trying to hold on, but goes a little bit wide through the stewardesses, and around the outside goes Tom Carter into the approach into St John's, and the number 45 gets through to now take the lead. There's Jacob Jukes up the inside of Maximus Shields. So Jacob Jukes making very, very significant progress. And now, Sandro Ballesteros, another problem for the number 19 from Rochdale, as Jacob Jukes now up the inside. That's the 58 of Jensen Mason. Jacob Jukes now up to P5 and flying. 59.5 was his lap time, but Tom Carter in clean air, 58.419 seconds. Fastest lap of the race. We're on to lap number 4. As next up on Jacob Jukes' hit list is going to be, that was hang on a second, that's the 81. Finley Whiting's lost out 3rd place. Now he's lost out 4th. And that's through into Iredale's. Jacob Jukes just plants it around the outside, boots the throttle down, rear tyres bite into the tarmac, and away he goes. So Jacob Jukes up from 16th to now what is 4th place on the road and is charging forward. But there's a bit of a gap between Ethan Haig and Tom Holden. And those two are 2nd and 3rd respectively, as the two leaders making their way through Paddock Bend once again. But Carter leading the way. That's the number 20, Catherine Potter. It's not been an easy weekend. There's a bit of a moment there for Finley Whiting. And now he's got Maximus Shields to his inside because Jensen Mason got through on the 81. Shields unable to make it through as they went into the chicane. And now Shields goes for the move. Chronic understeer for the 181 through McRae's. And that allows Finley Whiting to get back through as they now head towards Iredale's. With these wet weather conditions, there's a lot of understeering that they're having to contend with. You're trying to rotate the kart, but it doesn't always work out in your favour if you take an unconventional line. Jacob Jukes at the moment knows that lightning will not strike twice through the Stewart S's after his moment last time out in race number 1. Tom Carter, in the meantime, is pulling away from Tom Holden. But Ethan Haig has got Jacob Jukes not too far behind. The pair were just under 8 tenths of a second adrift. Jukes took nearly 6 tenths out of him on the previous tour. There's Harry Hurst-Grover in the number 14, rounding out the top 11. As Pravilonis battling away with Ollie Naylor. And Naylor gives good account of himself, but then loses out 2 positions because Nicholas Ellis has gotten through. Jacob Jukes now took the best part. Well, Ethan Haig has just taken out 1.1 seconds out of Tom Holden, and that's the run for 2nd position. Maximus Shields still trying to get onto level terms with Finley Whiting in the 81. There's Pravilonis versus Nicholas Ellis going through into Iredale's. There's Ollie Naylor and has got behind the number 18 of Jaden Hewitt. As we head into the final 2 minutes plus an additional lap. Getting a little bit close there for comfort through the stewardesses. That's for Ollie Naylor, but he's doing a fantastic job. Having had great conversations with his mum and dad, Lee and Hannah, in the paddock. He's not a bad hand with it. He's not a bad hand with the football either. He can, it's quite good to see. Here we go up the inside through on Ollie Naylor. Goes the 18 of Jaden Hewitt, but nice switchback from Naylor. Through into the chicane they go. Hewitt took a lot of curbs on the approach into the chicane, but luckily enough managed to keep it planted. And now he's trying to get past up the inside of Ollie Naylor. That's through McRae's, the 85. Trying to do his level best, and back end trying to step away from him. But can he get the run through coming out of Iredale's and down the back straightaway? Ollie Naylor, foot to the floor in the 85, trying to close in on the 18. Here's the number 7, Nicholas Ellis on Giugos Pravilonis. And Pravilonis right on the back bumper coming through the exit of the stewardesses. We're into the last 60 seconds of the race, and Tom Carter leads by a whopping 2.561 seconds ahead of Tom Holden. Ethan Haig and Jacob Jukes are not too far adrift. As we've had someone go off, that is the number 7. That is Nicholas Ellis, who's just lost out to Jaden Hewitt, who went literally round the outside and did an M&M going through into the approach into Paddock Bend. Ethan Haig is now... Oh, right. This is going to get a little bit tasty, folks, because this is the battle for second, third and fourth position. Tom Holden leading that as Tom Carter is casually getting on business at hand, like a Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside, as we're fast approaching 12:30 in the afternoon here at Rowrah. Ethan Haig. Oh, Ethan Haig is trying to catch up with Tom Holden. Jacob Jukes, here goes Haig up the inside through the final corner. Oh, and he touches Tom Holden, spins himself around, and backwards goes Haig, and that gives third position to Jacob Jukes on a silver platter. As we head, the timer has hit 0, but Ethan Haig tried the move and it did not work out. Caught a little bit of that wet, that wet bit of tarmac. It spat, a little bit of a touch between the pair. Back end stepped out, and all of a sudden, Ethan Haig drops out of the top 4, now into 5th position in the number 27. Pravilonis sets a personal best to 1 minute, 0.515, as there is your race leader, Tom Carter, the number 45. Winner at Wilton Mill 4 weeks ago. When I spoke to his dad at Wilton, he said, yeah, we've really enjoyed how the championship's run and everything. We're going to come back for the rest of the season. So now you add another name on the list of drivers that can genuinely compete for this title, as now Jacob Jukes, as we go on to the last lap, Tom Carter leading the way, but Tom Holden being chased and pressurised by Jacob Jukes. They run under the same awning as well. They're good friends off the track. Tom Holden moving straight up to juniors from cadets last year after 2 successful seasons, and there goes Jukes with the move, vice champion in junior road tax in this championship last year. Holden runs a little bit wide coming out of McRae's as they go through into Iredales, both taking the same racing line. And I think Jacob Jukes having a very wise head on young shoulders, as if to say, well, if I'm going to go for the move, I want it to be very, very much a case of I know I can go for it. He sweeps wide into the stewardesses as we're going to head into, and there is sideways from Holden. Here comes Jukes round the outside and neatly takes second position through the exit of the stewardesses. Holden was all kinds of crossed up there, and he managed to keep it pinned, but it was not enough to deny Jacob Jukes. But Tom Carter wins junior road tax heat number 2. Jacob Jukes in second. So Tom Carter, Jacob Jukes and Tom Holden, your top 3. Ethan Haig denying Jensen Mason P4 on the road. Maximus Shields takes 6th ahead of Oliver Brett Smith, with Curtis Latimer rounding out the top 8 positions. Finley Whiting in the number 81 takes 9th ahead of Harry Hurst Grover. Sam Stoner in the Frankenstein Junior Road Tax OTK chassis crosses the line and takes 11th ahead of Jaden Hewitt. Nicholas Ellis, Jugos Pravilonis. We are waiting for a few other drivers. We're going to have Ollie Naylor and Catherine Potter and Sandro Ballesteros. It's a run to the line, and Potter takes it. Well, that was Naylor takes it ahead of Potter. Bartek Filipiak we're just waiting for as well as he crosses the line, with Sandro Ballesteros rounding out the 18-strong grid. Oh, what an exciting foray that was into the unknown here at Rowrah for Junior Road Tax heat number 2. Up next, heat 2 for Minimax. Right, so it was Melissa Adrian that won Heat 1 earlier on today. So let's have a look at your grid for Heat 2 for Minimax. So it's going to be Daniel Parsons and Taylor Dixon on the front row, Ben Horner and Zach Turner, row 2, Callum Foster and Oliver Fabricius, row number 3. Lucas Blanford, 3rd in the previous heat, starts on P7 and alongside will be Tyler Lee. Leon Barlow and Harry Holland complete the top 10. Melissa Adrian will have Addison Smith alongside as the race 1 winner completes the top 12. Ben Adrian and Jack Burgess, row 7. Lewis Goff and Michael Ambler, row 8. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lizzie Mentier, row number 9. So penalties issued post-race, and all of the above were all of the below-mentioned drivers were for incorrectly positioned front fairings. Lewis Goff, Ben Horner, Addison Smith, Taylor Dixon, Callum Foster, Harry Holland, Jack Burgess and Oliver Fabricius. So this and 2 other races to go will be through the 3/4 stages by the lunch break of the 4. I've just been informed that it will be a 25-minute lunch break due to the delays on the timetable here at Rowrah, but things are clearing up here. Visibility is at an all-time high after the very, very heavy, dense, low-lying fog earlier on today. So the drivers now will go on their formation laps. So they have a sighting and a formation lap, which is customary in Rotax racing circles. And they do have to watch their P's and Q's when it comes to going into the tram lines. They have to stay in them, and once the lights go out, then they can break formation. So, there we go. Gillian saying, come on, Lucas. Sunbather saying, come on, Callum Foster. Callum Foster in the number 69. It's from Sunbather on YouTube. Might need to let us know what your actual name is, please. So, drivers now being told to get into formation. They've got to do this very, very quickly. Right, Melissa Adrian won Heat 1. Who's going to win Heat 2? Revs rise, noise increases. False start has been called, I'm afraid. So that particular time, not 100% happy with that. So they will send them round for another tour of this 1,030-metre circuit. Next year we'll celebrate its 60th anniversary. So having been established back in 1963. It's seen some of the pinnacle of, well, some of the great drivers that have gone through the karting ranks, the likes of Billy Munger, George Russell, Lando Norris, Alexander Albon, amongst others. Even people maybe, say like Jenson Button and Anthony Davidson, who were very big names in karting. Gary Pafford has competed here before as well, 2-time DTM champion and now team advisor for the Mercedes Formula E program. So, through St John's, and now into Sunny Bend. The visibility a lot better now this time around for heat number 2 as we get geared up and ready to race for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Red lights on the gantry, into the tram lines, revs rise, noise increases, lights are out, we are off and racing. And who's going to get to the chicane first? It's going to be the number 27 of Daniel Parsons as they make their way through. Sideways a little bit for Callum Foster in the number 69 from Clacton as Blanford makes his way around the outside. That looks to be maybe on Foster as they make their way through into McRae's. All struggling for traction a little bit, some using the runoff area. As there's the number 99. That's Zach Turner. He's got Lucas Blanford to the outside coming through the exit of Iredales. Bringing up the rear, the likes of Jack Burgess in the 94. As yellow flags have been waved, that means no overtaking. So, and that is the 27 off. And that, oh, that was Daniel Parsons, the race leader. Thank you very much, Elaine, aka Sunbather on YouTube. Thank you very much for that. So yellow flags are waving because Daniel Parsons, the race leader, was off the circuit. There's now the number, oh, a little bit close for comfort on the grass, coming towards the entrance into Paddock Bend for Number 4 of Lewis Goff, but Ben Horner leads the way. Taylor Dixon in second, Olivia Fabricius in third. Zach Turner now being closed in on by Lucas Blanford in the number 59 for 4th place. Leon Barlow again into the top 10. He was running P3. As all steady now, Zach Turner and Lucas Blanford. As that's going to get a bit close. They're rubbing side pods and sidewalls coming through the exit of Iredales, and Blanford plants the throttle down to the floor and gets through. There is one driver. That is the number 12, I think, in strife a little bit. That's going to be Ben Horner. Ben Horner was leading. So that's 2 leaders. So Parsons and Horner have both hit trouble. As we're into the last 6 minutes of the race, Blanford and Turner look over their right shoulder. They've got the likes of Foster, Smith, Barlow, Lee, Holland, Mentier in 12th. Fabricius now leads ahead of Dixon. Blanford in 3rd. Turner in 4th. Addison Smith rounds out the top 5 ahead of Callum Foster. Leon Barlow, Lizzie Mentier. Oh, sideways and a half from Addison Smith, but well held as they go into McRae's. As Blanford was looking up the inside of Taylor Dixon for 2nd position. Callum Foster getting some good purchase in the wet, the youngster from Clacton-on-Sea. As the 15 of Addison Smith up the inside of Zach Turner through Iredales. Neatly done by the number 15. That is for 4th position, but they've got Callum Foster closing in. And Foster has also got Leon Barlow not too far behind. Is up the inside. That's Lizzie Mentier. Oh, that was a surprise and a half. Got through Barlow and now could get Foster on the run down the hill towards St. John's. And Foster very wide coming out of the corner. Mentier up the inside, threading the eye of the needle. She's got through. Barlow's got through as well. Barlow to the outside of Mentier. And now Tyler Lee threading the eye of the needle going through Paddock Bend along with Harry Holland. Now Foster's dropped all the way down to 8th position. Ben Adrian in 13th place as now Zach Turner is ahead of Addison Smith. Turner was sideways through the exit of the chicane. And now Smith up the inside. Blanford is closing in on Taylor Dixon. As Dixon runs a little bit wide, Blanford to the inside, and Dixon gets the cut back through Iredales. And that is that Oliver Fabricius in 3rd place? That is. And now this is the battle for the lead, and Blanford has got it through the stewardesses on the approach. 4 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And as Lucas Blanford, the points leader in Minimax so far, gets to the front. Now, can he start pulling away as we're halfway through the race? Addison Smith coming under pressure now from Lizzie Mentier in the number 50. And now Mentier is looking to go up the inside as Addison Smith has got a warning flag. Oh, and Smith's just had a little bit of a touch from Leon Barlow in the 42 coming through Paddock Bend. The slightest of nudges. Callum Foster now completes the top 10 ahead of the likes of Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Adrian, who round out the top 12. Tyler Lee being caught by Harry Holland. And that's for 8th place. They've got Callum Foster closing in on them as well in the number 69. Completely sideways, but well-held Tyler Lee. Lights up the rear tyres. The tyres bite into the tarmac, and Lee powers ahead of the 77 of Harry Holland. Callum Foster looking up the inside as well, but on that particular occasion, no room at the inn. However, Foster's being caught by Jared Fox-Whiteley. And Jared Fox-Whiteley nearly had Ben Adrian up the inside through into the first part of the Stewart S's. 3 minutes and 24 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this race as Blanford leads by the best part of nearly half a second. So he's now going to come out of the final corner, the number 59. Gap was 0.46 as up the inside of Callum Foster. Tries to go Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lucas Blanford, 1 minute 1.133. That was over 0.7 of a second quicker than Taylor Dixon. Gap now rises to 1.2. Oliver Fabricius in 3rd. Zach Turner, Lizzie Mentier, Addison Smith, and there is Leon Barlow swarming all over the back of Addison Smith, and he's trying to get the cut back through McRae's as the number 42. He's going to be pinned to the outside going into Iredales by Addison Smith. This is for P6 on the road. And there is Tyler Lee, Harry Holland, Callum Foster, Jared Fox-Whiteley. There's also Ben Adrian. Down the back straightaway, heading into the Stewart S's. Leon Barlow looks to go a little bit wider than Addison Smith, as there's the train. It's the Harry Holland train. Jared Fox-Whiteley nearly got a little bit of a moment coming through the middle part of the Stewart S's. You wallop the curbs there, and that can unsettle the kart rather rapidly, and you could find yourself backwards and pointing the other way as Leon Barlow now gets past Addison Smith for 6th place, but through Paddock Bend. That's close. Leon Barlow keeping it pinned round the outside. He's got the drag, he's got the run. They're nearly clashing side pod to wheel. Through into the chicane, and back through goes Addison Smith. I have to say, Leon Barlow, sterling job, young man. First came off of his novice plates last weekend. Was very consistent, but he's running in the sharper end of the grid this time around here at Rowrah. Callum Foster looking to get one past on Harry Holland, but there's a train of 4, maybe even a few carts. There's Jack Burgess trying to get past the number 12 of Ben Horner. They've got Lewis Goff in their wake at the minute. Addison Smith off. Big time off for the number 15. Think he might have glanced the barriers, but that is Addison Smith out of the race from P7 on the road. He went straight on, so I'm not too sure if there was a problem with the kart. But with 44 seconds on the clock, this second mini-max heat has really set the tone for the rest of the race day, as Jared Fox-Whiteley again looking to get past Callum Foster. Foster now up into 9th, and that's a real shame for Addison Smith. A great run, great battling away, which now means that Lucas Blanford, who is setting personal bests after personal bests. There's a moment for Callum Foster. That's through McRae's, and everyone else has got through as Lewis Goff trying to get the run down into Iredale's on Jack Burgess in the 94. They've got Ben Horner just behind. Lewis Goff loses a little bit of traction. He's trying to squeeze Jack Burgess a little bit there, but luckily enough, Jack Burgess is wise to that. And Addison Smith's race in absolute tatters right now, I'm afraid. 10 seconds to go on the clock as Blanford is taking it right. Right. We've had a full. Okay. Battenberg flag is out. The race has been effectively neutralised as we go on to the last lap. So the Battenberg flag has been shown. So we are going to finish under a neutralised race condition, I'm afraid. And that means that Lucas Blanford will effectively become our Heat 2 winner. Right, Donald Fuller's just said about Addison Smith. Well, he didn't even attempt to make the corner. Was he on his cell phone? Yeah, let's have a replay. I want to actually have a look at Addison Smith's. So let's have a look. So they come out of Iredale's. Down the back straightaway, so that is Horner versus Burgess. And it's just gone straight on. I think he might have had a brake problem, because it's difficult to say, but if Addison Smith had a problem on that particular moment, because the brake, as soon as you lose hydraulic pressure, that's it. But there is your Heat 2 winner in Minimax, the points leader at the moment, Lucas Blanford, in the number 59, and they are going to take the checkered. That is it. Lucas Blanford wins Heat 2 ahead of Taylor Dixon, with Oliver Fabricius rounding out the top 3. Zach Turner and Lizzie Mentier complete the top 5 ahead of Leon Barlow in 6th. Tyler Lee, Harry Holland, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ben Adrian, Lewis Goff. Then we had Jack Burgess, Ben Horner, Callum Foster, Melissa Adrian, Michael Ambler. We are waiting for Daniel Parsons to come across the line, with Addison Smith retiring after that sudden, dramatic straight-on moment off of the the back straightaway, going into the Stuart S's, finishing his race on lap number 6. So with Minimax Heat 2 completed, we go to our penultimate race before the lunch break. It's Honda Cadet Heat 3. So, 2 winners so far today. Harris Ali and Thomas Potter were your first 2 race winners for Honda Cadet here today. Let's have a look through your grid for Heat number 3 for Honda Cadet. So it's Sam Hayes and Max Hausigo on the front row. Harris Roberts, the points leader. On the inside of him will be Alfie Forrester with Stanley Clark and Harry Samuel, row number 3. Thomas Percox and Max Williams, row 4, with George Ralston and Lewis Hall completing row 5, completing the top 10. Alex McCulloch and James Winstanley, row number 6. Row 7, it's Amy Peacock and James Fabricius. Row 7, that's row 8. It's going to be Ayrton Rai and Harris Ali, with Jensen White and Maximus Lewis completing the top 18 drivers. Down the order, top 20 completed by Rio Wardali and Freddie Lines. Josh Owen and Alex Lynn, row 11. Max Grotrex and Thomas Potter, followed by Ralphie Brandstrom, Ethan Charles, Tom Drake, Isaac Huburn, Scarlett Percox and Bobby Pete. 30 Honda Cadet drivers ready to go racing for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So Donald Fuller's are now asking the question, how far is the track from GYG? You know what, Donald? I'm going to have a look. Whilst I have a short time. Don't know how. Okay, right. Via the M6, Donald Fuller, it's 3 hours and 35 minutes, which is 196 miles. You actually have to go past, well, you have to go smack bang in between Manchester and Liverpool, and you'll go past the likes of Blackburn, Lancaster, Bolton, Warrington and Chester along the way to get to GYG. So 3.5 hours approximately to get here from, well, between here and there. So hopefully that answered your question. Yes. great quip by James Fitchew, our broadcast director. If you start now, you might make it before the lunch break, or you might actually make it before we actually get to the finals. Callum Grotrex saying good luck to Max. Plenty of banter behind the scenes here. This is why I love karting. The amount of banter that we all have is quite funny. So the driver's now being released from the dummy grid, just off of the entry ramp onto this 1,030-metre circuit. So it's been 2 different winners from 2 different heats. Talia Jones going, come on Alfie. That's Alfie Forrester. But the top 20, after all 4 heats have been done and dusted, will then decide the top 20 going through into the A final, which effectively is one of the big events, and the finals are a lot longer for the drivers. But we will have a Honda B final. And we do have some novice drivers as well. Nathan Ethan saying, go on Freddie Lines. Harry will be saying, come on Alex, from Harry the Isle of Man. That's Alex McCulloch. So Isaac Huburn and Scarlett Percox, one of the, well, some of the novice drivers that we do have, and at the end of the weekend we do give away a top novice trophy in respective classes. And that's always a nice thing to do, is that when the drivers are learning their trade, their racecraft, makes a big difference. It makes them feel a lot more appreciated that anyone can come into a championship, might be a novice or whatever, and still. Oh, right, 95 has just had a moment. That's James Winstanley, and that is on the that's on the apex of Sunny Bend. John Fairgreave saying good luck, Josh Owen. As James Winstanley makes his way back onto where he will be on the grid, which will be row 6. So as they get James Winstanley into position, grid will now be cleared ahead of 8 minutes. Leo Jackson, yes, we do guest rounds. We do open up the invitations, so literally for the first couple of weeks after each round, we open it to the members. And then we also open it up the week after that for the guest rounds. So keep your eyes peeled on cadetkartchampionship.co.uk and juniorkartchampionship.co.uk for further information, and also keep an eye on our social media channels as well. Good luck to Amy Peacock, says Nina Brooks. Amy starting down on row number 7. So they're just making sure that everything's in order ahead of, got to make sure that the grid is in the correct position ahead of going racing. So 8 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise, lights are out, we are off and underway. Who's going to get the run to the chicane first? It's going to be Sam Hayes, followed by the number, I think that might have been, well, Harris Roberts is trying to get through. 2 wide, 3 abreast at some point. Oh, we've had a little bit of a spin, and that's the number 6, Alex Lynn. Oh, and we've had a nasty incident on the straightaway down towards McRae's, and the number 33, that is Thomas Percox. Kart is right, red flag straight away. I'm not at all surprised. Great call. Thomas Percox Kart is in a very, very difficult state at the moment. Thomas is probably a little bit winded as well, but the best thing to do, we've now got a red flag situation through an incident. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
He slid out, went into the tile wall, spun round, I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams, take one.
Driven Dreams.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continuing live stream coverage of the third round out of 8 for the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship season. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Here at Rowrah in Cumbria, we have had a lengthy bit of a delay because of an incident involving Thomas Percox in the number 33. There was a multi-kart incident. Medical teams are on site at the moment. There is one other kart that is just off of the chicane. So the main thing is that Thomas Percox's kart was not 100% right after the incident, so they have actually lined up the remaining cadets on the entrance into St. John's, which will then bring them into the final couple of corners at Sunny Bend and Paddock. So it just goes to show with regards to racing that motorsport is dangerous. We all know of the risks. The main thing is that hopefully everything's all okay with Thomas. Good to see that people, Harry will be saying, we call Alex Pocket Rocket, Alex McCulloch. Nice to see that people are getting involved with the chat with us here at CKC and JKC, and a big thank you to Alpha Live with James Fitcher and the team here. Doing a great job as always with their fantastic live stream coverage, bringing it all to you live as it happens. A little bit of love being shown for Alfie Forrester. And it's his mum watching. Love you millions. I really like the fact that we're able to provide you all with live stream coverage of the action as it happens. So there is the number 83 kart. That's Freddie Lines, who was at the sharper end of the grid in one of the previous heats. And he's lined up behind the number 20. That's Thomas Potter. So at the moment, Harris Ali and Thomas Potter are the two race winners so far in Honda Cadets. Right, okay, some further updates. Junior Pro Kart Heat 1. Sebastian Pereira won the race by just over 2/10 ahead of... Oh, there's a dog in a raincoat there. Dog in a poncho, a bit like Chris, one of our cameramen. There you go. So they're going to now set them away, obviously with that being on the very first lap. Now, just as I was saying, Christian Oblak got a 5-second time penalty. There's Chris, our cameraman. Jazz hands is all I'm saying about that one. Oh, dearie me. Get him a cape and he'll think he's Superman. My goodness. Reece Knight got a 5-second time penalty for incorrectly positioned front fairing, as did Amy Frame. So it's Maximus Shield and Sophie Pawsey that actually ended up being in the top 3 as they're bringing the Honda Cadets round. Tyler O'Neill confirmed as the Heat 2 winner for Micromax, and Tom Carter, Heat 2 winner for Junior Rotax. Micromax in terms of any penalties issued. Toby Jukes, 5-second front fairing. Samuel Lardii, also front fairing. Caden Simpson got pinged with a 5-second time penalty for an overtake under yellow flag conditions. And in Junior Rotax, Bartek Filipiak, the second driver this weekend to get hit with the 5-second time penalty for tram lines. Dziugas Pravilonis, Catherine Potter and Bartek Filipiak all getting 5-second time penalties for incorrectly positioned front fairings. So Bartek Filipiak's race went from bad to worse because he got 2 5-second time penalties. Still at the moment awaiting for results for, we are waiting to get Junior Pro Kart Heat 2, which will bring us nicely to the lunch break. So this is going to mean that our schedule is going to be even more tightly packed. But a big thank you for everyone for sticking with us. We're getting some completely random shots. You know what? Tell Chris Simpson to point his camera at the track, please, James Fitzhugh. I don't want... I know that was not your... No, that was completely 100% Chris Simpson. Chris, you have been warned. There's always something random, and it's normal. I've worked with Chris many a time, and I know that he can be random at times, and that was definitely one of those random moments. So... Oh, dearie me. That just goes to show that when we get these sort of breaks in proceedings, the camera operators, well, some in particular, decide to go off on a tangent, and that's what we've had today. But nevertheless... Oh, dearie me. You know what, James, I've got a really good nickname for Chris. Poncho Vida. Poncho Life. What was it? Someone thought he... It's really funny, the lengths that a cameraman will do, or camerawoman will do, to keep themselves protected against the elements. There's right, I recognise that familiar figure on the right-hand side. Man there, well, not the one in the HR racing coat, but the man sort of at the top. That's James Roberts, Harris's dad. And there's the rest of the family. They sleep 5 in their van. So grid is being cleared. Oh, hang on. Oh, dearie me. So we've got the likes of Harry Hurstgrover, Sandro Ballesteros, Jacob Jukes, all playing silly beggars down there. Just off of Paddock Bend. And one of the drivers decided to run away. Not too sure why. There are the Honda Cadets lining up. There goes the gaggle of Junior Rotax drivers. So Right, so Thomas Percox will not take the restart, of course, with the incident that happened. There's Scarlett Percox, the number 34. Very similar designs in terms of the number plate, the number boards, and also right. We've got a little bit of a situation developing with Thomas Potter in the number 20, younger brother to Catherine, who's running in one of the junior classes. Catherine running as the number 2. Yep, so there's Josh Owen's dad, Alex, there. Just keeping, oh, right. So they're just having a look at, not too sure what there was. There you can see, that is on the very top of the hill, looking over Iredales and the back straight before the Stuart S's. So someone's definitely with their, looks like a VW Transporter Caravelle up there. Sorry, bit of automotive anorak there from me. They've definitely got a good vantage point. They can see the whole circuit from up there. So looking a little bit further down the grid. See the likes of Maximus Lewis in the 46. There were a couple of karts involved in the incident along with Thomas Percox. So we are not going to show any replays of that. Just out of... right. Hand up from Harry... You know, yeah, Harry Samuel and... Oh, who else has just put... Alfie Forrester. They've just both put their hands up. There's something going on at the front of Thomas Potter's kart. So Thomas's dad there, along with Alex Owen. They've got Lauren and Luke. They're just basically saying, right, come on, get off the grid. Need to get the race going. Everyone wants lunch. So do I. Right, okay. Quick clean of the visor for number 22 of Harry Samuel, as now we attempt to get this race restarted. Red lights on the gantry for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. It's the restart. We are lights out and off and away in another good start once again from Sam Hayes. Leading the field, and Harris Robert up the inside through into second. We've had a spinner already, and that's the 79, and another coming together. That has put karts left, right and centre involved in that. 17, Amy Peacock. Honda Cadet for her today. Well, she's doing double duty, Honda Cadet and Micromax, and also involved in that, I think, might have been the 44 of Lewis Hall, as they're all trying to make their way through McRae's. As, the number 11 has just had a spin. That is... Oh, dearie me. It's not going well here, is it? James Winstanley, there's Ralphie Branscombe, there's the number 11 of Sam Hayes, the 11-year-old based out of Dukenfeld out of Cheshire, which is about a couple of hours' drive here. There's Amy Peacock managing to make up a couple of places in the meantime, the number 17. There's number 14 kart, that's Isaac Huburn, who was at the back end of the grid when things got underway. But leading the field, and he's galloped away, is Harris Roberts, the number 45. And he's got a lead over Max Hausergo of 1.5 seconds. Max Williams up from 7th to 4th. Harry Samuel up to P4. Head of Lewis Hall, James Fabricius completes the top 6 as they filter their way down in towards McRae's. There's Fabricius. Just behind is number 51 of Stanley Clark. The youngster having a better time round. Youngster based out of Thurston, North Yorkshire. Second year in the Cadet Kart Championship, aged just 11. Hazel, a little bit sideways there as Lewis Hall applied the power. Oh, now someone went very, very wide coming through. Might have been maybe Thomas Potter coming through on the exit of Iredales. 6 minutes and 11 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Thomas Potter trying to make up some moves up the order. But Harris Roberts is away and clear. It was 1.5 seconds. Second, it's now Max Williams. What has happened to Max Hausergo? Well, he's battling away. He looks to be with Harry Samuel as a little bit further behind. James Fabricius on the inside through Paddock Bend on Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall keeps ahead of the number 91, going up the incline into the chicane. And a little bit further ahead of them, Harry Samuel on the back bumper and Max Hausergo going through. There's Fabricius up the inside of Hall through McRae's. Fabricius drifts a little bit wide. Hall gets back through. That nearly opened the door for Stanley Clark in the number 51. There goes again Fabricius. Takes a tighter line. gets the power down, this time gets the traction he needs and pulls in front of Lewis Hall, who's right on the back bumper. So we're nearly at the completion of 3 minutes of this race, as Lewis Hall closing in on the back bumper of James Fabricius, going through the stewardesses. 5 1/4 minutes to go. Harris Roberts is pulling away considerably. That gap was 2.4 seconds at the end of lap 2. Lap 3 now about to be completed. Youngster based out of Merthyr Tydfil in Wales, not too far from Abergavenny. 4th place last year in the championship. He's now extended his lead, 3.144 seconds. This is a great little battle. That's got the likes of the 58, Jensen White, Tom Drake, Ethan Charles. Amy Peacock is in there as well. She's trying to make a move up the order. And where is Peacock? She's ahead of Jensen White. And now she's going to go for a move on George Ralston in the 99. Up through into McRae she goes. And it's 3 abreast. Peacock having to go a little bit wide coming out of the corner with the amount of understeer that they're having to counteract through these wet weather conditions, as we're halfway down on the timer. A bit further back, that's the number 69 of Freddie Housergo. He's battling away with the likes of Rio Wardali and Harris Ali as well. Harris Ali winning the first heat earlier on today in the number 76. Alfie Forrester has got past Rio Wardali in the meantime, so that's a change for position. Harris Roberts, 1 minute 4.038. His lead now extends to 3.7 seconds ahead of Max Williams. Harry Samuel and James Fabricius, 3/10 apart as Fabricius closes in on the number 22 coming through the exit of the chicane off of the start-finish straight. Ralphie Branscombe up to 22nd ahead of, well, behind Sam Hayes. Freddie Housergo rounds out the top 20 as Fabricius closing in once again on Harry Samuel. This is for 3rd on the road. 3 minutes plus an additional lap still remaining. There are battles up and down the order. Making positions, Harris Ali up 2 places from 19th to 17th. Alfie Forrester from 20th to 18th, ahead of Rio Wardali. And Freddie Housergo, who complete the top 20, a little bit sideways there, going through the stewardesses for one of the drivers. As we head into the last 3 minutes. All 29 drivers still running that restarted. We had 30 with no Thomas Percox taking the restart due to that hefty incident on the first attempt of getting the race underway. Less than 2.5 minutes to go. Harris Roberts, 1 minute 3.891, but Thomas Potter, once again the number 20, based out of Balburn in Durham, 2019 Teesside Bambino champion. He's also the cadet lap holder there. And he was also the Rowrah champion, so he knows this track well, does the number 20. Keep your eyes on him for the next 2 minutes plus an additional lap, so around about three and a bit laps of racing. There's the number 51, Stanley Clark, holding station in 7th place at the moment. But Thomas Potter really trying to pull on the gap and took a second out of Alex Lynn on lap number 5. Just in Delta pace at all. Oh, right. Thomas Potter, I've just seen, has been given the black flag. So black flag for Thomas Potter, which means that he needs to park the kart. So Thomas Potter will have to park that kart. That will dump him down out of 9th, and that could possibly put him into the B final, the top 10 of which will qualify for the A final later on today. 1.25 minutes still to go. Harris Roberts now has a 5-second lead and climbing ahead of Max Williams. Harry Samuel rounds out the top 3 ahead of James Fabricius. Max Housergo, Lewis Hall and Stanley Clark. That's going to mean that Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock will round out the top 9. Oh, round goes the 44 of Lewis Hall. And that was coming out of Iredales. He now manages to bounce up and down in the seat and think, oh, I've dropped the ball there, haven't I? Real shame for Lewis Hall. Been steady all day so far as we head into the last 40 seconds of the race. Plus an additional lap. Harris Roberts is only looking forward. The youngster, aged 11, one of the older drivers in this field, starting from age 8, one of which will be the likes of Rio Wardali, Jensen White, Maximus Lewis, who are 8 years of age. So a lot of them will have moved up from the Bambino ranks to jump into Honda Cadets. Some drivers will go from either Cadets, from Bambinos into either Micromax or Cadets. It's their personal preference. Right, the timer has hit 0. Harris Roberts is halfway through the lap, so we'll probably be approaching Iredale's, I would think, momentarily, or might already be on his way down towards the stewardesses, because next time around, the number 45 from Merthyr Tydfil will get the final lap board. And he's now coming through St John's, is the youngster, number 45. Gap last time around was 5.685 seconds. It's been a pretty nice drive from the youngster. And both he and his dad and the rest of the family have missed Harris's uncle's wedding yesterday. That's the commitment these youngsters will have, as now Harry Samuel coming under fire from James Fabricius as we head on to the final lap of asking. Through into the chicane for the final time. And Thomas Potter, unfortunately, has parked the kart, so the number 20 is out of the race. A little bit further back, the 83 and the 7, Freddie Lines and Rio Wardalia battling away for position. That is for 21st. There is the move. There it is. Fabricius ahead of Samuel. That was greatly timed by the number 91. Based out of Barnsley in South Yorkshire. A little bit of a contretemps here as well, including the likes of... That is more than likely the 45 is in there. Oh no, that's the 49. And that kart has gone around. That's Ethan Charles as we've... Harris Roberts has taken the race victory. Second, it's going to be Max Williams. It's going to be a run to the line for third. But it's going to be the number 91, James Fabricius, pips Harry Samuel to third place. Max Hausergo in fifth, ahead of Stanley Clark, who had a great run, the number 51, based out of North Yorkshire. P6 ahead of Alex Lynn. Amy Peacock, Lewis Hall and Tom Drake round out the top 10 positions ahead of Jensen White, Ayrton Rai, Harris Ali, Bobby Pete, Sam Hayes, Ethan Charles, Alfie Forrester, Freddie Hausergo, Ralphie Branscombe and George Ralston round out the top 20 positions ahead of Freddie Lines, Rio Wardali, Alex McCullough. Will then have Maximus Lewis, Isaac Huburn, James Winstanley and Joshua Owen rounding out the 27 strong drivers that will complete the full race distance of 9 laps. Scarlett Percox still running, but she's a couple of laps down, so she will take the checkered. Isaac Huburn becomes the top novice in this particular race, with Thomas Potter unfortunately black flagged and retiring on lap 6. So that is it for Honda Cadets Heat number 3. We'll have one more to go before we decide who's in the B final. Up next, before the lunch break, it's Heat number 2 for Junior Pro Karts. So in Junior Pro Karts so far, Sebastian Pereira won the first heat, still waiting official clarification on heat number 2. Here's the grid. Sebastian Pereira and Connor McCarthy will be on the front row. Finn Collister and Maximus Shields, row number 2. Amy Frame and Thomas Wilkins round out the top 3 rows. Christian Oblag, Harry Rodis, that's row number 4. Row 5 and completing the top 10, it's Sophie Pawsey and Harry Brown. Reese Knight and Owen Roberts round out row number 6, and rounding out the order, it's going to be in the number 68 of Leon Wilson. So there are the drivers, ready and primed. And Donald Fuller, do you have any kart oval racing in the UK? Not 100% sure on that one. I don't think we have many, but we do have oval racing, stock cars, so to speak. Brisker Formula 1. And Joe72 says, well done, James Fabricius. Okay, the drive is now released off of the exit ramp and out of the dummy grid. As we get ready for our last race before a slightly truncated lunch break. So 8 minutes plus an additional lap will take us through to the lunch break. And then we'll be so one more race to go, and then we'll have a little bit of a respite. Well, I need to have a sit down. I've been standing on my feet all day, but that's part and parcel. So drivers now lined up on the grid. Red lights on the gantry, 8 minutes on the clock, and when the drivers get into position, we are just waiting for our last driver, that's Leon Wilson. Drivers told to look at the lights. Red lights are out, we are off and racing. So who out of Conor McCarthy and Sebastian Pereira will get to the chicane first? McCarthy does, but Pereira slips up the inside. McCarthy holds on to the lead for the moment, but Pereira is absolutely hell-bent on trying to get past. With them is Maximus Shields. Finn Collister is in 4th position, but might have Amy Frame up the inside very, very quickly. Indeed, Amy Frame drifts a little bit wide, might lose another position or two as a result of that, but Conor McCarthy on the inside, through into Iredales, on Sebastian Pereira for the lead of the race. And there is Sophie Pawsey up into P5 for the number 77 as they make their way in towards the stewardesses, and Maximus Shields gets 2 for 1. He got a buy one, get one free there on that move. He got past both Conor McCarthy and Sebastian Pereira, so Maximus Shields gets through and now has the lead. So under 7 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Maximus Shields has a lead of just under 0.8 of a second. Ahead of Sebastian Pereira. There's Conor McCarthy rounding out the top 3. 4th, it's Finn Collister. Thomas Wilkins now ahead of Christian Oblag, with the number 76 having made up 2 positions. There's Amy Frame and Sophie Pawsey in the 14 and the 77 respectively. Sophie Pawsey did a great job hanging on to P3. Despite the fact that Christian Oblag got 3rd position but was given a time penalty post-race, it promoted Sophie back to 3rd. As there is a change of position, that is going to be Finn Collister trying to get... well, that was Finn Collister being passed by Christian Oblag in the 76. 6 minutes and 10 seconds still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. A bit sideways there from Thomas Wilkins coming through Paddock Bend. The drivers still trying to get themselves to the end of the race, but we have both Finn Collister and the 67 of Thomas Wilkins. Wilkins got a great run coming through the chicane as they go through into McRae's. And Wilkins, completely sideways, loses all the momentum he carried into that corner. And Finn Collister was able to keep ahead going into Iredales. Chronic loss of understeer as they're trying to rotate the karts. It's a bit different in the dry as well, as everyone has still got their wetsuits on. 5 minutes plus an additional lap still remaining. Maximus Shields is leading the way ahead of Sebastian Pereira. The gap was 1 second at the last time around on lap number 2. Looks to be about the same between the pair, so Shields is not gaining any time over Pereira, and neither is Pereira taking anything out of that gap. And it's just over a second between the pair, as again between Finn Collister. That was close between him and Thomas Wilkins, as Wilkins looked up the inside through Paddock Bend, going through into the chicane off of the start-finish straight. So on to lap number 4 of the race. Conor McCarthy ahead of Christian Oblag for 3rd position. McCarthy running a little bit wide. Oblag to the inside. Now it's the run down to Iredale's. McCarthy will have the possible opportunity to get up the inside, but Oblag keeps it nice and pinned to the inside curb and pulls away. Sophie Pawsey, in the meantime, has caught up with the likes of Finn Collister and Thomas Wilkins. So that's going to be the battle for P5 on the road. Well, it's actually going to be the battle for 6 because Wilkins looks to have got a little bit of distance between himself and Finn Collister. So Sophie Pawsey battling over 6th position with the number 67. Or number 16. As Maximus Shields pulling away. Gap was... Oh, well, that's a bit of a telling sign. Maximus Shields showing signs of intent. Right, this track's getting clear. This track is getting faster. He's just proved that with a 1:02.536. Sebastian Pereira in second position, 2.153 seconds adrift. Christian Oblag in third. Conor McCarthy rounds out the top 4 as Finn Collister and Sophie Pawsey still trying to battle for 6th place, but Sophie Pawsey a little bit further behind after going through McRae's, and now she's got Amy Frame closing in the number 14, very brightly coloured kart. Harry Brown, Reese Knight and Leon Wilson all still running as we're into the last 3.5 minutes of the race itself, plus an additional lap before we go to the lunch break. But Maximus Shields making his way in towards Paddock Bend. Now that gap between him and Pereira was 2.1 seconds. That's a lot closer now, so has Pereira responded? He has. Gap now 1.5 seconds, nearly 1.6 seconds. Nearly 0.6 of a second taken out of that lead that Maximus Shield had built up over 2 laps after taking the lead on lap number 2 of the race. And that's now gone down from 2.1 to just under 1.6. So Pereira took 0.6 out of Shields. Shields did a 1:04.213. Is up the inside. That's Sophie Pawsey on Finn Collister. The pair are really getting a bit too close for comfort, and Finn Collister gives the usual traditional greeting of what was that in layman's terms, effectively. But Sophie Pawsey, there was room for her to go up the inside, and she duly took that chance. But now Finn Collister looking a bit closer to Sophie Pawsey going through the Stuart S's. They have got Amy Frame not too far behind them. Actually, it's the number 47 there. Harry Brown's got past Amy Frame, so Amy Frame might have had a little bit of a drama on that particular lap, or maybe the one before. As catching that very, very well indeed through St John's was Amy Frame, and managed to tee it up nicely for Sunny Benter to hit the apex. We're into the last minute and 20 plus an additional lap. Maximus Shields has now started winding up the wick on the kart, and it's gone up to a 1:02.845. He's brought back that gap from what was 2.1 seconds from 1.6 the previous lap. So Maximus Shields is closing. Sophie Pawsey keeping ahead of Finn Collister, who's got Harry Brown closing in. There they are, the two of them. Very much the old... Is that the old tribute to the old Martini livery back in the day on the old Lancia Delta HF Integrales on the 47 Harry Brown? If so, inspired choice. Into the last 40 seconds, plus an additional lap. Maximus Shields is leading still, but the gap was 2.164 seconds between him and Sebastian Pereira. And it's gone up to 3.2. It's all about damage limitation and trying to get yourself the maximum amount of points available ahead of the finals a little bit later on, because the way that the heats go depends on your grid position for the respective finals, and then at the end of it, the drivers that are in the finals and hit the respective top 3s or top 5s assigned by the organisation in terms of the trophy and the silverware that we give out at the end of each race weekend. Oh, a bit snaky under brakes there for Maximus Shields as the timer has officially hit 0. The 181 makes his way out of the Stuart S's, and now we'll head down towards the right-hander at St John's for what will be the penultimate time of asking. He gets past the number 68 of Leon Wilson with relative ease, which is neatly done because Leon Wilson will be seeing the blue flags around the circuit. Last lap of the morning's action underway as Maximus Shields over Sebastian Pereira. Now has a 3.5-second lead. Pereira puts in a personal best, 1 minute 2.973. Christian Oblag rounds out the top 3 positions, but it's side by side between Conor McCarthy and Thomas Wilkins. McCarthy fractionally ahead in 4th position, but there is your race leader. Make sure you don't hit the standing water puddles when you're in the braking zones there, Mr. Shields. And that was through into Iredales. Down they go. Down he goes into the stewardesses. As he hits the brake, the back end steps out to the right-hand side, turns the kart in through the stewardesses. As they make their way, as he makes his way now through just a handful of corners to go, 3 to go, including this one, down through St. John's. Through the left into Sunny Bend. There is Sebastian Pereira. We now see that Maximus Shields has 1 more corner to go, checkered flag being prepared, and will now wave for Maximus Shields, who takes Heat 2 in Junior Pro Kart ahead of Sebastian Pereira in the number 21. The winning margin is 4.3 seconds. Christian Oblag completes the top 3, but it's going to be a dice to the death between Conor McCarthy and Thomas Wilkins, and across the line it's going to be Wilkins as McCarthy sideways through the final corner. Sophie Pawsey will bring it home in 7th position, the number 77, ahead of Finn Collister, Harry Brown and Amy Frame rounding out the top 9. We've already had Leon Wilson cross the line, but Reese Knight is going to come out of the final corner and take 10th position at the end of it all. And that is the morning's action completed here on the official Alpha live stream for round 3 of the CKC and JKC season. Right, we're now going to head to a lunch break, and we'll be back with you just before we get the afternoon's action truly underway here in the Cumbrian countryside at Rowrah. After the lunch break, a warm welcome back to the coverage of the third round of the CKC and JKC season here at Rowrah in Cumbria. Alex Goldschmidt back in the commentary box. A big thank you to Tim Winters for the comment saying David. David's going to be back for round 4 at Lyd in the early part of June, but we've had some results also ratified and confirmed. I'll go through those in a little while, but here's your starting grid for Micromax Heat number 3. Toby Jukes will start on pole position and we'll have Logan Lauder alongside. Amy Peacock and James Roberts will be on row 2 with Tyler O'Neill and Aston Brown on row number 3. Row 4, it's Daniel Minto and Kyle McLean with Caden Simpson and Harry Neeson completing the top 10, with the 6th row rounded out by Alex Jones and James Tate. Riley Buckton-Young, Samuel Aldini, Ella Lucia and Jack Hutchinson due to start on the remainder of the 16 spots on the grid. So some confirmed results have come through in the meantime. So at the moment, it's been 3 different winners from 3 different heats. In terms of Honda Cadet, Harris Roberts becomes the 3rd different race winner in the heats today, along with Harris Alley and Thomas Potter. Daniel Minto took the win in Micromax Heat 1, Tyler O'Neill Heat 2. In Junior Rotax, Ethan Haig row in Heat 1, and in Heat 2 it was Tom Carter. Minimax, it's been Melissa Adrian and Lucas Blanford that have run in won both respective Minimax heats, with their 3rd heat due to come up very, very soon indeed. Junior Pro Kart Heat 1, Sebastian Pereira showing as the race winner. For a fact that we're waiting for the confirmed results of Heat 2, which is race number 11 today. But as you can see, the fog's still very much apparent here at Rowrah. Has come in a little bit since the conclusion of the lunch break, but still visibility is a lot better than what it was earlier on this morning when we had a lengthy stoppage after Honda Cadet Heat 1 was red flagged and then called by race director Luke Powell, our official series race director. And good to have Luke in the commentary box a bit earlier on, along with Matty Street and Ben, our Chief Medical Officer for the championship itself. A big thank you, as always, to our team at Alpha Live for providing fantastic live stream coverage all the way through the first 3 rounds of the championship so far, as we head all the way around the country. We go to North and South Wales, to GYG and to Llandau. Good to see that Harry Hurst-Grover has got himself involved in the chat, and he went, "Come on, Jacob Dukes, Junior Rotax," and then he went straight away. 1 minute later, I take that back. We've also got Good Luck Caden from Mummy, Lily and Grandma are watching you at home. That's number 77. That'll be Caden Simpson, based out of York, just 9 years of age. Learnt a lot in his first year in karting, and also got his first ever podium back at the Teesside Super Sprint Series back in October last year. Wind has picked up here in terms of the atmospherics, but the racing has been fully charged. As now, Micromax on their way around this 1,030 metre circuit here at Rowrah. So we'll have an 8-minute plus an additional lap heat, which will then decide the grid for their final. Their final will be the first one out of the finals that we will have, apart from the Honda B final, once everything has been decided with the 4th Honda Cadet heat, which will be 2 races after this one. So mixed grids, spicing up things once again. It's Toby Jukes from Logan Lauder on the front row of the grid. Ollie B96 saying good luck, Lucas Blanford. Lucas will be out in the Minimax Heat 3 after Honda Cadet Heat number 4. Still some standing water on the circuit. The track is pretty much drenched or saturated. Some standing water puddles there through the first part of the stewardesses, so that's going to be a bit touchy in terms of seeing how the drivers are going to be able to go side by side if they are brave enough to do so. Drivers now make their way out of St John's through Sunny Bend. Now they head towards Paddock. They will go into the tram lines. Red lights are on the starting gantry here at Rowrah for the third and final heat for Micromax here today. Into the tram lines, revs rise, noise increases, the lights are not out because we've had a full start called. So I've got to go round again for another lap. And that is for the flag that is a green flag with a yellow chevron, or a yellow V. So once again, the drivers will have to reset, refocus, and get themselves ready for racing. As drivers make their way through Iredales, that leads them onto the back straightaway. Lovely panoramic shot there of the circuit, overlooking the Stuart S's, which the drivers are now going to make their way through. So it's going to be the second time of asking for the Micromax drivers for their third and final heat. Keep your eyes on the likes of Amy Peacock lining up alongside James Roberts on row number 2 in the 137 and the 17 respectively. So into the tram lines, revs rise, noise increases, the lights this time they are out, we're off and racing. Who's going to lead them into the chicane first? It is going to be by a whisker, James Roberts from the outside of row number 2. As Amy Peacock tries to get past Toby Jukes for third place. And Logan Lauder has got Toby Jukes right up the inside. There's Caden Simpson trying to get through as well, but has to be behind Amy Peacock, who now goes up past Toby Jukes. And oh no, Amy Peacock under braking, loses the back end, it puts her out, and now she's beached onto the outside of the track. It's not been a very good day. Well, it's been a topsy-turvy day, to say the very least, for Amy Peacock, doing double duty in Honda Cadet and Micromax as things stand. And there is Tyler O'Neill stranded in the number 99. As the drivers make their way through in towards paddock for the first time, Daniel Minto looking up the inside of Logan Lauder for second position, the number 28. Gets a little bit sideways, nearly a clash of sidewalls there, but Lauder still ahead. Roberts leading the way by 1.581 seconds. Minto now up into second position, ahead of Logan Lauder. Toby Jukes rounds out the top 4. Caden Simpson battling away with Aston Brown for 5th place on the road as they make their way through McRae's. So Tyler O'Neill, unfortunately, his race won't be going any further. Amy Peacock is the last of the 13 runners that we have on the circuit at the minute. As Aston Brown tries to get his head down, trying to close in on Caden Simpson. There's Minto and Lauder, second and third respectively. Roberts has gotten away early doors. It's Toby Jukes a little bit sideways coming out of the Stuart S's. Caden Simpson could have a run on the number 39. They swap positions going through St John's. Simpson to the inside through Sunny Bend. Toby Jukes now following in the wheel tracks, looking up the inside through Paddock Bend. There goes the number 39. Great move by Toby Jukes. Gets very sideways, nearly has a slight touch with Caden Simpson, but keeps it under control to stay ahead of Aston Brown. So there's a battle for 4th, 5th and 6th place. As well held Aston Brown coming out of the chicane. Completely sideways. Toby Jukes mounts the curbs on the inside of McRae's. Caden Simpson runs a little bit wide coming out of McRae's, but manages to keep in front. And Toby Jukes goes tighter on the goes tighter into Iredales, tries to get the run on Simpson, but Simpson just plants the throttle. The back end hooks up and catapults the 77 forward. Now through into the Stuart S's. Simpson using that good carry of momentum through the first part, ahead of Toby Jukes, who is catching the number 77. But James Roberts trying to... now that was a bit of a drama for Harry Neeson in the 47. Running in 7th position, so that will allow Samuel Laudi to get past. Toby Jukes again looking up the inside through paddock bend on Caden Simpson. But the minute he hits the apex, he loses all that momentum carry. He's got to start all over again as we're on to lap number 4 of the race. Daniel Minto, fastest lap of anybody. 1 minute 4.403 from the number 28. 4 minutes and 20 still to go of the race itself, all heats. 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So we still have 4 more races to go until we conclude the heat stages. Then we'll have the Honda Cadet B final. Aston Brown looking very close, but Toby Jukes manages to sweep on the outside going through into the approach on the stewardesses and keeps in front of the 57 for now. James Roberts is having his lead whittled away, or more than whittled away. Oh, Toby Jukes, very, very wide coming out of McRae's, but manages to hold on. Daniel Minto's got that gap down to between him and James Roberts down to exactly a second with a 1 minute 4.183. Minto fastest lap again. Aston Brown. Oh, and there's Logan Lauder. Lauder lost it on the back end of the chicane, and that has allowed the 3 behind. So Simpson goes into 3rd, Jukes into 4th, Brown into 5th. So Lauder's got to try and make a bit of a recovery drive here to regain that 3rd position. And there is Aston Brown going a bit towards the outside of Iredale's, as was the number 33 of Logan Lauder. Now into the Stuart S's. Simpson wide. Jukes went to the inside of the complex into the approach and gets a good run coming out. Now down the hill and in towards St John's. The 90 right. And Simpson battling away with Jukes. Jukes is trying to hopefully force Caden Simpson to make an unforced error. And this seems to be where Toby Jukes gets a good run. He's a bit tighter on the apex than Caden Simpson. Gets a good run coming out of the final corner as they go up the hill again into the chicane. Freddie Skilbeck saying, "Go, Toby, go," from Freddie and Ben on the chat. As now we have the battle for the lead. 2 1/4 minutes still to go. James Roberts ahead of Daniel Minto. The gap was less than half a second last time around. It is a little bit closer than that on this particular occasion. Through they go into the Stuart S's once again. Minto taking an aggressive stance towards the curbs on the second part of that complex, as now he's going to get the run down the hill. Down over the curbs, bouncing into the air goes Daniel Minto, and what's more, he bounces past James Roberts to take the lead on lap number 6. Roberts a little bit tighter through paddock bend as now they come across the line. The gap's going to be marginal, 0.166 between the pair. Up the hill into the chicane they go once again. Minto going a little bit wider out of the chicane. There's Roberts lining up on the inside through into McRae's. The 137 takes a wallop of curb. It runs in wide. Minto side by side. They're going to head down towards Iredale's. Roberts will have the inside line. Hard on the brakes they both are. Into the corner. Roberts keeps the door firmly closed and Minto unable to respond. And Roberts has a great run of momentum coming out of Iredale's onto the back straightaway. Now into the Stuart S's. But again, Minto looking rather menacing. He's going to go very close to the back bumper. He wallops the curbs. Roberts has a little bit of a moment, and then all of a sudden, Minto's back through again. Great dueling between these two youngsters as they come out of paddock bend. Going to go on to the penultimate lap as now Roberts looks towards the inside of the chicane. He's got the run. Is he going to get through? No, he is not. Minto keeps it hanging around the outside and stays in the lead for the moment as they head down towards McRae's. Minto on the defensive. Roberts onto the grass and he loses a lot of momentum but still keeps the throttle pinned. And now he's right on the back bumper of Minto. Out of McRae's into Iredale's. Roberts goes up the inside, retakes the lead as the timer hits 0. Minto gets the switchback down the back straightaway for what's going to be the penultimate time, lap number 8 out of 9. Roberts looking very close up the inside. He retakes the lead going into the stewardesses, but Minto gets it hooked up. This particular occasion, Minto a bit heftier on the curbs once again as they now head down the hill towards St John's. Minto loves this overtaking spot, but this time Roberts has parked the kart where he needs to. Through into Sunny Bend for what's going to be the penultimate time as Roberts drifts a little bit wide, hooks up the traction, gets in front of the number 28 of Daniel Minto. Last lap board is out. Here we go. 3 and a bit tenths separate the top two. Up the hill through into the chicane for the final time of asking. And James Roberts has kept in front of Daniel Minto. So Minto having to try and do something. They have got a back marker just up ahead. That will be Jack Hutchinson in the number 31. You can designate them if they're a rookie. They have the darker numbers. Oh, Roberts drifts wide. Minto has a moment and loses all that momentum, and that I think has taken away the opportunity for a race victory. He won Heat 1 earlier on, but it's going to be 3 for 3 because the way things stand, James Roberts has kept it on the black stuff when he needed to. As Minto up the inside of Hutchinson. The checkered flag this time will be prepared because out of Sunny Bend comes the 137 of James Roberts. Daniel Minto, Heat 1 winner. And out of the final corner, here we go. James Roberts takes Micromax Heat number 3 ahead of Daniel Minto by 2.1 seconds. That cost Minto a second win on the cards. So 3 different winners from the 3 respective heats. In Micromax Heat 2, it was Tyler O'Neill, who unfortunately did not even make it past the first lap. Daniel Minto behind James Roberts, with Aston Brown rounding out the top 3. Caden Simpson in 4th. Toby Jukes, a 5th place for the youngster in the number 39, ahead of Samuel Laudii. And then we've also got Logan Lauder, who started on the front row. James Tate in 8th. Riley Buckton-Young will cross the line in the 66 to take 9th ahead of Alex Jones in the 30. And we are waiting for 2 further drivers. Harry Neeson now coming out of Paddock Bend to take the checkered with Amy Peacock in the number 17. It's been a bit of a difficult race weekend for the youngster, the number 17, doing both Honda Cadet and also Micromax. And that's it. So there we go. James Roberts becomes your 3rd respective race winner from all 3 Micromax heats. And now we turn our attention to our 3rd and final heat for Junior Rotax. Right then, without further ado, let's have a look at the starting grid for Junior Rotax Heat number 3 here at Rowrah in Cumbria. So it's Hugas Bravilonis and Nicholas Ellis that are on the front row, ahead of Curtis Latimer and Tom Carter. Carter won the 2nd heat earlier on today. Catherine Potter will be joined by Jacob Jukes in the number 34. They complete the top 3 rows. Harry Hurstgrover and Oliver Brett Smith will be on row number 4 with Bartek Filipiak and Jaden Hewitt rounding out the top 10. Row 6, it's Sandro Ballesteros and Finley Whiting. Jensen Mason, Sam Stoner, Ollie Naylor, Ethan Haig, who was our Heat 1 winner, ahead of Tom Holden and Maximus Shields. So 2 different winners from 2 respective heats here in Junior Rotax. Tom Carter was the talk of the town at Wilton Mill 4 weeks ago. Can he do it again this weekend here in Cumbria? Drivers are now released from the dummy grid, filtering their way onto the circuit. So the driver's trying to get some additional grip through the temperatures in the tyres. And with the Comet tyres being used as the slick tyres as of this round, currently using the Mojo W5s, which will be... so everyone's on the same tyre. Everyone's got the same opportunity to compete at the very sharp end of the grid. But the Mojo W5 situation will be reviewed post this round. So we'll be using the Comet K2Hs for both Minimax and Junior Rotax as of this round and for the rest of the season. And now we're going to send them around for another lap, it looks like. So false start has been called, so they're going to put them around for another formation lap. Not a bad call, if I'm completely honest, because they have a sighting lap and a formation lap. Ollie B96 saying, good luck, Catherine Potter. Sam Penny wishing Jensen Mason all the very best of luck in the number 58. So they're now going to start grouping up, coming out to the stewardesses before the run down to St John's, which is down the hill. Okay, 8 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Red lights are on the starting gantry overlooking the start-finish straights here at Rowrah. Pavilonis and Ellis on the front row. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Noise increases. This time... Oh, and... Right, we've had a bit of a moment at the back end of the grid. That would have been Finley Whiting, Jaden Hewitt amongst others. And a full start was called once again. Drivers will have to line up once more into customary position for the rolling start. Side-by-side formation. And, good to see Tom Carter's mum Tracy on the stream with us as well, saying, go Tom Carter, love mum. So we've had 2 different winners from 2 different heats so far in Junior Rotax. Can it be 3 different ones after this one? We're going to find out after around about 9 minutes of racing, as the field once again starts to concertina, making their way through St John's and into the left-hander here at Sunny Bend. So now they've got to get into order pretty quickly. Right, let's have another try at this, shall we? Into the tram lines, revs rise. Noise increases this time. Lights are out, we're off and racing. And Pavilonis leads the field up into the chicane for the first time of asking. It's 2-3 abreast. Up the hill, there's Tom Carter. There's Jacob Jukes and also Finley Whiting. Jacob Jukes has a massive drama. I think he might have had no other way to go. And Pavilonis has spun it! Pavilonis has spun it off of McRae's. And we've also got the... I think someone was round. That was one of the carts at the front end of the field. There's Tom Carter and also the number 7 of Nicholas Ellis battling away over the lead. Harry Hurst-Grover trying to make up position. Sandro Ballesteros ahead of Ollie Naylor. But Tom Carter's hit the front. Bit of a different line taken by Nicholas Ellis, who's got the likes of Curtis Latimer and Jacob Jukes not far behind. But there's Finley Whiting in the 81, who's at the sharp end of the grid. Everyone's scrabbling for traction. It's not been easy around here. Some using the curb to help rotate the cart around, like Jacob Jukes going through Sunny Bend. And he's looking up the inside of Finley Whiting, going through out of Paddock Bend. Around to complete lap number 1. It's Tom Carter ahead of Nicholas Ellis as Jacob Jukes makes his way down the start-finish straight ahead of Finley Whiting to take P3. As Oliver Brett Smith ahead of Ethan Haig. And there is Finley Whiting now rounding out the top 4 places. Jensen Mason, Maximus Shields, Catherine Potter and Ollie Naylor round out the top 10 places. As Finley Whiting has got past, was ahead of Oliver Brett Smith. Side by side a little bit further back, that's Curtis Latimer and Jaden Hewitt going into Iredales. Bartek Filipiak trying to keep things on the black stuff as it was nearly off the black stuff for Curtis Latimer. There's Ethan Haig battling away with the likes of Finley Whiting and also the number 70 of Oliver Brett Smith. Leaders now making their way through. Looks like Jacob Jukes is making steady progress, and he's actually up into second position ahead of Nicholas Ellis. So now the chase to get on level pegging with Tom Carter begins as Finley Whiting up the inside of the pair of Oliver Brett Smith. As wide coming out of Paddock Bend goes Ethan Haig. Up towards the chicane once again as the number 18 of Jaden Hewitt trying to close in on Sam Stoner in the 38. That is a battle for position. As Finley Whiting gets all kind of sideways, that allows Brett Smith to get through, and now Finley Whiting up the inside through into Iredales. As Brett Smith tries to get the switch back, but Finley Whiting quickly over to the defensive line in towards the stewardesses. The 81 runs wide. Brett Smith goes through. Yeah, just keeping an eye on these front bumpers. That front bumper of Oliver Brett Smith is not exactly 100% secure. And that's the number 70. Behind them, they've got Ethan Haig in the 27. Oh, bit of a touch between the three of them. It's going to be a squeeze coming out of Paddock Bend, but Ethan Haig makes it through. Oliver Brett Smith instantly sticking one hand up in the air as if to say, what are you playing at, mate? Come on. Play the game, and Oliver Brett Smith goes completely sideways coming out of the chicane itself. There's Finley Whiting, there's Jensen Mason, and with them is Maximus Shields in the 181. Yeah, that nose cone is dented in and it's flapping away. That says to me possibly more than likely a front fairing penalty of 5 seconds. There was a warning just given out, and that was to Ethan Haig in the 27. As up the inside, that's Maximus Shields. Nice move up the inside. That's Jensen Mason who's just got past. Behind them, Tom Holden in the 87. Catherine Potter was rounding out the top 10. She isn't now because she's got Sandro Ballesteros round to the outside of her. But Harry Hurst-Grover now sits in 10th position. It's all kind of sideways at points on the circuit, especially if your name is Jaden Hewitt. That was coming out of the first part of Paddock Bend. He's trying to close in on Sandro Ballesteros and Catherine Potter. 3 minutes and 35 seconds still to go in the race. All bit sideways there coming out of, looks to be Iredales for Maximus Shields. He managed to keep that one planted. Fastest lap of the race, however, Tom Carter, you better watch your back bumper because Jacob Jukes is chasing you down at the rate of 0.4 of a second. Oh, that was a bit close there for Jensen Mason in the 58. Completely lost the back end through the first part of the stewardesses and held it together. Catherine Potter and Sandro Ballesteros still battling away for position. And now Ballesteros has got through, coming through St. John's. There's Tom Holden and Jensen Mason. So Tom Holden's now up into 8th place as they come across the line to complete lap number 5. And Jacob Jukes, last time around, did not take any time out of Tom Carter. It's going to be a tough one for the number 34 because the number 45 showed great prowess at Wilton Mill and is doing it again. Could be the driver with 2 heat victories. Oh, now that is the number 70, Oliver Brett Smith. Drama's coming out of McRae's for him. And now has got Harry Hurst-Grover closing in rather rapidly in the number 14. Harry, 14 years of age, based out of Littleborough in Rochdale. Started outdoor karting when the during the pandemic, and then entered the CKC last year. Looking for a top 5 this season. It's a long championship road ahead here in the CKC. 8 rounds from February to October. As there is Tom Holden once again in the number 87, trying to close in on Maximus Shields for 6th place. 1 3/4 minutes left to go. And Tom Carter starting to pull a gap on Jacob Jukes. The gap now 1.75 seconds. Tom Carter, 58.697 was the fastest lap of the race on lap number 6. As here goes Tom Holden up the inside. That's on Maximus Shields in the 181. But Shields gets the cut back, lines up the kart, points, squirts, and traction is engaged. into the stewardesses. Tom Holden takes a tighter approach, but Maximus Shields gets around the outside of him, and that was threading the eye of the needle. Tom Holden getting sideways alongside was Jensen Mason doing exactly the same. 60 seconds to go on the clock, and Jacob Jukes is now going to have to sort of like think, well, I've got to bag points for the championship, and I want to get myself in a great position for the final later on, because if he and Tom Carter are on the front row, fireworks will be on the cards. So Tom Carter making his way through towards the halfway point of the circuit. Sideways from Finley Whiting coming out of the chicane. Manages to compose himself and line it up for McRae's. Oh, sideways for Maximus Shields as well. Out of McRae's. Holden stays behind the 181, takes the same racing line towards the outside of Iredale's. As Tom Carter making his way through. Oh, what's going to happen here? Is it going to be a repeat this time through the stewardesses? No, Tom Holden does exactly the same approach. Maximus Shields unable to respond as quickly as he did the previous time. Timer has hit 0. Oh, we've had one jump up on the escape ramp. And that might have been Jensen Mason. I'm not 100% sure. Didn't really quite catch the cart number as it roared up the ramp. So Tom Carter has a lead of 2.1 seconds ahead of Jacob Jukes. Nicholas Ellis in the number 7 rounds out the top 3 as Tom Holden fighting tooth and nail with Maximus Shields for 6th position. They've got Finley Whiting in the number 81 ahead. And Whiting rounds out the top 5. Pravilonis still running, and it looks like it was more, I think that was Ollie Naylor. The number 85, well, Ollie Naylor was actually out of the race. It was Jensen Mason. That has been confirmed by the timing. As we go on to the last lap for Tom Carter, the number 45. And he's ahead of Jacob Jukes now by nearly 2.3 seconds. Nicholas Ellis, more than a stone's throw behind. 8.5 seconds is the gap between P2 and P3 as Maximus Shields trying to still chase down the number 87 of Tom Holden. And there is your race leader, Tom Carter, the number 45. Won the second heat. Ethan Haig won the first one. But Tom Carter has showcased great performance within these wet weather conditions. There's Jacob Jukes in the number 34. As the checkered flag this time will be prepared. As Tom Carter makes his way round Paddock Bend for the last time of this race, and he will take the checkered, winning his 2nd successive heat in a row. Jacob Jukes firmly in the hunt for the final later on today. 2.657 seconds adrift. Nicholas Ellis rounds out the top 3 in the number 7 cart. No, he does not. Rounds out the top 4 because Ethan Haig rounds out the top 3. However, there's going to be a run to the line. Tom Holden gets the purchase. Is he going to pit Finley Whiting at the line? No, he does not. 61 thousandths of a second separating Finley Whiting in 5th and Tom Holden, as there was another drag race to the line, and that was between Curtis Latimer and Jaden Hewitt, who rounded out the top 11. So Tom Carter takes the victory convincingly by nearly 2.7 seconds ahead of Jacob Jukes. Ethan Haig, Nicholas Ellis and Finley Whiting ran at the top 5. Tom Holden, Maximus Shields, Oliver Brett Smith, Harry Hurstgrover and Curtis Latimer ran out the top 10. Jaden Hewitt, Sandro Ballesteros, Catherine Potter, Sam Stoner, Bartek Filipiak, Jugos Pravilonis, unfortunately starting for pole, having that massive moment earlier on in the race that put him around at McRae's, and the 88 was confined to the back of the field, I'm afraid. Jensen Mason out on lap number 7, with Ollie Naylor, unfortunately, a retirement on lap number 2. That concludes the 3 heats for Junior Rotax. Next up, it's the 4th and final heat for Honda Cadet. Okay, without further ado, let's have a look at the grid for the 4th and final Honda Cadet heat, which will then mean that we'll decide our top 20 going through to the A final, and the top 10 from the B final will then progress accordingly. Ethan Charles and Tom Drake, front row. Ralphie Branscombe, Jensen White, row 2. William Howard, Alex McCulloch, row 3. Row 4, James Winstanley and Cameron Tipping. Row 5, Jack Collinson and Max Grotrex. Harry Samuel and Thomas Percox round out the 6th row. Row 7, it's Joshua Owen and Freddie Housigo, Bobby Pete and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Row 8 with Alfie Forrester and Rio Wardali rounding out those rows. Maximus Lewis, JJ Plowman, Amy Peacock, Mason Webster, Lewis Hall, Larry Price. And last, to round out the top 20, the 27 on the grid, Harris Roberts, Sam Hayes. Looks like Max Housigo was on the back row of the grid as well. So, 27 drivers due to take part. Looks like we might not have Thomas. Well, Thomas Percock is actually showing on the timing screen, so good to see that young man up and out in the kart as he did cross the timing beam. There's the number 49 of Ethan Charles. Just some revised results. Maximus Shields was confirmed as your Junior Pro Kart Race 2 winner ahead of Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblag. 5-second front fairing penalties for Thomas Wilkins and Sophie Pawsey. Pawsey demoted to 8th, Wilkins down into 5th place as a result of those penalties. And the top 3 in Minimax Heat 2, Lucas Blanford, Oliver Fabricius and Lizzie Mentier rounding out the top 3. Penalties given to Taylor Dixon and Zach Turner, who had technical non-compliance, were thereby excluded. Lewis Goff, Ben Horner, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ben Adrian and Callum Foster all received 5-second front fairing penalties post-race. So 27 drivers, top 20 will be promoted automatically through the what I normally class in the over in Rotax in Europe is normally the ranking after the heat sort. As we like to say here in the United Kingdom, 2 long words: intermediate classification. So the grid now being cleared ahead of their final 8 minutes plus an additional lap of heat action for Honda Cadets. We'll have 2 more heats after this, with Minimax and Junior Pro Kart rounding out the heats action for round 3 of the championship. Now trying to get some of the drivers into position, which will include Larry Price in the number 97. So with all 27 drivers, Callum Grotrex giving Max a bit of a shout out on the chat. A big thank you to everyone that's taken part in giving your support to the relevant drivers. Right, 111, JJ Plowman has got his hands up at the minute. So one of the team is going over there. Right. Okay, engines fired up for JJ Plowman, who starts on row number 10. Red lights on the gantry. They are out. We are off and racing. Will Ethan Charles lead the field? He does. Great stop by Ralphie Branscombe. All bumping over the grass on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight was William Howard in the number 27. It's getting a bit close for comfort. Howard and also Cameron Tipping close together as they're fanning out, going down on the approach into McRae's for the first time. Nearly 4 abreast. There's a little bit of a tussle at the back end of the field, and we got one round. That's Amy Peacock. Her weekend has not gone well at all, and look at what it's caused behind 88's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Number 79, Alfie Forrester, amongst others. There were 6 to 7 karts caught up in that melee. But now, this set of drivers here, Ethan Charles leading the way. It looks like, as we've got the number 53 there. That is Bobby Pete. Nina Brooks saying, saying good luck, Amy. Love, Mum, Kyle, and Mia. So we'll see if Amy's able to make some ways moves up the order in the meantime. However, at the front, that's the number 22. That is Harry Samuel. So Ethan Charles leads the way by 1.3 seconds ahead of Tom Drake. A little bit further down the order, we've got some side-by-side action happening. Harris Roberts has already jumped up from 26th on the grid to 15th. He's just put in a 1 minute 11.530. Ethan Charles has put in a 1 minute 7.714. Harris Roberts just taking a very nice strategic line. So trying to make sure he scores as many points as possible to get himself into the A final. He's won the 2 finals, both at fullback and at Wilton Mill. 6 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. Bobby Peat has jumped from 14th to 8th place. Larry Price up 9 positions from 23rd to 14th. Max Hausergo has followed along in the same vein as Harris Roberts, up 11 positions to P16 from the back end of the grid. Some nice moves actually happening up and down the order. There was the number 37, I believe. But Ethan Charles leads the way. Tom Drake, 1.5 seconds adrift. Then it's Ralphie Branscombe, Jensen White, Max Greatrex rounds out the top 5. As the number 58, that's Jensen White, closing on Ralphie Brants. Well, that is the number 96 of Ralphie Branscombe, and he's got Max Greatrex behind. So effectively, Max Greatrex is also Piggy in the middle. William Howard gets a warning. Howard currently sitting in 11th position as things stand. Harris Roberts, another few positions gained. He's actually gained 3 places in the last 2 laps. He's up now to 13th place. Max Hausergo makes up another position up to P15. Oh, right, we've got a spinner at St John's who has to wait to rejoin. But Ethan Charles is pulling away from Tom Drake in the battle for the lead. There's the 87. That's Cameron Tipping just ahead. That is the 53 of Bobby Peat. So a few positions dropped. Ralphie Branscombe's dropped from 3rd to 12th place. So might have had a little bit of a drama a little bit around the previous lap. There's Harry Samuel and Bobby Peat still battling away over position. That's for P5 on the road. And there is Cameron Tipping looking to tee it up nicely on the inside. However, that is Max Greatrex and Jensen White. There's Bobby Peat taking a wide sweeping line into the approach into the stewardesses. Can't get through on Harry Samuel quite yet. There's Harris Roberts making his way steadily up the field as we hit half-time on the 4th and final Honda Cadet heat of the day for round 3 of the championship. A little bit closer. Right, Bobby Peat up the inside of Harry Samuel through Paddock Bend. Peat runs wide. Samuel to the inside. Line astern. They're side by side across the line. It was 18 thousandths between them. And through goes Harry Samuel for 5th place. Neatly timed there by the number 22. Bit further back, oh my goodness me, Harris Roberts is right at the back of this train, including the 97 of Larry Price, the number 90 of Jack Collinson, who's just got past Cameron Tipping for position. That's for P7 on the road. And there goes Price, there goes Roberts. It's nearly 4 abreast coming out of Iredales, and Harris Roberts looked to the inside. Price came across as Collinson, well, Cameron Tipping was trying to close the door, through into the stewardesses. It's nice and neat and tidy. Good move there from Harris Roberts to get his way past the 87 of Cameron Tipping, and now he's got Larry Price right in front of him as the 45. We head into the last 3 minutes of the race itself. So some good, steady progress from the drivers, especially those from the back end of the grid, when it all went horribly wrong on the first time of asking going through into McRae's. Personal best from Jensen White and Max Greatrex. And there is the battle between Harry Samuel and Bobby Peat. They were a 1/10 of a second adrift. Harris Roberts now up into 9th from 26 on the grid. That's a gain overall of 17 positions. As all, it got a bit close there between Collinson and Price. That nearly gave the opportunity to Harris Roberts on a silver platter. Roberts looking up the inside, a little bit of sideways momentum swing by Jack Collinson coming through Iredale's. Roberts to the outside. Collinson to the inside. Price is just up ahead as Roberts looks to turn the kart in. He's going to try something here is Harris Roberts and gets the nice little cut back, but it's not going to help him on the run down to St John's unless he can tee it up nicely. He goes onto the curbs on the inside. It's going to put him for the outside for Sunny Bend. Harris Roberts still keeping it stuck round the outside, and he's got through. Harris Roberts got a great carry of momentum there, so that has put him into the top 7. Or top 8. Ethan Charles has a lead of 4 seconds ahead of Tom Drake as this battle going on between the likes of Harry Samuel, Bobby Peets, Larry Price. Now you add Harris Roberts, who is closing in on them. Rio Wardali gets a warning from race control as we head into the last 60 seconds. Very close here. This could be very, very close indeed. Sideways from Larry Price as he went up the inside of Harry Samuel and neatly pulls it across out of Iredale's onto the back straightaway to get through for position. And now the 53 of Bobby Peets has got Harris Roberts to the inside. Roberts now up into 7th place. Into the last minute we go. But Ethan Charles is continuing to lead proceedings. Bobby Peet trying to get one up on Harris Roberts, but Roberts will not let him through. Now going up the inside through into Paddock Bend on Harry Samuel. There goes another position up the order for Harris Roberts. But Harry Samuel is not letting him get past. Roberts sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.732. And by the end of the chicane, he is through on the 22 for position. That's 6th place. A gain of 20 places, a monster drive from Harris Roberts in the number 45 as the timer now hits 0. Next time around, Ethan Charles will be 1 lap away from becoming our 4th different heat winner from 4 different races in Honda Cadet. One of the things about differing weather conditions is that if you get conditions like this, it can be very much an equaliser. Dale Gartland saying, come on, Bobby Peets. Well, let's see if Bobby can make another move or two in the last couple of moments of this race, because we are very shortly going on to the final lap. As Ethan Charles comes out of Paddock Bend to see the final lap board. That's it, last lap board is out. And now Harris Roberts fancies a chance at the top 5 because just in front is Larry Price in the number 97, based out of Brentwood, 9 years of age. As the rest of the field make their way through, Jack Collinson and Freddie Hauser go round out the top 10. Covered by about 15.1 seconds. There's your race leader, Ethan Charles, in the number 49. Based out of North Yorkshire, the 11-year-old makes his way down the back straight into the stewardesses for what is going to be the final time for the Honda Cadet heats. There's Tom Drake in the number 19. Based out of Herefordshire, Ross on White. Another 11-year-old, came 2nd in last year's South Wales IKR Championship. But it has been pretty plain sailing for Ethan Charles in the number 49. As he comes out of the final corner, it's 4 from 4, and Ethan Charles jubilant as he crosses the line. Tom Drake in 2nd, Jensen White will round out the top 3. 4th, it's going to be Max Greertrex. Larry Price pips Harris Roberts for P5 at the flag. With Harry Samuel, Bobby Peet, Freddie Hauser go. Jack Collinson's lost out big time. He's lost out a few positions, make that 3 as Freddie Hauser go and Cameron Tipping ran out the top 10. Jack Collinson, 11th. Great recovery drive from Amy Peacock in the number 17 to finish 12th and was 23 thousandths behind. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson also involved in that first lap melee at McRae's. She finishes in 13th ahead of Max Hauser. Ralphie Branscombe rounds out the top 15 ahead of Sam Hayes. Rio Wardali, Alex McCullough. Then we've got Alfie Forrester and William Howard rounding out the top 20. JJ Plowman, Thomas Percox, James Winstanley, Joshua Owen, Lewis Hall and Mason Webster, with Maximus Lewis rounding out the 27 strong. Everyone made it to the finish. And that concludes the Honda race action for the heats, with Minimax heat number 3 up next. So 2 more races to go until we go into the final stages of round 3 of the championship here at Rowrah in Cumbria. And the next round will be in Lydd in Kent in the southeast on the 5th of June. Here's the starting grid for Minimax, their 3rd and final heat. It's Addison Smith and Lizzie Mentier rounding out the top 2 positions on the front row. Ben Adrian and Jack Burgess. Lewis Goff and Lucas Blanford round out the top 3 rows. Row 4, it's Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Horner. Row 5, completing the top 10, it's Taylor Dixon and Michael Ambler. Callum Foster and Zach Turner will line up on row number 6. Row 7, it's Leon Barlow and Oliver Fabricius, with Tyler Lee, Harry Holland, Daniel Parsons and Melissa Adrian rounding out the 18-strong grid. So, drivers making their way around this circuit. Ahead of their final heat, 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So after this, we'll have our 3rd and final Junior Pro Kart heat before we get underway with the Honda B final. And then it'll be the main event of the weekend. 5 respective finals. And also we have trophies to give away. Callum Foster being given a shout out once again from Elaine, aka Sunbather. Callum Foster, number 69. So far, 2 winners. First one, Melissa Adrian. Second one, Lucas Blanford. Now, it's going to see a change whether we are going to have Blanford go to the front of the field early doors. He has been the one to beat this season. So it's Addison Smith and Lizzie Mentier on the front row in the numbers 15 and 50. The number 50 being the defending champion in this class from last season. Drivers make their way through Sunny Bend. Drivers now being told to compress their starting order because out of Paddock Bend they come into the tram lines. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are out, we're off and racing for the 3rd heat as Mentier going towards the outside of the front and gets through on Addison Smith. So Lizzie Mentier round the outside of the second part of the chicane, inspired driving by the number 50. As they make their way through, Lewis Goff now rounds out the top 3 positions ahead of Ben Adrian. There's Lucas Blanford rounding out the top 5 ahead of Jared Fox-Whiteley. There's Jack Burgess in the 94. He's a lot further up the order than he would have started just over a few seconds ago, but brilliant job there from him. And Blanford looking up the inside to get 2 for the price of 1 through the stewardesses. Has the number 59 made it through on the run down towards St John's? He's lined up behind Lewis Goff and sends it up the inside through into the right-hander. Lewis Goff looking to pit it towards the outside. Blanford takes the apex neatly through Sunny Bend, but Goff gets the run through on Blanford heading into Paddock. And now a change back again. Goff ahead of Blanford. There's the number 48 of Ben Adrian. Blanford up the inside of Goff to retake 3rd place, going through into the chicane as we're into the first minute and change of this race. But Mentier and Smith leading the way, less than half a second apart. Mentier with the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.360. There's the number 12, that's Ben Horner, battling away with the likes of Jack Burgess, amongst others, and Callum Foster. And there is the number 12, more strife, I'm afraid, for Ben Horner. Oh, that was very close indeed. Between, well, it's getting even closer between the likes of Jared Fox-Whiteley. think that was Lewis Goff just up ahead of him in the number 4. So, top 3, Mentia leads the way. It was a 1 minute 2.360 from the number 50. Gap now, 0.7. Blanford sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.264. Fox Whiteley up into 4th from 6th on the previous tour. Lewis Goff and Ben Adrian, followed by Jack Burgess. Jack Burgess has just been given a warning. Just been informed that the B final for Honda Cadets will go to 9 minutes plus a lap, and then all of the finals, normally 15 minutes plus a lap, will be reduced to 12 minutes plus a lap. As now there's Leon Barlow being followed by Callum Foster. That's the battle for 8th position on the road. As now Lucas Blanford has got past Addison Smith, and now the hunt to chase down Lizzie Mentia begins, but she's got a comfortable gap at the moment, looks to be more than a second. So now Smith and Blanford have to start working together. If they want to battle for the lead, they've got to start pushing now with 5.5 minutes still to go. Make that 5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. Jared Fox Whiteley, fastest lap of anybody. 1 minute 1.197. He's right all over the back bumper of Addison Smith, going through the chicane in the number 22. Won't line it up for McRae's because Smith goes defensive. Well, actually, he looks to go up the inside of Blanford. Blanford manages to get back on. Smith gets a warning from race control. There is Lewis Goff. There is Ben Adrian. Goes up the inside. Sideways there from Addison Smith. Loses a bag of momentum, and around the outside of him goes Jared Fox Whiteley after. Lucas Blanford managed to get through. We've got another warning flag coming out for the number 15 cart. And that's Addison Smith, who's just been passed by Jared Fox Whiteley. He's sandwiched in between Fox Whiteley and Goff, and those two were battling in cadets last year. Goff being the 112 champion in CKC, and Fox Whiteley unfortunately not able to take part in the season finale at Clay Pigeon last year due to being struck down with COVID-19. Finishing runner-up. Oh, Fox Whiteley sideways coming through paddock. And Addison Smith fractionally behind. They were 69 thousandths of a second apart, but Lewis Goff is keeping them very, very honest indeed as we're past the halfway mark on the timer. 3 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap. Ben Adrian is keeping pace with them. Zach Turner's now got a warning, the number 99, rounding out the top 11 places. So all 18 drivers, all the way down to Ben Horner, who rounds out the grid. Switch move there from Leon Barlow. Jack Burgess back up the inside, down the back straightaway, heading into the stewardesses. So they're battling away over 7th position. There's Blanford coming through into shot. Fox Whiteley, Smith, Goff, Adrian. There's Burgess and Barlow, who's got Foster right up his back bumper. Harry Holland rounds out the top 10, but Mentia still leading the way. The minute she got to the front of the field very early on, managed to get the advantage very, very quickly indeed. Blanford just put in the fastest lap, and then straight away Fox Whiteley decided, sorry, you're not having that one, I'm going to have it. 1 minute 0.852 from Jared Fox Whiteley as Lewis Goff completely sideways coming out. It's all line astern here between the likes of Burgess, Barlow. Oh no! Contact between Burgess and Barlow, and that has allowed Foster and all to get past. And they tried to rejoin, and I've just seen that Ben Horner's just got caught up in that as an unwilling participant. That is Callum Foster, who's just had a moment in the number 69. That'll be through Iredale's. So the 99 of Zach Turner has gone through. Tyler Lee just behind the number 69 from Clacton-on-Sea. Callum Foster actually started, well, he was the Rye House Fangio champ and Imola champ in 2020 and 2021. Wilton's one of the only circuits that he's visited on this calendar. Loves PFI, and now he's up the inside of Zach Turner. Drifts a little bit wide as number 69 catches the curb. The back end steps out once again for Callum Foster, but he manages to control it. Down into the last minute and a half of this race as Mentia leads the way from Blanford by 1.5 seconds. As, mechanical black flag out for Michael Ambler in 16th position in the number 25. So Ambler will have to park that kart. Still this battle here. This is through the stewardess. It's always close between the likes of Zach Turner, Callum Foster, Tyler Lee and Melissa Adrian. They round out the top 13 positions. Then we switch our attention to Taylor Dixon. There's Oliver Fabricius trying to go up the inside of the 77 of Harry Holland through paddock. 40 seconds on the clock. We've got this plus another additional lap still to go. And Mentia leading the way ahead of Blanford by just under 1.5 seconds. Mentia a 1 minute 1.420, Blanford a 1 minute 1.346. There's Fabricius and Holland battling away. This is for P8 on the road. Fabricius manages to keep ahead of the 77 for the moment as we head into the final 10 seconds of this race, and also their heats racing for the day here at round 3 of the championship. A little bit further back, Callum Foster still wrestling away with Zach Turner and Tyler Lee. Timer hit 0. And Lizzie Mentia coming out of the final corner gets the last lap board signal. Blanford was 1.4 seconds behind. Now he's just over 1.4 seconds behind, now just under 1.4 seconds behind as we go onto the final lap. Jared Fox-Whiteley still sitting in 3rd place. There's the battle for 4th. Addison Smith ahead of Lewis Goff and Ben Adrian in the 15, the 4 and the 48 respectively as they make their way through into Iredales for the final time of asking. So 17 of the 18 drivers still running. Michael Ambler out on lap 7 with the mechanical black flag. There is the top 3, and then the 3 battling over 4th position down into Sunny Bend for the final time of asking. The checkered flag is being prepared, and great to see Lizzie Mentia on the front sharp end of the grid as she comes out of the final corner and wins the race ahead of Lucas Blanford by 1.1 seconds. Jared Fox-Whiteley not only takes 3rd but takes the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 0.852 seconds. Addison Smith and Lewis Goff round out the top 5 ahead of Ben Adrian, Taylor Dixon, Oliver Fabricius, Harry Holland and Zach Turner rounding out the top 10. Tyler Lee in 11th ahead of Callum Foster. Melissa Adrian rounds out the top 13. Leon Barlow in 14th ahead of Daniel Parsons, Ben Horner and Jack Burgess. An unfortunate incident between Barlow and Burgess earlier on a few laps ago compromised their opportunity to be in the top 8 at the checkered, with Michael Ambler rounding out the 18 strong, retiring with a mechanical black flag on lap number 7. So we head to our final heat of round 3 of the 2022 season. Up next is Junior Pro Kart Heat 3. So plenty of action still to come here at CKC JKC round 3. Here's the Pro Kart lineup for Heat 3. Reese Knight and Owen Roberts on the front row. Sophie Pawsey and Harry Brown, row 2. Maximus Shields and Conor McCarthy, row number 3. Sebastian Pereira and Finn Collister, row 4. Harry Roddis and Amy Frame round out the top 10, with Christian Oblag and Thomas Wilkins on row 6. Leon Wilson brings up the rear of the field in 13th position as they unleash them down the entry ramp. Oh, that's a nice BMW motorcycle there. Is that Mr. Simpson on camera duty again? Ah, nice shot there, sir. Well done. Well, you've got to have an appreciation for 2 and 4 wheels as well, considering we do also. Hey, don't start twisting my words. Considering the fact that we do have motocross coverage as well on Alpha Live, don't we? You see? You see, I do pick up on what upcoming live streams there are. I know there are quite a few. I know, you're not, I know I'm not watching that one. I'm watching this one because I'm commentating on this one. Don't start. He does this every time, does James Fitzhugh. Ka-ching. Sorry. So we will have 6 more races after this one. We'll have the Honda B final where out of the 39 strong cadets that joined us here at Rowrah for this weekend, the top 10 from that will then go into the A final, where there will be silverware up for grabs. We will also give top novice awards away for the top performing novice in the final of each particular race. So the Pro Karts lining up. We're just waiting for the number 68 of Leon Wilson to make his way round, join the back end of the grid, which he's doing as we speak. So it's been 2 for 2 so far. Sebastian Pereira in Heat 1, Maximus Shields in Heat 2. Can it be 3 different winners from 3? We've had 4 from 4 for Honda Cadets. And we've had 3 from 3 from Minimax and also from Micromax as well. Okay, revs rise, red lights, go out. We are off and racing. Sophie Pawsey's going to get the run into turn 1 first, ahead of the number 54. Oh, it's getting a bit close for comfort. Maximus Shields makes it through as Amy Frame round the outside of Conor McCarthy. There's Christian Oblag in the 76 rounding out the bottom end of the field, as it's all about traction coming through. Sophie Pawsey lights up the rear tyres and manages to thread the eye of the needle, going around the outside of everybody through into McRae's. As up the inside of Maximus Shields goes Sebastian Pereira. There's Conor McCarthy. As all, Amy Frame has a 180 spin going through into Iredales. And now again, Pereira on Shields. And not just Shields, it was also the number 54 as well. So they've managed to get through nice and cleanly on the first lap. Bit close there on the outside of St John's for Harry Brown in the 47 as Maximus Shields looks up the inside of Sebastian Pereira. Amy Frame is now in the frame. Amy Frame is a little bit further back, but Sophie Pawsey manages to thread the eye of the needle. Did she stay ahead? She did indeed. Sebastian Pereira, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 7.116, as now they fan out for what is the back end of the top 6, as Shields up the inside of Pawsey to get the lead through McRae's. And we've got Oblag, McCarthy, amongst others. Oh, someone did have a little bit of a moment coming through McRae's, I see. There was a spinner at the back. Pawsey at the outside. Maximus Shields goes tight on the apex through the stewardesses. The number 77 might have a bit of a run coming down the hill, but keep your eyes on Sebastian Pereira in the number 21. Down through the right-hander at St John's. Now into the left at Sunny Bend. Shields has got the lead. Pawsey defends. Pereira to the inside, going into paddock. He's going to get the run through. But can Pawsey light up the rear tyres and get some traction coming out of the final corner? She does. And now pulls to the inside of Pereira. Can't get through on the chicane. But Shields, 1 minute 3.777. Fastest lap of the race for the 181. Very much. When I've spoken to Maximus on several occasions over the first couple of rounds, he said, yeah, it's a bit of a different driving style going from Rotax to Pro Kart. So he's a brave individual doing what Sandro Ballesteros did last season. There is Christian Oblag against Sophie Pawsey. Pawsey manages to get the traction out of Iredales and down the back straightaway. There's the top 2. Oblag up the inside of Pawsey through into the stewardesses. Now Pawsey could get a good run down the hill. Looks to the outside, trying to get past Oblag. Oblag shuts the door. Through down into St John's and Sunny Bend. They go once again. Nip and tuck between first and second. The gap was nearly 6/10, but Pereira was looking up the inside of Shields through paddock. A bit further back, we've got the number 54 there. As they make their way once again through into McRae's, the 54. Must have been a last-minute entry. So Maximus Shields continues to lead ahead of Sebastian Pereira. Through into Iredales once again. Down the back straightaway. Pereira in the wheel tracks of Shields. And all the drivers still running at the minute. Sebastian Pereira has got the fastest lap in the books, 1 minute 2.269, so it looks like the track is evolving. The wind is still very much prevalent here at Rowrah, but with regards to the rainfall, I'm not 100% sure, but it doesn't look like there's any rain hitting the circuit. As again going through into Paddock Bend. Oh, Pereira with a tighter line on Shields, but Shields keeps it pinned. Up the chicane they go. So it's Shields from Pereira by just 1/10 of a second. Christian Oblag in third. Sophie Pawsey rounds out the top four. Conor McCarthy, round 2 winner at Wilton Mill 4 weeks ago. He rounds out the top 5. Expect Conor McCarthy to bring the fireworks in the final later on. Thomas Wilkins has gotten past the number 4 of Reese Knight for 6th position. In the meantime, we've got 3 1/4 minutes still to go. Drivers making their way through into the stewardesses. There's Thomas Wilkins going through. Three and a half minutes to go. Oh, sideways and then some for Harry Brown. Clean up on aisle 3, please. Oh, my goodness. That was completely lit up the throttle. The back tyres just went spinning like a good one. And then I don't know how Harry Brown caught that, but my goodness, I think the heart was more than over 200 beats a minute in that particular driver's chest. As we head into the last 2.5 minutes of the heat action, as there's Leon Wilson getting out of the way of the battling duo. That is Sophie Pawsey versus Conor McCarthy. McCarthy up the inside. Let's have a look at that side. You know what? This is going to be quite appropriate. Code Brown for Harry Brown right now. Look, sideways completely out to the stewardesses, bumps over the curb, and he still keeps the throttle pinned. Well held, Mr. Brown. I think that would give anyone in their right mind a fright. But Sophie Pawsey still keeping Conor McCarthy at bay for 4th position as we head into the last 2 minutes and 20 on the clock, plus an additional lap of the official heats action for round 3 of the championship for 2022. Front end of the field. Oh, Pawsey runs a little bit wide coming out of Sunny Bend. McCarthy looked for the move, could not get it done. Now through into Paddock. Pawsey runs wide, McCarthy up the inside, and the 74 is through for 4th across the line and into the chicane. McCarthy was just waiting, biding time, and looking for that opportune moment, and there it presented itself. Like 2 big barn doors on a farmhouse opening. A little bit further, right, we're still concentrating on this battle between Conor McCarthy. There's Harry Brown. I think Finn Collister is a little bit further back. Amy Frame is also not too far behind Finn Collister. That's the battle for what is going to be 9th position on the road. Leon Wilson on only novice as, oh, it's side by side, Collister and Frame. Frame gets through. That's for the rundown from Iredale's through into the stewardesses. There's Harry Brown coming through shot ahead of Reese Knight. Maximus Shields on lap number 7 with 30 seconds on the clock remaining puts in the fastest one of all in this race. 1 minute 1.759 from the 181. The defending Junior Pro Kart champion from last season looking to solidify a good amount of points going into the final, into Iredale's. So Shields making his way through the stewardesses. It's going to be close. Well, the time has hit 0 now, so it is going to be final lap after this one. Lap 8 out of 9 completed. And Maximus Shields will have a look up above on the digi-flag and see last lap. It's exactly the sign that he needed, because it's going to be 2 for 2 for him. Sebastian Pereira falling a little bit behind, 2.5 seconds adrift. Christian Oblag in 3rd place. Nearly 5 seconds off of Maximus Shields, who leads them through onto McRae's for the final time in this race. Conor McCarthy and Sophie Pawsey ran out the top 5. as Thomas Wilkins not too far adrift of them now, closed in to Sophie Pawsey, but by only just over a tenth. As you can see the amount of understeer on the carts as Maximus Shields just tries to commit to the corner and says thank you very much to Leon Wilson. Nice gesture there of sportsmanship from Maximus Shields as now Sebastian Pereira goes through. But the checkered flag will wave on the conclusion of the heat stages here at round 3 of the CKC and JKC season here at Rowrah. And it is Maximus Shields who wins Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 by nearly 2.2 seconds ahead of Sebastian Pereira. Christian Oblag rounds out the top 3. Oh, shame. A shame for Sophie Pawsey. Loses out 5th place to Thomas Wilkins, and she finishes 6th behind Connor McCarthy, who rounds out the top 4, the 15-year-old from Bridgend in South Wales. Then Amy Frame in 7th, ahead of Reese Knight. Finn Collister, Harry Brown and Leon Wilson all made it to the checkered. Fastest lap in that race, Maximus Shields on lap number 7 with a 1 minute 1.759. Results are coming in. And so Tom Carter has been confirmed as the Heat 3 winner for Junior Rotax, ahead of Jacob Dukes and Nicholas Ellis. And multiple drivers, 7 in total. Bartek Filipiak, Harry Hurstgrover, Jaden Hewitt, Ethan Haig, Sam Stoner, Oliver Brett Smith and Finley Whiting, all getting a 5-second time penalty for a front fairing. Lizzie Mentier wins race 3 in the heats for Minimax, ahead of Lucas Blanford and Jared Fox-Whiteley, and no penalties to speak of, according to the official results that have been provided, with Ethan Charles being the winner of Honda Cadet heat number 3, ahead of Tom Drake and Jensen White. And six drivers, Mason Webster, Sam Hayes, Lewis Hall, Freddie Houseago, and Alfie Forrester and JJ Plowman all being hit with the 5-second front fairing penalty. But without further ado, it's time to go to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, Honda Cadet. B final up next. So, the heats are over. The finals now get things going. Very, very shortly, we're getting underway with our B final. So, the grid is as follows. Harry Samuel, Max Houseago, front row. Row 2, Ayrton Rye, Sam Hayes. And it's Alfie Forrester and Ralphie Branscombe. George Ralston, Mason Webster, Rio Wardally and William Howard ran out the top 10, ahead of James Winstanley and Thomas Percox. Joshua Owen, Maximus Lewis, Alex McCullough, JJ Plowman, Isaac Huburn, Scarlett Percox ran at the top 18. So, 38 drivers, 18 of these drivers here in the B final. Top 10 will be going through to the A final, and that will be the penultimate race of the race weekend before we head to Lydd in the southeast in Kent on the 5th of July. And thereby, I'll be handing back this warm commentary position back to David Sullivan. What is the lap record for Honda Cadets? Well, there's so many different circuits. ISW 88 Racing, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. So the B final will be 9 minutes plus a lap, and then our finals, all 5 of them, will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap rather than the customary 15 because of the delays that we've had during proceedings with the low-lying fog and a red flag. There is a thumbs up from one of the drivers. So the drivers now making their way out of the dummy grid. I'm told by Lauren from the CKC team to exit out of the dummy grid and down the entry ramp onto the circuit, being led by Harry Samuel and Max Houseago. So top 10 will go through. Oh, Harry Samuel. Crikey. I think Max Hausergo nearly had a heart attack when the 22 decided to spin it at Iredales and now has to wait for everybody to get past. 8.9 for style points there. Good control as well, I must say. But that's not one of the things you want to do when you're going on a formation lap heading onto the starting grid. So Harry Samuel must have thought, oh, I'm not going to hold this one. And he definitely was not, well, he's able to manage to keep it pointing the other way, held the brakes. It's very important. You don't want the kart to start rolling back because then otherwise there could be trouble ahead. Soylent Green, yes, it is very, very slippy, to say the very least. Last bit of encouragement for the drivers ahead of their journey over the next 10 minutes or so. And who will make it through to the A final later on this afternoon? We will find out. But until that point, it's a journey into the unknown. So they're just double checking that the grid is in the correct order. So it's Harry Samuel and Max Hausergo on the front row, with Ayrton Rai and Sam Hayes on row 2. Row 3, it's Alfie Forrester and Ralphie Branscombe. The numbers 79 and 96. Right then. Drivers told to look at the lights. Red lights are out. We are off and underway for the Honda Cadet B final. Who's going to get there first? Oh my goodness, what a launch from Ayrton Rai. Trying to get towards the outside, but still has to hold back and stay in third position. Sam Hayes very much in the thick of things as the drivers make their way down into McRae's for the first time of asking. Top 2 line astern, so Harry Samuel leads from Max Hausergo into Iredales. Oh, Hausergo round, and then Ayrton Rai spins as well. Oh, traffic jam down at Iredales. So 3 drivers having a little bit of a drama, including Max Hausergo. The problem is in these tricky conditions, if you snap on the brakes too hard, the back end will lock up and spin you around, guaranteed. The drivers now making their way down the hill through St John's and into Sunny Bend, but it's Harry Samuel that is leading the way quite comfortably, ahead of the number 11 of Sam Hayes. They come across the line to complete the first lap. Harry Samuel leads by 2.1 seconds. Sam Hayes in second. Ralphie Branscombe rounds out the top 3. George Ralston and Alfie Forrester, the top 5. Rio Wardali, Mason Webster, JJ Plowman, Ayrton Rai and Alex McCullough round out the top 10 positions. Those top 10 places, ultra important. It's basically if you get into the top 10 and you're confirmed to be in that, you are in the A final. 79 there, that is Alfie Forrester, was looking up the inside of George Ralston going through into Iredales. And they go through into the Stuart S's. Very close there for Rio Wardali, looking up the inside of Alfie Forrester. Down the hill they go. As Harry Samuel already making his way towards Paddock Bend at a great rate of knots. So Alfie Forrester looking towards the inside of George Ralston coming out of Paddock Bend. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Forrester looking closer through, even into the chicane, but can't get through. Rio Wardali being chased down by Mason Webster in the number 2. Harry Samuel with clear air up ahead, able to put in the quick lap times, 1 minute 5.014. As the drivers making their way towards the Stuart S's. Hopefully we'll see Harry Samuel come through that very, very shortly. And between Sam Hayes and Ralphie Branscombe, there's the race leader, Harry Samuel. There's Sam Hayes, there's Ralphie Branscombe. George Ralston, Alfie Forrester. Alex McCulloch, in the meantime, has managed to make it up to P8. Ayrton Rai and Joshua Owen round out the top 10 now. Followed by James Winstanley, Maximus Lewis and Max Hausergo. Hausergo now up into 13th and is starting to make a bit of a comeback. Having unfortunately dropped it through Iredale's. Drivers make their way up through the chicane once again. So 5 minutes and 20 still to go, plus an additional lap. Ralphie Branscombe still keeping ahead of George Ralston at the moment as they go through Iredale's. Alfie Forrester looking rather menacing in the background. Look towards the inside of the number 99 for 4th position. But with 5 minutes to go, 4 minutes down, 5 to go plus a lap. There we are. Oh, right, someone has had a bit of a moment. That was through the Stuart S's, and that was the number 11 of Sam Hayes. So Sam Hayes drops it coming out of the Stuart S's and ends up out of the top 2. Has that compromised the number 11's race and means that Sam Hayes might not make it through the top 10 and into the A final a little bit later on. However, we've still got some great battling happening. Mason Webster trying to chase down Rio Wardali. That's the battle for P5 on the road. And I'm going to bring this man in whilst we're on commentary. Very good afternoon to Josh East, our resident photographer. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, doing very well, thank you. Been a very good weekend so far. Looking forward to the A finals now, so all to play for soon. Obviously, B final with the Hondas.
Yep.
So hopefully, a couple of these make it through and get in the back of the grid, ready to race.
I was going to say, have you had any washing tips for your minus 273 gloves that got a bit dirty in the mechanics race last night?
I did get a couple. They're looking shiny again, so all sorted. No, they're bright gloves, so got to keep them top tip.
A bit like your high-vis vest that you're currently wearing at the moment, but really good to see that, we've got a little bit of a nigh-on coming together. Ayrton Rai nearly had Joshua Owen up the inside. All of a sudden, Max Hausergo making a rise up through the ranks. I mean, photography is a very, very understated art. You've got a little bit of an apprentice with you who's been with us since Wilton Mill, Jacob Howard. What's it been like sort of teaching him about the finer nuances of photography?
No, Jake's been phenomenal. He came to me, I've met him before. He came to me asking how do I get better, like what shots do I need to get, and how do I get this? I was like, you know what? Let's put you through your paces. Let's get you going. And he's really shone, to be fair. He's had some cracking shots.
Right. That's Max Hausergo and Joshua Owen. And there was someone else there as well. Might have been Alex McCulloch. So it's all changed at the bottom part of the top 10, which could mean more dramas for those looking to get into the A final. With 3 minutes on the clock, Josh, it's never written in stone until that checkered flag flies, doesn't it?
No, as much as we know from the mechanics race last night, it all goes haywire. Even 2 minutes to go, and it can very easily change.
Yeah, well, listen, mate, thanks for jumping in ever so briefly.
No, thank you.
We'll catch up with you at some point during the season, I'm sure. Big thank you to Josh East, part of the crew with Stu Stresson Photography. So one of the many people like Matt Plum and Foxy Red Photography as well that have taken photographs of the CKC over the course of the season. Just over 2 minutes to go, and we've got a really good battle happening here coming through. Now this is for second place. Ralphie Branscombe being chased down again by Alfie Forrester. Rio Wardali rounds out the top 4. Alex McCulloch in 5th place ahead of George Ralston. Mason Webster, Ayrton Rai, Max Hausergo and Maximus Lewis. Oh, right. Looks like they were trying to get back past one of the back markers there. As we head into the last 90 or so seconds, the conditions have not been easy for these drivers all day long, and also with the fact that we had significant rainfall overnight. But keeping my eyes on Alfie Forrester and Ralphie Branscombe, their line astern coming across the start-finish line. The battle for second very much on as Branscombe leads them up the hill through into turns 1 and 2, through the chicane once again, and now into McRae's. The run down there. Can Forrester put a move up the inside of Branscombe? Branscombe runs a little bit wide out of the corner. The youngster, 10 years of age, based out of East London. And Alfie Forrester, also 10 years of age, based out of Derby. And it's his second year in outdoor karting and his first year in this Cadet Kart Championship. So good to see new drivers joining this championship that has tripled in numbers over the past couple of seasons. And now there's, Forrester went deep. Branscombe went, no, you are not, going through, and just literally launched the kart up the inside by taking the wide sweeping momentum racing line going through the Stuart S's. So he made that move stick. Nice work there by Ralphie Branscombe, but still have to give credit where credit is due to Alfie Forrester for trying to attempt that move. We're on to the last 10 or so seconds of the race itself. So at the moment, the drivers provisionally going through. Well, Harry Samuel is leading by a country mile. Currently 6.5 seconds. Timer hit 0. And there is Branscombe and Forrester. Next time around, Harry Samuel in the 22 will get the last lap board. And that will be the sign that Harry Samuel will want to see. Alfie Forrester still pressurising Ralphie Branscombe for second place. Here's the battle for fourth and fifth. Rio Wardali and Alex McCullough. McCullough gets a great run coming out of Iredale's, looks towards the outsiders through on the inside of the Stuart S's. It's a repeat of the last lap. Ralphie Branscombe manages to thread the eye of the needle as Alfie Forrester sent it up the inside, tight through the apex on the first part of the Stuart S's. He then went wide and Branscombe saw the gap and took it. Along with the top 5, George Ralston, Ayrton Rai, Mason Webster, Max Hausigo and JJ Plowman provisionally round out the top 10 as things stand. That's the running order as we speak, as we're on the last lap. Harry Samuel is away and clear by nearly to the tune of 0.7 of a second. There's Ralphie Branscombe and Alfie Forrester still battling away over second place. More battles happening up and down the order, but still, it's going to be a shame for 8 of the drivers. They will not progress past this stage of the race weekend. However, they still will score points towards their championship efforts this year. But this time through the Stuart S's, Alfie Forrester does not launch it from way back when, or way back where thereof, to try and get past Ralphie Branscombe. However, there is your race leader about to come through the final corner. The Honda Cadet B final. It's been one driver above all. It's Harry Samuel that wins by a country mile. But Ralphie Branscombe's going to hold on. Is Alfie Forrester going to get him on the line? No, he does not. Ralphie Branscombe and Alfie Forrester. And it's Rio Wardali versus Alex McCullough, and McCullough gets it by 26 thousandths of a second. George Ralston rounds out the top 6. Now we've got a few more drivers to wait for, another 4 to cross the line. Who's going to be next? It's going to be Ayrton Rai ahead of Max Hausigo, who came back to finish in 8th. Ahead of Mason Webster, and the last driver to go across the line, Joshua Owen, the number 57. Ahead of JJ Plowman, and that was fractionally between the pair of them, 0.362 of a second. Rounding out the order, Isaac Huban, and we've got William Howard, Maximus Lewis, James Winstanley, and there goes Scarlett Percox across the line. Sam Hayes, unfortunately, in the number 11, retiring on lap 3. But that is it for the Honda Cadet B final, with Harry Samuel winning by 7.5 seconds. Now, it's time for the main events you've all been waiting for. It's time for the A finals. First up, Micromax. So, Micromax, we've had some great racing between these young drivers. Heat 1, it was Daniel Minto that picked up the victory. Heat 2, Tyler O'Neill. And Heat 3, James Roberts. Here's your starting grid. It's Roberts and Minto on the front row. Aston Brown, the points leader, coming into this round here at Rowrah. On row 2, alongside Logan Lauder. Samuel Audii and Toby Jukes round out the top 3 rows. Row 4, it's James Tate and Riley Buckton-Young, with Tyler O'Neill and Amy Peacock completing the top 10. Jack Hutchinson and Caden Simpson complete row 6. Alex Jones, Harry Neeson, Kyle McLean and Ella Lucia rounding out the 16 strong. Kyle McLean and Ella Lucia, I've seen neither of them on the track, so we have 14 drivers ready to go racing. Now we up the stakes. 12 minutes plus an additional lap of racing for all of our 5 finals here today at Rowrah. So the drivers now being sent on their way. A little bit more of a strategy call here. But Daniel Minto is the driver that was victorious 4 weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Will he do it? Will he do 2 for 2 this time around here at Rowrah in Cumbria? James Roberts and several other drivers could have a say in what transpires over around about the next 13 minutes of racing. So drivers weaving from side to side, coming through the Stuart S's. Now trying to get into the 2x2 rolling start formation, and there they are. All 14 drivers. Jack Hutchinson down in 13th, being the novice of the crew. So out of St John's through Sunny Bend, they will be told to slow down and split into their relevant positions. It's a 5-second time penalty for impeding on tram lines through the start. Let's see if we can get our first of 5 finals underway on the first time of asking. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. 12 minutes on the clock. The lights are out. We are off and underway. And Robert sweeps ahead of Minto, leading them into the chicane. Brown into 3rd place as they head up the hill for the first time. Samuel Audii. And you've also got Logan Lauder battling away with Toby Jukes. And there's also James Tate in the mix as well. Oh, Tate gets a bit advantageous, and we've had a spin. That is the number 99 of Tyler O'Neill, and we've also had another spinner at the back of McRae's as they head down to Iredale's for the first time. There's Amy Peacock trying to get the over and under on Caden Simpson and gets the job done. And to the outside, that's Harry Neeson on Caden Simpson trying to get through as well. Through into the Stuart S's. Nice and gingerly does it, but Harry Neeson neatly slots inside. No worries, Tim Winters. It's not a problem at all. These things do happen. The drivers make their way down through into Paddock Bend for the first time of asking. And leading the way, it is James Roberts. Daniel Minto in 2nd. Gap between them, less than half a second. 3rd, it's Aston Brown. Samuel Audii, Logan Lauder and also James Tate rounding out the top 6. Toby Jukes in 7th. Riley Buckton-Young. Amy Peacock now up into 9th place ahead of Harry Neeson, who completes the top 10. Caden Simpson in 11th ahead of Alex Jones, Tyler O'Neill and Jack Hutchinson. And there is the train, the Aston Brown train, being leading them all into Iredale's. Oh, round goes Laudie, and into the side goes Logan Lauder, and Laudie is absolutely furious with that one. Simpson's got nowhere to go and now has to get out of the kart to push it back. Marshall's on the scene, and I think Lauder's wedged in. Yes, front bumper was wedged behind the right front wheel. Laudie absolutely fuming on that one. Oh, moment for Riley Buckton-Young going into the Stuart S's. Manages to regain the kart and all its faculties thereof. But at the front of the field, Minto is closing in on Roberts for P1. And there they are, line astern. Gap was 4.5 tenths of a second, now 0.26. Minto with the fastest lap, 1 minute 4.422. Roberts with a 1 minute 4.608. As Amy Peacock's now up into P5 and climbing. Last time around, she was about less than 0.6 of a second slower than James Tate, as Roberts trying to get the better of Daniel Minto as things stand. Into Iredales they go. Laudie all the way down into stone dead last after that incident with Logan Lauder. But Laudie lost the back end under braking. 9 1/4 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Aston Brown, the way things stand, will continue to lead the points after this particular round in the championship. And Alex Jones will find himself a little bit further behind than he would like come the end of round 3. But still, it's a marathon, not a sprint in a championship. You've got to make sure that you score points consistently. Gap between first and second now, 0.283 of a second. Aston Brown is about 3.7 seconds behind. James Tate still ahead of Amy Peacock by about 3 seconds. So Amy Peacock, as I said, doing one of 2 drivers doing double duty this weekend. So she's doing Honda Cadet and Micromax. And also Maximus Shields doing Junior Rotax and Junior Pro Kart. 2 leaders coming through Iredales. Logan Lauder's just set a personal best, but James Roberts, last time round, 1 minute 4.221, was 16 thousandths of a second quicker. There's Tyler O'Neill, 99 ahead of Riley Buckton-Young. There's Alex Jones being chased down by Harry Neeson in the 47. And Neeson gets out. Oh, Neeson and Jones side by side through the Stewart's S's. Neeson still trying to thread the eye of the needle, then pair are touching side by side. Ooh, that was very, very close for comfort between the pair. And Alex Jones is now coming under fire from Caden Simpson, the 77. And Simpson manages to get through, the youngster, 9 years of age from York. Started racing last year at the age of 8. So Simpson gets through on Alex Jones. He drops out of the top 10. It's not been a good one for Alex Jones this weekend, I'm afraid. But Daniel Minto starting to lose a little bit of ground to James Roberts. Roberts last time went sub 1 minute 4, 1 minute 3.961. Minto again, and there's Amy Peacock. She was running P5, and again, drama strikes the number 17. And she comes out ahead in front of Riley Buckton-Young and Harry Neeson, who's firmly got the bit between his teeth, and Harry Neeson gets past Riley Buckton-Young, going in towards the stewardesses. So that means that Amy Peacock has only lost a couple of positions, one to Toby Jukes, one to Tyler O'Neill, so she now rounds out the top 7. Harry Neeson's definitely fired up. That's very much case in points, as Logan Lauder very much sideways there. Riley Buckton-Young up the inside of Caden Simpson. That was through Sunny Bend. And now Simpson tries to put the boot on the other foot, going through into paddock. 6 1/4 minutes to go. Switchback attempt from Riley Buckton-Young. It's going to be nip and tuck, but Caden Simpson manages to get through before the chicane. But James Roberts and Daniel Minto still only 0.3 of a second adrift. I think they're not too far. Oh, Minto's got a great run on Roberts. They're going to head down the hill into the right here at St John's. Curve used by Roberts to steer the kart through, rotate it through the corner, through Sunny Bend, keeps the momentum ahead of the number 28. That's the blue flag being waved to Jack Hutchinson, the number 31. Based out of Ulverston from these very parts here in Cumbria. Just the tender age of 8 years. It's still good to see youngsters like Jack making sure that they have an opportunity to compete in such a championship like this. As now he lets them past. So Roberts still has got the upper hand on Minto as we are well past half time on the counter. Seven minutes down, 5 to go, plus an additional lap. Roberts has got the fastest lap of anybody after lap 4. It was a 1 minute 3.961. Minto is hot on his heels, as there's a bit of a mistake there from Caden Simpson. That allows Harry Neeson to get back through for 8th position. is Toby Jukes, who's running at the top 5. Oh, change for the lead and another change for the lead within the last couple of corners. Minto got the upper hand on Roberts. Roberts got back through on Paddock. Ashton Brown, on the meantime, is battling away for P3 with James Tate as they've just come through the final corner. And there is Minto looking menacing. Is he going to send it up the inside of McRae's? No, he does not. Roberts doing exactly what he needs to do to keep Daniel Minto at bay. James Tate in 3rd. Aston Brown in 4th. Toby Jukes, Amy Peacock. Right, what's happened with Tyler O'Neill? He's dropped out. Ah, right, there's yellow flags out on the circuit. So Tyler O'Neill, I'm wondering if his race has come to an abrupt halt. I did see a flash of yellow flags being waved by a marshal. James Tate has got a warning flag from race control, but the battle for the lead, all it's close coming out of Sunny Bend. Roberts still ahead of Minto. Defending like a good one is the 137. So Minto trying to close on in. 3 minutes and 20 still to go on the clock. And there is Riley Buckton-Young, okay, who's dropped way down the order. Down into 12th, has gone to 66. So Tyler O'Neill's race, I think, has come to a premature end, the number 99. An unfortunate set of circumstances for the youngster who won the second heat earlier on today. Less than 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Roberts pulling away from Minto. Gap looks to be a little bit more than 0.3 of a second as they now head into the stewardesses. Minto goes a little bit sideways as he accelerates coming through the first part of it, and now he's going to try and get that run of momentum. This was what he was doing in the last race against James Roberts, as now they go down through St John's. Minto was nearly into the back of Roberts, through into Sunny Bend. Roberts and Minto still intertwined in battle. Both take the same amount of racing line going through. James Tate in the meantime has gotten away from Aston Brown. So we're getting into the final 2 minutes, the final 6th of this race. Toby Jukes, a solid 5th place finish. 5th place at the moment for the youngster. He's running as high as in the top 5 earlier on this weekend, after a great run last week at Hooton Park and their IKR series. 1 minute and 40 still to go. Roberts has the measure of Minto for the minute. There's the battle between Harry Neeson and Caden Simpson. Battle for 7th place between the 47 and the 77. 77, same race number as Valtteri Bottas in Formula 1 with Alfa Romeo. .75 seconds remain on the clock. Keeping my eyes on the 2 leaders and anyone else that might be intertwined in a battle, because James Tate and Aston Brown are about 1 second away from each other at the moment, as I've just seen Brown just go over the brow of the hill into the chicane. Toby Jukes is coming out of the final corner as we speak. That is Alex Jones and Logan Lauder. They're battling away over 9th position. They're making their way out of Sunny Bend. So 33 seconds on the clock. James Roberts, last time around, was over half a second ahead of Daniel Minto in the battle for the top step of the rostrum. Minto's closed the gap once again in the downward part of the circuit. The leaders coming through Paddock. 2 to 3 kart lengths between them. Right, we're on to the penultimate lap of the final. Lap number 11 out of 13 completed. Minto is now starting to push. He's just put in the fastest lap, 1 minute 3.909 seconds. And now Roberts will know that it's this plus an additional lap to go. Timer hit 0. 12 minutes have expired. So through into Iredale's for the final time. Minto needs to start pressurising Roberts. If he can get a good run through the Stewart S's and line it up through St John's and Sunny Bend, If he can force a mistake out of James Roberts, then it's anyone's game, as now Logan Lauder has got past Alex Jones, and they've got the 31 of Jack Hutchinson, the novice in between, who's just been given the blue flag. There's the leaders. Oh, it's happened. It's very, very close indeed. So now Minto has got to be on full guns blazing attack as they go through into paddock. Last lap board is out this time. It's Roberts and it's Minto. Just over 1,000 metres separate one of these drivers from either second or victory. And Minto is within striking distance. Going through into McRae's for the final time. A little bit wider from Roberts, trying to get the acceleration out of the corner, now through into Iredale's. We've just got the Stuart S's, St John's, Sunnybend and Paddock to negotiate. But if Minto can tee it up through the Stuart S's, the momentum carry he will get going down the hill and into St John's. There we go! Move for the lead through into the Stuart S's. What does Roberts have in his bag? They bang side wheels. Oh, Roberts into the barriers! Off of the second part of the Stuart S's. So close. But nevertheless, James Roberts managing to bring the kart home. Provisionally, Daniel Minto will get the checkered flag. I would imagine there's going to be some discussion post-race. However, Minto takes the checkered. Roberts takes second, 2.4 seconds adrift. Third place is going to be James Tate, as we've had Harry Neeson and Caden Simpson come together. Harry Neeson furious and bangs the steering wheel in frustration. James Tate takes third. Aston Brown in fourth. As Toby Jukes, I think, is going to be coming around the final corner now. Riley Buxton-Young and Toby Jukes, 2 hands off the wheel, celebrating P5. Well done, young man. Amy Peacock has been in the mire all weekend long, doing double duty. The number 17 crosses the line in 6th position. And this is going to change everything behind Harry Neeson and Caden Simpson, because they were both beached on the outskirts of Iredale. So we got Logan Lauder's going to take 7th. 8th, it's going to be Alex Jones. Samuel Aldii will take, well, Samuel Aldii takes 8th. Alex Jones takes 9th. Harry Neeson takes 10th. Riley Buxton-Young will round out the top 12. We'll have Caden Simpson across the line 11th, with Jack Hutchinson rounding out the top 13. Let's have a look at the replay of that incident on the last lap through the Stuart S's. So, Minto up the inside. Roberts thinks, right, I'm going to try and go. Oh, right, hopefully. Hayden Taylor says, well done to Toby Jukes for a P5. Okay, let's have a look. So, through into the Stuart S's. Roberts goes a little bit wide, looks to tee it up. Minto sent it. They touch, they bang wheels, and no room, I'm afraid. But it was very, very close. I would imagine that's going to be looked at post-race. However, Daniel Minto is your Micromax winner this weekend. 2 for 2, provisionally speaking, at the moment. Any results that I have called all the way through the day has been provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks. Next up, it's the A final for Junior Rotax. So it's been 2 winners out of 3. Tom Carter leads the field from pole position. He's going to be battling away. I thought this might happen. Jacob Jukes alongside on the front row. Ethan Haig and Tom Holden, row 2. Maximus Shields and Nicholas Ellis, row 3. Row 4, it's Jensen Mason and Oliver Brett Smith. Row 5, completing the top 10, it's Curtis Latimer and Harry Hurst Grover. Sam Stoner and Jaden Hewitt round out the top 6 rows ahead of Catherine Potter, Siugos Pravilonis, Finley Whiting, Ollie Naylor, Sandro Ballesteros and Bartek Filipiak rounding out the top, the 18 strong drivers that will go into battle for 12 minutes plus an additional lap. And Tracy Carter, Tom's mum, has just gone, good luck for the final, Tom, from Nanny Grandad in Norfolk, in Mansfield, Nathan in Spain, and mum, of course. The cheers are coming in the support network for Tom Carter, the number 45, starting from pole position, are coming in. Sarah Mason has just said good luck to Jensen. Gutted you had to retire on the last lap in Heat 3, but sending positive vibes for the final. Claudia Bushby saying good luck to Jugos Pravilonis. and Sam being told to send it. That's Sam Stoner, courtesy of Tim Winters. Thank you, Tim, for joining us here, watching on the Alpha live stream. Drivers now going on their formation lap ahead of 12 minutes of exciting junior road tax action in Prospect. 4 weeks ago, it was Tom Carter that took the victory at Wilton Mill. Hayden Taylor, you are definitely right. This is going to be a good race. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Can anyone beat Tom Carter? The man alongside him, Jacob Jukes, will definitely do his utmost. But don't forget, you've got the likes of Tom Holden, who's been at the front end of the field this weekend. Ethan Haig, Maximus Shields is also one you can factor in. But with 12 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap of racing, this is how close it's going to be. Rossi Cos Karting saying, come on, Sandro Ballesteros. That's what we like. Multiple cheers for multiple different drivers. Whoever you are supporting, throw those comments in the chat as quickly as you can, and saying that Sandro is amazing. Good luck to Jacob from Katie. His mum, hope you're keeping well, Katie. Great to see both boys doing well this weekend. Now the final is upon us. 3 more races after this. We've got Minimax, Honda Cadets and Junior Pro Kart to close out the action here before we head to Lyd in the first weekend of June. 12 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Noise increases. This time we have a full start. It seems like every time I build up for a junior road tax race this weekend, it has been full start first time around. Hey, well, there we go. This is how these drivers are feeling right now. They know that the pressure cooker situation is getting to breaking point. But everyone wants to get a clean start. So cheers coming in for Maximus Shields. Hayden Taylor says Jacob in the lead at turn 1, please. Jury's out on that one, Hayden. We've got to wait until the lights go out first. Caleb Lawson-Donaghy saying, come on, Maximus Shields. So red lights back on the starting gantry. 12 minutes reset on the timer. Bet on red or black, one of them's going to win. Which one is it going to be here today? Carter and Jukes on the front row of the grid. Right, second time around, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are out this time. We are off and racing. Carter leads them up into the chicane for the first time. Jukes in second, Ethan Haig and Tom Holden as it's getting a bit scrappy behind, and that includes Nicholas Ellis. And Harry Hurst-Grover has absolutely mugged about 2 or 3 drivers going through the exit of the chicane. As, oh no, Harry Hurst-Grover. Now, was that Harry Hurst-Grover? That was the number 14. Bumped up into the air, front axle up and down like a yo-yo on a string. And he's absolutely livid about that one as everyone's scrabbling for traction. The likes of Ballesteros. Pravilonis, as well as everyone's making their way through into the stewardesses. It's 3 abreast. That's going to be a bit tight squeeze going through and into all of that. Finley Whiting threaded the eye of the needle past the number 7 of Nicholas Ellis, and also in there might have been the likes of Jensen Mason. Oh, we've got a spinner, and that is the number 70, Oliver Brett Smith. Oh, well, Brett Smith didn't have a good one in the second race. His front bumper was flapping up and down and was dented all over the shop. As Harry Hurst-Grover needs to use ruthless aggression, not start getting angry, Harry. Come on, push. Tom Carter now has a lead of 1.4 seconds ahead of Ethan Haig. Tom Holden rounds out the top 3, and there is Jacob Jukes in 4th position. Jensen Mason rounds out the top 5 ahead of Maximus Shields. Curtis Latimer, Finley Whiting, Nicholas Ellis and Sam Stoner round out the top 10. But Tom Carter is away and clear, and it's just put in a 59.767 second lap time. Through the S's they go once again. Down the hill into St John's, then through into the left at Sunny Bend before they come through Paddock. And your race leader is already coming through into the apex. Oh, and we've got a drama there. That is Pravilonis. Oh, my goodness. The youngster not having a good time in the office there in the number 99. Tom Carter, Ethan Haig, Tom Holden and Jacob Jukes all putting personal. Everyone in this race, apart from Pravilonis, have just put in a personal best. Harry Hurstgrover has got past Catherine Potter for 13th. Ollie Naylor past Sam Stoner for 10th. Nicholas Ellis ahead of Finley Whiting for 8th. Top 6 drivers, sub 60. When is Minimax on? That's going to be after this one, Rossi Cos Karting on YouTube. 9 minutes and 20 or so seconds still to go. Oh, sideways from Tom Holden coming out of the stewardesses. Also sideways from one of the other drivers. That was Curtis Latimer in the 56. It's now Jacob Jukes looking up the inside of Tom Holden. Through into paddock for P3. Very, very tight between the two. They are under the same awning as well. But Jukes manages to get through. Now he's got to start chasing. He's got just under 9 minutes. Plus an additional lap to go after Ethan Haig. Now, if Jukes can really start pushing those fast laps, if he can treat this like a glorified qualifying session, he will start catching Haig and Carter. But Carter is away and clear, but to the tune of nearly 2.5 seconds after the first 3.5 minutes of this race. Oliver Brett Smith has got past Catherine Potter and Bartek Filipiak. And the number 70 now up into 14th after that spin coming out of St John's. Sandro Ballesteros has been called into the pit lane with a mechanical black flag, the number 19. His race is done and he's currently sitting in 12th position. That's going to give a place back to those behind. As up the inside of Tom Holden. Oh, there's a clash between him and Jensen Mason. They rub sidewalls and Mason gets through on through paddock. Jacob Jukes, he must be listening to what I'm saying. Has he got a radio inside that race helmet? He's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 58.450, and he's just taken nearly half a second out of Ethan Haig. Gap between first and third is 3.2 seconds as things stand. Tom Holden trying to steer it in ahead of Maximus Shields. There's Curtis Latimer in the number 56. That's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th position. Just ahead they've got Jensen Mason. There's Latimer up the inside of Shields through into the stewardesses. And Latimer getting a bit sideways. They have been scrabbling for traction all day long here in every single class. What I'm keeping an eye on is what is Jacob Jukes doing. He's really hauling in. 58.946. He's 8.5 tenths behind Ethan Haig. But if Jukes can get a couple of good 2 to 3 laps of good pace, not make any unforced errors and go after Ethan Haig, then he's got a chance. But if you get to if Tom Carter starts pushing and extends that gap to the best part of nearly 4 seconds with about 4 minutes remaining, Jacob Jukes is going to have a mountain to climb. 6 minutes 30 still to go, plus an additional lap. Jukes now goes into the stewardesses. There's Ethan Haig just up in shots, number 27. Carter making his way through the final corner. And that gap between Ethan Haig and Jacob Jukes looks to have reduced. It was 8.5 tenths. Carter puts in the fastest lap of the race. Ethan Haig now exactly 9 tenths of a second ahead of Jacob Jukes. Tom Carter, fastest lap of the race of anybody. 58.378 on lap number 6. We're on to lap 7. 5 minutes and 50, plus an additional lap still remaining. We are past the halfway point in the Junior Road Tax final. And Claudio Bushby Racing saying no, tough luck, Zugos Pravilonis. Pravilonis still running, but is down in 17th after Sandro Ballesteros' mechanical black flag. And also one of the things that drivers have had to do is to conserve their performance on the wet weather tyres, which they've basically been using pretty much all day. And that can cause problems. But Ethan Haig has got to watch out for Jacob Jukes. If Jukes starts ramping up the pace, Tom Holden is behind Jensen Mason, and there is Curtis Latimer in the number 56. Jacob Jukes has taken just under 1.5 tenths out of Ethan Haig. That's not going to be enough. He wants to get past for second position and then try and go after Tom Carter. I think Jacob Jukes now wants to secure some solid championship points. Finley Whiting at the moment is currently leading the standings ahead of Maximus Shields on 243 points. Remember that Jukes actually missed the first round of the championship, took a 2 seconds, a first and a third overall, and took a total haul of 142 points. So he is fractionally ahead of Tom Carter in terms of the point standings, but in the final was not on the top step. Carter was. 4.5 minutes still to go. And Jukes is still trying to close on in on Ethan Haig. 2.7. Right, okay, gap is extended. Ethan Haig has gone quicker than Jacob Jukes on that previous tour. Tom Holden trying to fend off Curtis Latimer. Latimer was a 10th quicker on the previous tour. Finley Whiting and Ollie Naylor are very close together for 9th and 10th position. That's the 81 and the 85. Come on, Ethan Haig, Tom's teammate, send it. That's exactly what he's doing, Tracy Carter, at the moment. Keeping ahead of Jacob Jukes at the moment as things stand, as both Holden and Latimer make their way through. But Whiting and Naylor were less than 0.4 of a second apart. There's the number 7 of Nicholas Ellis coming through shot. Ahead of Finley Whiting. Oh, Tom Carter's really up the wick on the kart. 58.252. He's flying. Gap between him and Ethan Haig is now 3 seconds. Jacob Jukes now dropping a little bit further behind. Jacob Jukes was less than half a second slower on that previous lap in comparison with Ethan Haig. So I think that Jacob Jukes has decided, you know what, I could have gone for the win. I was looking for that win this weekend. Tom Carter has been the one on form once again. And there is your race leader. 3 seconds up the road, neatly negotiating his way through the stewardesses, bouncing over the curbs with reckless abandon at the meantime. There's Ethan Haig, completely sideways out of the stewardesses. And there is Jensen Mason. Tom Holden still fending off Curtis Latimer for 5th place. Nathan Witt saying Tom Carter bossing it. Yep. It's bussing, isn't it? And there is a move. Tom Holden being overtaken up the inside of Paddock Bend by Curtis Latimer, but the undercut, the over-under happens. Tom Holden manages to get through past Curtis Latimer to retake the position, going down the start-finish straight. So neatly timed by the 87. It runs a little bit wider coming out of the out of McRae's, now into Iredale's, a little bit sideways from Latimer, loses a bit of forward momentum, does the number 56. There's Jukes, still trying to keep ahead of Jensen Mason. He's trying to solidify a top 3 spot. He's been at the sharp end of the grid all weekend. As again, Latimer going a little bit further sideways, coming out of the stewardesses in comparison with Tom Holden, who is still holding on to that 5th position. Ollie Naylor getting past Finley Whiting for 9th place. Jaden Hewitt ahead of Harry Hurstgrover for 13th as Tom Carter again pumps in a fastest lap of the race. 58.145. And he's now 3.6 seconds ahead of Ethan Haig, who rounds out the top 2. Jacob Jukes still in 3rd as we watch the battle here between Tom Holden and Curtis Latimer. And Latimer nearly bangs side wheels, going sideways through McRae's, and Tom Holden scampers away into the distance, but then Latimer nearly gets himself all crossed up going through Iredale's. 35 seconds on the clock remains. Just clocked out of the right-hand side of my vantage point here at Rowrah. Cravulonis coming across the line. Oh, Holden completely sideways. And if he was any further sideways, I think he might have been off track. Caught that, but Latimer got through. Carter's now... He caught it and hold it, so that's the more important thing. He kept going, did Tom Holden. Have to give credit where credit is due. But now we go on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 13 out of 14, and the timer hit 0. Tom Carter has been unassailable. Well, he's been unchallenged pretty much Thought Jacob Jukes would give him a very good run for his money, but as we all know, it's a marathon, not a sprint in a championship. Jacob Jukes will have other circuits where he will be able to play to his strengths and give Tom Carter a run for his money this season. There's Maximus Shields behind Tom Holden. There's Nicholas Ellis in the number 7. Ollie Naylor rounds out the top 9 ahead of Finley Whiting, who completes the top 10. Oh, and sideways for Latimer coming out of the stewardesses. It was nearly lightning struck twice with 2 different drivers. But we've got the final lap board as Tom Carter makes his way through the chicane for the final time. So does Ethan Haig. Jacob Jukes rounds out the top 3 as we're on to the last lap of the race. Jensen Mason sets a personal best. 58.556 seconds. Ollie Naylor into the sub-60s as well. The number 85 in 9th place. But there is your race leader, Tom Carter. Adjusting the radiator flap on the Rotax Max Evo engine to his immediate right-hand side. Throws it into the stewardesses for what's going to be the final time. Lap number 14 bounces over the curbs again. 3 more corners remain. This driver was a guest driver last time out at Wilton Mill, and now he's really showcased that you better watch out for me this season, because he's about to make his way through Paddock Bend. It's 2 for 2 in respective final victories. Tom Carter wins here at Rowrah. Commanding proceedings. Ethan Haig takes 2nd position, and rounding out the top 3 provisionally, the number 34 of Jacob Jukes. Another podium for the number 34 in 2 successive meetings. Jensen Mason rounds out the top 4 ahead of Curtis Latimer. Tom Holden so close to a P5 finish, but losing the back end on the penultimate lap of the race through the stewardesses cost the number 87 dearly. But still, he finished ahead of Maximus Shields, Nicholas Ellis, Ollie Naylor, Oliver Brett Smith, Finley Whiting, Sam Stoner, Jaden Hewitt, Harry Hurst-Grover. With Catherine Potter, she'll round out the top 15 positions. Ahead, well, it's Bartek Filipiak, actually. My apologies there. The number 8 managed to steal my thunder there. And Catherine Potter finishes what's been a difficult weekend in 16th position with Tsiugas Pravilonis in 17th. And Sandro Ballesteros, unfortunately, being given the mechanical black flag on lap number 4. So that's it for Junior Rotax for round 3 of the championship. Now we go to the halfway point of the finals. Next up, the A final for Minimax. So once again, we head to another grid for what's our 3rd of 5 main finals for round 3 of the season. Lucas Blanford and Lizzie Mentier rounding out the front row. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Melissa Adrian, row 2. Ben Adrian joined by Olivia Fabricius on row number 3. Row 4, it's Leon Barlow and Addison Smith. Row 5 completing the top 10, it's Lewis Goff and Harry Holland. Tyler Lee and Callum Foster complete the top 12. Jack Burgess will be on the inside of row number 7 alongside Daniel Parsons, with Michael Ambler, Ben Horner, Taylor Dixon and Zach Turner rounding out the 18-strong grid. So Blanford leading the standings. And out of all the races that he had up until this point, he had a clean sweep at the first round at Fullbeck, 2 heat wins and a victory in the final at Wilton Mill. It's been a different order, so to speak, but the likes of Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley, who ran out the top 3 in the championship, now know they've got a fight on their hands. They have to start fighting back. Lizzie Mentier, last year's champion in this class, knows that there is a lot more competition, and she has taken a heat victory today. So Melissa Adrian, Lizzie Mentier and also Lucas Blanford have all taken a heat victory. So the spoils have been split 3 ways. But at the end of this race, we will have a decided podium. And also we'll find out who will be leading the standings come the end of this race weekend here at Rowrah before we head to Lydd in 4 weeks' time for round 4, and effectively becoming the halfway point of the season. When I spoke with Matty Street earlier on this weekend, he said, can't believe that we've already got a quarter of the season away and done. And then when we get to June, he'll go like, I can't believe we're halfway. It'll be just as bad when he gets to the end of the season at Ella Park. He'll go, oh, I can't believe we're at the final round of the championship. That just goes to show how racing calendars do go so quickly by. And Sunbather, Elaine again saying, have it a good race, Callum Foster. Hayden Taylor just said, unlucky Jacob Dukes, better get him next time. You're probably right about that one. We'll see what happens at Lydd in 4 weeks. So the drivers will make their way around this circuit once again, 1,030 metres. And Claudia Bushby Racing giving Lucas Blanford a shout out saying, good luck, Lucas. Let's see how things transpire. It's Blanford and Mentia on the front row. Fox Whiteley and Melissa Adrian, row 2. Ben Adrian and Oliver Fabricius, row 3. Then it's Leon Barlow, Addison Smith, Lewis Goff and Harry Holland into the tram lines. Revs rise, noise increases. Full start has been called. Another lap to get themselves steeled and ready for battling. And Emma, Harry Hurstgrover's mum, saying that spin on the first lap was a killer. Well done for the weekend, and on to Lydd we go. Best motivational thought I could think of right about now. Well said, Emma. So we get ourselves ready once again for this race. 12 minutes plus an additional lap on the clock. Three different winners from 3 different heats. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, noise increases. This time we're lights out on off and racing. Blanford leads them up the hill. Mentia down to second behind Jared Fox Whiteley. And Fox Whiteley nearly touching the back bumper of the number 59. Down they go. Ben Adrian was looking briefly up the inside, but through on his inside. That's Oliver Fabricius. There's Melissa Adrian trying to also get through. There's 48 to Ben Adrian. And Jared Fox Whiteley has to avoid Fabricius up the inside. Burgess looking to make a move as well. Up from 13th. Looks to be roundabout at the bottom part of the top 12. Jared Fox Whiteley on the inside. Oh, Fabricius round, and everyone's trying to avoid. Oh, my goodness. And there is Oliver Fabricius now at the back end of the field as Lucas Blanford is pulling away already. Mentia ahead of Jared Fox Whiteley for second position. Ben Adrian chasing them down. Melissa Adrian rounds out the top 5. Lewis Goff now up into 6 ahead of Addison Smith. Now it's side by side between Mentia and Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley gets the jump and goes through into second position through the chicane. Blanford in clean air, 1 minute, 0.325 seconds, and now leads by nearly 2.3. Zach Turner in the number 99 in 15th position gets a warning. As there is Addison Smith gesticulating to the drivers behind. Oh! Ben Adrian up the inside, and there is the number 11. That's Tyler Lee Beached on the outside of Iredale's. Manages, a lot of tyre smoke, and manages to get the wheels to keep on spinning and makes it back out on track. Lizzie Mentia getting a little bit compromised, and what they need to do is concentrate on driving, not signalling to each other saying, don't do that, please, or what on earth was that? They need to carry on with the racing in front of them because Blanford is getting away. and by a considerable distance. 10 minutes to go. We're 2 minutes down. Mentia now in third, ahead of Ben Adrian. Lewis Goff is still with them. Melissa Adrian is not too far away. Addison Smith is about a second adrift, but has got the likes of Harry Holland, Leon Barlow. There's, Jack Burgess has made some inroads at the moment. The youngster up into 10th position, trying to battle away with Callum Foster for the place. Lewis Goff keeping ahead of Ben Adrian now, as Adrian now drops to 4th position. And there is Jack Burgess going alongside with Callum Foster into the stewardesses. Burgess nice and neat and tidy. Foster having to wrestle with the cart, gets a little bit of a touch from Taylor Dixon, but manages to keep the cart well and truly planted. So Blanford leading the way. Last time around it was 2.8 seconds. He's in the low 60s already. He's into the 59s, 59.8s thereof. And between him and Jared Fox-Whiteley, gap is now 3.2 seconds. Izzy Mentia rounds out the top three. A further 2.1 seconds adrift. She's ahead of Lewis Goff. Ben Adrian. Now there's a little bit of a scramble behind. The likes of Oliver Fabricius, Ben Horner, Callum Foster and Taylor Dixon. Dixon rounding out the top 12 at the minute. There is Fabricius up the inside of Ben Horner for 14th place. Callum Foster, the next one up ahead. As we get into the last 8.5 minutes, still to go. Burgess gets passed by Zach Turner. That's for P10 on the road. And now that is Taylor Dixon up the inside of Burgess. Foster around the outside of Fabricius, going through into the Stewart S's. There's a big old train happening down from St John's through to Sunny Bend. But Blanford already again setting another fastest lap. 59.846 seconds. Fox-Whiteley second. Lizzie Mentia third. Lewis Goff and Ben Adrian still rounding out the top 5 places, as between Addison Smith and Harry Holland. There's an almighty ding-dong battle happening for P7. Better be careful, because Leon Barlow could catch them up, and he's only a second adrift. 7.5 minutes to go. And there's cheers for... bit of a squeeze there for Harry Holland, as Addison Smith tried to close the door heading into the stewardesses. A little bit of rubbings racing, but they do say the karting's a non-contact sport, and there's a little bit of assist from behind. Oh, dearie me. At least the bumper on the back of Addison Smith's cart is still in its standardised position, where it should be. Someone went all kinds of sideways. That was Oliver Fabricius going through St John's. There's Mentia battling away with Ben Adrian, because Lewis Goff has managed to get past the number 50 for 3rd place. Jared Fox-Whiteley at the meantime has managed to get the fastest lap off of Lucas Blanford. 59.823 seconds. 3.4 seconds separate first and second position, as we're into 6.5 minutes remaining. Mentia trying to keep Ben Adrian at bay. There's Melissa Adrian, Heat 1 winner from earlier. Leon Barlow in 9th behind Harry Holland and Addison Smith. Addison Smith has managed to get away from Harry Holland, as Jack Burgess trying to close in on Oliver Fabricius. There's Ben Horner, close for comfort, going through the stewardesses. There's Callum Foster. And Fabricius a little bit trying to keep the cart under control, and Burgess trying to thread the eye of the needle to get past, as we're into the halfway point of the race. Lucas Blanford again, fastest lap of the race, but then Jared Fox-Whiteley is trying to do his level best to keep going. And there is Burgess ahead of Ben Horner. So 5.5 minutes still to go. There's the number 11. That's Tyler Lee, who was beached on the inside of Iredale's, and he's going side by side, toe to toe with Callum Foster. Foster not giving him an inch, and nor is Tyler Lee able to take a mile until they go into Iredale's. The pair are still side by side. Foster runs wide, manages to keep it off the grass, and then just goes, come on, man, what was that? The amount of times I see those kind of gesticulations in karting, I think I lost count. 5.5 minutes still to go. And Blanford is controlling proceedings rather dominantly. He's on to lap number 8 as he fires his way through the chicane. 3.6 seconds ahead of Jared Fox-Whiteley. And Blanford, in the meantime, has taken back the fastest lap of the race. A little bit further behind, there's Leon Barlow in the number 42. He's now in 10th position behind Taylor Dixon, with the number 99 of Zach Turner trying to chase him down for that top 10 finish. There is Turner up the inside. Barlow gets the switch back, and Turner runs a little bit wide and even hits the little divot before the grass, going down into the short chute down into Iredales. 4.5 minutes still to go. So 4 minutes and 30 still to play here in the Minimax final. We've got Honda up next. And following that up will be Junior Pro Kart to complete the racing order as things stand. As Addison Smith trying to get toe-to-toe with Melissa Adrian. And Melissa Adrian managing to keep ahead, coming out of Paddock Bend. Into the chicane they go once again. All 18 drivers, well, I think all 18 drivers, yes. Well, Tyler Lee might not be circulating anymore. The number 11 might have called it a day. It's not been an easy one for the number 11. First race season in the first racing season with the CKC. First race actually was at Fullbeck earlier on this year. Here's Jack Burgess trying to get on terms with Ben Horner. Up the inside goes the number 94 from Ashton Underline. Oh my goodness me, threading the eye of the needle were you, Ben Horner. That was close. Tyler Lee has got a warning as Addison Smith still trying to put the frighteners on Melissa Adrian, and it's not happening. Melissa Adrian is looking forward, trying to concentrate on those in front, which includes brother Ben, who's still close on the, well, he's about a second adrift of Lizzie Mentia. But Blanford has kept his calm, kept his cool when he needed to the most, which is in the final. A bit run wide coming out of McRae's from Callum Foster and the number 69 from Clacton on C. So he's battling away with the likes of Jack Burgess and Ben Horner. They round out all three of them, from Horner to Burgess to Foster, ran out the top 15. Now, has there been a move made on Melissa Adrian? Yes, there has been, because Addison Smith is now through and up into 6th place. Blanford and Fox-Whiteley trading fastest laps. That's more like it, boys. Let's see who's going to get the fastest lap of this race, shall we? Jared Fox-Whiteley, 59.371, was last time around 0.014 seconds quicker than Lucas Blanford in terms of fastest lap bragging rights here in this race. Some more battles happening up and down the order. Harry Holland battling away with Melissa Adrian, and also the 43. There's Taylor Dixon. Taylor running in 9th place at the moment, with Zach Turner completing the top 10. That is, well, Oliver Fabricius is closing in on Leon Barlow for 11th in the meantime. So Tyler Lee a little bit further back, probably the best part of nearly a lap behind the leaders. With 60 seconds on the clock, it has been a commanding race in the final. The minute he got himself onto pole position as Jared Fox-Whiteley, fastest lap of anybody, 59.242 seconds from the 22, based out of Pontefract in West Yorkshire. Zach Turner, in the meantime, take a bow, fastest lap of anybody, 59.194 for the 99. Running in 10th position. It's getting a bit close between Melissa Adrian, Taylor Dixon, Harry Holland, Zach Turner. You could possibly add Leon Barlow to that mix very, very shortly, along with Oliver Fabricius. And there are Messrs. Barlow and Fabricius. Fabricius looking up the inside of Barlow, going through into the Stuart S's. As we're on to the last 10 seconds. So keeping an eye on where Lucas Blanford is. He's about to cross the line now. Kart goes through with 4 on the clock remaining. And Jared Fox-Whiteley has gone 2 1,000ths quicker than Lucas Blanford in terms of the fastest lap. Timer has hit 0. We've got a little bit of a scrap on our hands here. Taylor Dixon versus Melissa Adrian for 7th position because Addison Smith has got past on the pair of them and has gotten clear. And everyone in the top 13 ahead of, apart from Leon Barlow on this particular lap, have gone sub 60 seconds. There is Ben Adrian closing in on Addison. Well, Addison Smith has got past Ben Adrian for position. So Addison Smith now up into P5. There's the number 77 of Harry Holland battling away with Melissa Adrian. That's for 8th on the road. But this time around, Lucas Blanford now on lap number 13 out of 14. About to get the last lap board. Blanford has been commanding this final, and he will keep a good haul of points going into round 4 of the championship in a month's time. Last lap board is out. Lizzie Mentia closed in on by Addison Smith, and Addison Smith last time around was nearly 0.2 of a second quicker. As there is Jared Fox-Whiteley. There's our race leader, Lucas Blanford, the Team Hard Academy driver, running with the X-Kart crew. There's a very big announcement in the coming days. That has been teased on his social media platforms. He's going to make his way down the hill for the final time. Through St John's he goes. This and one more corner remains, and I know that his dad Addy will be absolutely jubilant because Lucas Blanford, when it matters the most, comes out of the final corner. It's 3 finals in a row. Lucas Blanford wins again, this time here at Rowrah, ahead of Jared Fox-Whiteley, who on the final lap of the race gets a 58.587 second lap time. Fastest lap for the number 22. Lewis Goff rounds out the top 3. Lizzie Mentia rounds out the top 4 ahead of Taylor Dixon, who completes the top 5. Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian round out the top 7 ahead of Zach Turner. Harry Holland with Oliver Fabricius completing the top 10. Leon Barlow in 11th, 1.25 seconds adrift ahead of Ben Horner, Addison Smith, Jack Burgess, Callum Foster, Michael Ambler, Daniel Parsons. We are waiting for the number 11 of Tyler Lee to come round the last couple of corners or so. So Tyler Lee very shortly will be heading in. And there is number 11. That's it. 18 drivers started the race. 18 drivers finished. There's Tyler Lee, but it's Lucas Blanford that wins the race and the 3rd final in a row this season by 3.116 seconds. 2 more races to go. Next up, it's the A final for Honda Cadet. Well, this particular race is what we like to call the main event, because effectively, let's have a look at our grids, because there's going to be, you've got no grids. Well, we're going to, yeah, we have had a little bit of an issue with alpha timing. I have tried to check for, right, alpha timing is down at the moment, so it's been 4 different winners from 4. The top 10 from the B final went through and managed to get their positions secured. But at the moment, Harris Roberts is the championship leader coming into this second round. We had a great battle that myself and David Sullivan commentated on at Fullbeck, where we were on Fabricius's home soil in Lincolnshire, his home track, and Harris Roberts did a number. However, Roberts was commanding at Wilton. I'm wondering what's going to happen this time around, because I've got a little bit of a feeling in my gut as they wave the green flag to start letting the Honda Cadets. 30 out of 38 drivers have made it to this stage. Right, here we go. It's the A final for Honda Cadet. So you're going to have the likes of Harris Robert and Larry Price up front, James Fabricius and Max Williams, Alex Lynn, Tom Drake, Harris Alley, Jack Collinson, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Ethan Charles, Freddie Lines, Amy Peacock, Jensen White, Bobby Pete and Stanley Clark will be in the top 15. You'll also have the likes of Thomas Potter, Lewis Hall, Max Greytrex, Cameron Tipping, Freddie Hausergo, Harry Samuel, Ralphie Branscombe, Alex McCullough, Alfie Forrester, Rio Wardali, George Ralston, Ayrton Rai, Max Hausergo, Mason Webster and Joshua Owen. The last 10 drivers will have been the ones that qualified through the B final earlier on today before we got underway with the A finals. Oh, Ralphie Branscombe's had a little bit of a spin, and that is at Iredale's. So number 96 ended up second. Alex McCulloch apparently was third. Well, I'm just looking at... we have been trying to keep an eye on grids. They have worked up until the last one. Funny how, James, that it ends up causing problems for the last 2 races of the weekend. But hey, it is what it is. So, drivers now lining up. Pole position is on the right-hand side. So it will be as follows. Larry Price, Harris Roberts. Then you've got Max Williams and James Fabricius. Alex Lynn and Tom Drake, Harris Ali and Jack Collinson, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Ethan Charles. That's your top 10. Then it's Freddie Lines, Amy Peacock, Jensen White, Bobby Pete, Stanley Clark, Thomas Potter, Lewis Hall, and a whole host of others as Ralphie Branscombe manages to get into position. Grid has been cleared. Tom Neal wishes James Fabricius, who's going to be on the outside of row number 2 in 4th place, directly behind Harris Roberts. 12 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. We'll have one more race to go after this, and it'll be Junior Pro Kart to conclude round 3 before we head to Lydd in Kent on the 5th of June for the halfway point of the season. I cannot believe I am saying those words. And returning back for that round in the commentary position will be David Sullivan. Last 2 races of today's action, both standing starts. Rhys Owen saying good luck to James Fabricius. Right then, grid is cleared. 12 minutes on the clock. Drivers will now be instructed to look at the lights. Revs rise. Lights are out, we are underway. Who's going to get the good run down to the chicane first? Harris Roberts does not get through on Larry Price, as Max Williams keeps ahead of Oliver Fabricius at the moment, as they are 2 by 2 a little bit further down the order. Getting down to McRae's for the first time of asking. It's going to be a little bit close to 3 abreast coming through McRae's for the very first time, as Larry Price going on the defensive very early against Harris Roberts. Oliver Fabricius nearly has Alex Lynn up the inside. Oh, Amy Peacock has more dramas. I think she's had more dramas today than she has all season long so far. Both doing double duty. Had a good result in the final in Micromax, so let's see how she gets on. Gets through on the number 58 of Jensen White through the Stuart S's, so nice recovery there from Amy. But it is a train at the front of the field. There is at least 8 carts being led by Larry Price, who leads the field. But will Harris Roberts look to the inside? He does. The 45 from Merthyr Tydfil looks to the inside through into the chicane, and with him goes James Fabricius. Harris Ali, in the meantime, up to 6th position from 8th and has just set the fastest lap of anybody, 1 minute 6.371. Expect those lap times to drop. Some of the drivers making their way through McRae's, but Roberts leads the way. Fabricius second, Price in third, 4th, it's currently Max Williams with Alex Lynn, Harris Ali in 6th place. Jack Collinson in 7th, ahead of Ethan Charles. Freddie Lines and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson rounding out the top 10 overall. Tom Drake, Thomas Potter, Tommy Pete, Amy Peacock and Jensen White rounds out the top 15 positions. Down the hill, and now Harris Roberts is starting to pull away. This is a possible sign of a repeat of what we saw at Wilton, but James Fabricius needs to start pedalling a little bit faster right now to catch the youngster who leads the way in the championship standings. Harris Roberts, 1 minute 2.619. Last 3 digits, like Rey Mysterio's special move in WWE. Is the fastest one out there is Harris Roberts. James Fabricius, 4/10 adrift. Larry Price, a further half a second adrift. So the top 3 separated by just nigh on a second. As there's the 83. Trying to go up the inside. That was on Thomas Potter. That was Freddie Lines trying to go through. And then there's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Bella now tries to get through on the inside on the 83. And, well, Freddie Lines just knew exactly where to park the cart and put it through and decided, right, I'm going to thread the eye of the needle through the second part of the stewardesses and gets through on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. But behind, there's a little bit of a change. Right, number 6, Alex Lynn has lost out to Harris Ali. Now has also lost out to Jack Collinson as they come through paddock. Roberts, again, another fastest lap. He's doubled the gap in the meantime in the last 2 laps alone since he took the lead. 1 minute 1.932 for Harris Roberts. James Fabricius, 1 minute 2.465. Nearly 9.5 adrift as up the inside of Alex Lynn goes Thomas Potter for a briefest of moments, and he's got right on his back bumper Ethan Charles. Ethan Charles, one of the 4 heat winners here today. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson looking up the inside of Freddie Lines going into the stewardesses, and the 88 from Middlesbrough has managed to make the move stick, but Harris Roberts comfortably away and clear. James Fabricius has got no answer at the moment. Must be hoping for a miracle right now, but this will still keep him in a very, very good place in the championship standings, because it's mainly those 2 that are battling away. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson trying to go side by side with Freddie Lines up the hill through the chicane. She's back down to 11th as Bella. As Freddie Lines tries to send it up the inside of Ethan Charles, going through into McRae's. And there's a bit of a change around. The over-under happens between Ethan Charles and Freddie Lines. Ethan Charles 2 wheels on the grass. Bella Stansmore-Wilson is right up the back bumper of the 49, heading into the stewardesses, and she's got past Charles, she's got past Lines. Well done, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. 2 positions gained in a very, very rapid succession of time. 7 minutes and 20 still to go, plus an additional lap on the counter. Thomas Potter now up into 7th position, ahead of Alex Lynn. Hayden Taylor saying, keep going, Harris. I don't think he can hear you, but I'm sure that he might be able to feel his ears burning a little bit now. So 6 minutes and 36 seconds still to go on the timer. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson now up into 9th place. Now is charging forward. Has got Alex Lynn right in front in the number 6. There is the number 22. That's Harry Samuel, our Honda Cadet B final winner. He's currently up into 16th position, having made his way out from the bottom part of the, out from the lower, just underneath the top 20. As there's a change of position, Thomas Potter on Jack Collinson through the stewardesses. We're now halfway through this Honda Cadet A final. And do I spy with my little eye a little bit of sunlight breaking through the clouds? About time. Needed it a little bit earlier. Oh, a little bit of a run wide from Freddie Lines, bounces over the curbs, and there's Ethan Charles trying to capitalise. There's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson trying to go up the inside of Alex Lynn through the final corner. She won't get through before the chicane. And now that's brought in Lines And Bobby Pete has brought himself into this. Harris Roberts is away and clear by 3 seconds ahead of James Fabricius. But then you look at everyone behind, as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson still trying to close in on Alex Lynn. There's James Fabricius leading the trio of karts, including himself, and that is Tom Drake around from 13th. That is on the exit of Iredales. So that will drop him, unfortunately, towards the back end of the field, but Fabricius is pulling away ever so slightly from Larry Price and Max Williams. Harris Ali doing a sterling job, but is coming under fire. Could have Thomas Potter closing in very shortly, and that's the case because the number 20 is closing in on the 76 coming out of the final corner. Four minutes and 35 still to go. Improvements from Alex Lynn, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Freddie Lines, Bobby Pete in terms of lap time. Harris Roberts is 3.8 seconds up the road. He should be in another county at the moment. He might be halfway home at this rate. Back home to Merthyr Tydfil. But he's 3.8 seconds ahead. And there's the move that I was waiting to see. Thomas Potter on Harris Ali. And that is for 5th on the road. Thomas Potter is saying to Harris Ali, right, should we go and try and chase those 3 in front? We want to get on the podium, us two. Let's go for it. Well, Thomas Potter is now effectively on the podium because we have a top 5 podium for Honda Cadet. So 4 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Harris Roberts will cross the line very shortly, and he's through into the chicane. Fabricius, 4 seconds adrift, and has just set a personal best, 1 minute 1.365. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson still trying her level best to get past Alex Lynn, but she's got Freddie Lines, Bobby Pete, Ethan Charles and Amy Peacock closing in. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is trying to go for the move through into McRae's, and in the meantime going into the Stuart S's. A little bit of a moment for James Fabricius, nearly allowing Larry Price to get on through. So Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is probably going to be on level peggings with Alex Lynn as things stand as we head into the final 3 minutes, final quarter of the race plus an additional lap. And now Thomas Potter has been on an absolute tear, has caught up to Max Williams for 4th position as they go down through St John's into the left now at Sunny Bend. Harris Roberts comes out of the final corner to complete lap number 9 and we go into double digits. And he sets another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.622. Fabricius, 2nd. Price, 3rd. Potter's just put in the fastest lap. First driver to go sub-60, 59.893. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson has got past Alex Lynn for 8th position. Now Potter goes for the move on Williams through into McRae's. On the 24 he goes, and Potter's through. Potter now through into 4th place, and now we'll start chasing with 2.25 minutes still to go. Larry Price and James Fabricius. As now Potter looking up the inside of Larry Price for 3rd place. That was into the beginning part of the Stuart S's. You're going to go down the hill again. Into St John's, into the left at Sunny Bend. As now, just keeping an eye on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She's away and clear by a considerable margin because there's an almighty fight behind. Bobby Pete trying to get onto... Well, no, hang on. Ahead of Bobby Pete. Did I just see, was that Amy Peacock that's gotten past? She has. So Amy Peacock again, along with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, they're really showing good credence. Is now up the inside of Larry Price. Through McRae's, that is Thomas Potter. 3rd position could be on the cards if he nails the braking going into Iredales. He does, but Price looking on the inside. Potter keeps the foot planted to the floor and gets ahead. And now he's just going, yep, I'm going forward. That's probably what he's saying to everyone, saying, yep, come on, follow me. Well, he's got one more driver to try and chase down, and that is James Fabricius. That Harris Roberts has been running in the low 60-second bracket. That pace that he has done is completely unrelenting. Gap between him and James Fabricius now was 5.1 seconds. The 91 comes out of the final corner, the youngster from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. 4.5 seconds. Fabricius took 6/10 out of Harris Roberts, but Roberts knows that he's got some daylight at the end of the tunnel. Here comes Potter up the inside, through into McRae's, on Fabricius for second position. Fabricius slots in behind the number 20. And Potter getting a little bit, nearly got a little bit sideways coming out of Iredale's. Now, one of the things that I'm noticing on the inside part of the track, that track is starting to dry up. As we now hit 0 on the clock, there is a definitive dry racing line here at Rowrah. Harris Roberts this time will get the last lap board. And he's making his way through out of Sunny Bend. He's now going to head towards Paddock. Last lap board is out. Harris Roberts on his way. And the gap between him and Thomas Potter. Thomas Potter has just taken 1.6 seconds out of Harris Roberts. Where on earth has that lap time come from? Isabella Stansmore Wilson in 8th place has got the fastest lap of anybody. She's put in a 58.885. But Roberts, the hoonigan, if you can't miss that livery, all I'm going to say is it's a very, very interesting sheep diagram on the back of his race helmet. I'm not going to tell you what's involved in that, but I have seen it up close and personal. It is rather entertaining, but this is a PC show, ladies and gentlemen. However, Roberts is making his way down the hill into St John's for the 13th and final time. We're on the final lap of the race, and Harris Roberts continues his run of form into Paddock Bend. Thomas Potter might have tried to close on in, but the youngster from Wales does it again here in 2022. Thomas Potter takes second. James Fabricius absolutely brimming with joy, taking third place ahead of Larry Price and Max Williams. Thomas Potter set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Harris Ali in 6th. Jack Collinson and Isabella Stansmore Wilson rounded out the top 8. 6th to 8th were covered by 2/10. Wilson could have had 6th if she was lucky. Alex Lynn and Amy Peacock round out the top 10 positions in the field. Harry Samuel in 11th. Bobby Pete, Ethan Charles, Stanley Clark and Max Greatrex round out the top 15. Jensen White, Freddie Hausergo, Ralphie Branscombe, Lewis Hall and Cameron Tipping complete the top 20 positions. Rounding out the grid, it's going to be as follows. Alfie Forrester, Ayrton Rai, Max Hausergo, George Ralston, Tom Drake, Rio Wardali, Mason Webster, Alex McCullough, Freddie Lines and Joshua Owen rounding out the 30-strong grid. That's it for Honda Cadets. One more race to go and up to close the show here at round 3 before we head to Lid in a month's time at round 4. It's Junior Pro Kart. It's the final. It's been a very busy day here at Rowrah, but we come to the final grid of the race day itself. Sebastian Pereira and Maximus Shields will line up on the front row. Christian Oblag and Conor McCarthy, row 2. Sophie Pawsey getting a bit of love from Caleb Lawson-Donaghy at the moment. She will have Wilkins alongside. Finn Collister and Amy Frame, row 4. Reese Knight and Harry Brown completing the top 10 with Leon Wilson and Harry Roddis rounding out the top 6 rows with Owen Roberts showing at 13th, but we will have 11 drivers. So love little sister Kaylee, me and Mums watching too. We miss you. See you soon. Big heart. Bless. So we're back to our last race of the day. A big thank you to everyone that has tuned in on the Alpha live stream here from Rowrah, live and direct. A big thank you to James Fitzhugh and the whole team, the whole crew, including Pancho Villa, Chris Simpson, one of our more famous cameramen in the crew. So we have 11 drivers getting ready. And seeing Amanda Collister, really nice comment here, James. Love to be able to watch all day from home. Good thing, Amanda, because you haven't had to worry about the weather conditions that we've had to suffer all day. So thank you very much for that one. It's really good to hear the compliments from everybody that's been watching along with us. Don't forget, there is plenty of coverage on Alpha Live starting on Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow, which includes the British Superkarts and also the Civic Cup, if memory serves me correctly as well. You see, I keep in touch with the programming, and there's more karting to come next week, including Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland, the opening round of the season from Franciacorta, which I will be on duty for. I won't be in Italy, but the crew will be. And also the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, because that kicked off last weekend at Shennington, if I remember correctly. So you'll hear from the dulcet tones of Henry Burdett and Anthony Jordan. So Pro Karts lined up on the grid ahead of the last race of the day. Kirsty saying good luck, Sophie Pawsey from big sister and niece. And Conor McCarthy being told to send it. Right, slight drama with Maximus Shields on the front row, trying to get the right-hand engine fired up. Okay, right, there we go. He's now happy. Revs rise, lights are out. They were held for a long time, but we are off and racing. Pereira leads the field ahead of Shields, going up the hill through into the chicane for the first time of asking. Oblag in third. Fourth, it's Conor McCarthy, followed by Sophie Pawsey. That's number 67 in there as well. Thomas Wilkins ahead of... Well, Thomas Wilkins trying to get up the inside of Sophie Pawsey, going through into McRae's for the first time of asking, now through into Iredale's. There's Finn Collister with Harry Brown, and the numbers 16 and 47 making their way down the back straights. So they're making their way down the hill for the first time of asking. Sebastian Pereira has got the lead. Maximus Shields in second. Christian Oblag rounds out the top three. Conor McCarthy in fourth. Lap one in the books. Pereira already into the sub-60s. 59.773 seconds. So we're a minute and 20 into the race itself. Sophie Pawsey holding on to fifth position at the moment. Actually ahead of the 67 of Thomas Wilkins as they go down the back straightaway, heading into the stewardesses. Kart's a little bit more manoeuvrable now with these conditions changing. More of a dry line emerging on the circuit, so still going to get some good traction on these tyres. Ten minutes to go of this race, plus an additional lap to conclude the racing activities. And Sebastian Pereira, the track has really evolved to the point. Oh, Sophie Pawsey, a little bit wide coming out of the chicane. Wilkins towards the outside, through into McRae's. Is up the inside. Oh, my goodness me. Now, I was trying to keep an eye on who the number 54 is, but Amy Frame just ended up going spinning. Well, she was unfortunately spinning around as a result of that contact. going through into McRae's, so Amy Frame will not be very happy about that one. Sophie Pawsey keeping a hold of that position, but Wilkins trying to force the issue towards the outside, through into the right-hander at St John's, but Pawsey looks to still be ahead at the moment, which she is. And the number 54 has just gotten a warning. Nine minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, so effectively we have got, I think, yeah, we have got 12 cars running. I mean, the 54, not too sure who that is. I've been wondering about that all day long. 8 minutes and 45 still to go. Conor McCarthy trying to chase down Christian Oblag. That's for P3 on the road. But Shields last time around did a 55.355. They come through in towards Paddock Bend. Sebastian Pereira was 6.5 tenths of a second adrift. However, that gap could be closing. And it is. It's down to less than 3 tenths. Shields, fastest lap again of the race in 2 successive laps. 55.232. As the 181 looks to steal the upper hand when he gets the opportunity to do so. Sebastian Pereira, based out of Morpeth, north of Newcastle actually. I've been there quite a while ago. Big thank you to Elaine saying, great job Alex and all the other bods that brought us a great day's coverage, and then she went, oh, forgot all the drivers. No, well put Elaine, thank you very much for the positive feedback. And the live stream coverage will continue at Lyd on the 5th of June in the southeast. I'll be otherwise engaged elsewhere overseas. But Shields getting closer and closer. It's less than 2 kart lengths. And again, another fastest lap. The gap now down to 2 tenths. Shields is on an absolute tear right now. 55.083 was his last lap time. 7/100ths quicker than Sebastian Pereira. 5 minutes down, 7 to go, plus a lap. Waiting for an opportunity as one of the karts moving out of the way. That would have been Leon Wilson in the number 68, our novice in this class. But Pereira managing to extend that gap ever so slightly. Well, it's a little bit more than 2 tenths, probably more like about maybe double that gap. They come across the line. Lap number 6 completed. It's now gone up from 2 tenths. That was half a second Sebastian Pereira gained in terms of the lead. Sophie Pawsey now battling away with the number 54, who shall remain nameless because we don't know who that driver is, but oh, that is actually Reese Knight. My apologies. So he's got the 54 running all day, and Reese Knight is the kart in the 54. So Reese Knight ahead of Finn Collister and Amy Frame. And it's 4 in a row. Amy Frame looking to the inside of Finn Collister, going through into the stewardesses this time. And manages to get through. Collister getting a little bit crossed up, going through into the first part of it. Lights up the rear tyres and the back end steps out to the right. Halfway through the final we go. Oh, bit wide there from Sophie Pawsey through St John's, and Amy Frame trying to go up the inside of Reese Knight. Knight trying to hang it around the outside through into Paddock. Gets the under-over done perfectly. And Sophie Pawsey, there was no real need for you to gesticulate because he had the run. He had the run big time. And then Amy Frame managed to get through as well. So Sophie Pawsey down 2 positions at the drop of a hat and has Finn Collister just behind. 5 minutes to go. Oh, it's all pushing and shoving. Front and rear bumpers connect. It's like 3 in a row. But the good thing is that they're able to rotate these karts and they're bumping over the curbs with reckless abandon once again. 4.5 minutes to go, and Maximus Shields is closing in on Sebastian Pereira. Gap at one point was 0.7. It's now 0.376. Shields 54.915. He was only 5/1,000ths. There are the two leaders. Down towards Iredales they go. Pereira nearly has a lock-up on the back rear and manages to catch it. The good thing is now that with this dry line, these drivers are able to rotate these karts, but these are cooking the tyres as well at the same time. The minute you get a dry line on the circuit, you're going to have to be very, very brave going down the hill. Pereira leads Shields. These two are miles ahead of Christian Oblag, who's got Conor McCarthy trying to battle him down for P3. Pereira and Shields take the same racing line. They've got to start cooling those tyres ever so slightly, but the gap was less than 1/10 between the pair of them in terms of the delta. Shields less than 3/10 adrift, 3.5 minutes to go. Amy Frame ahead of Sophie Pawsey. Thomas Wilkins in 5th. Reese Knight in 6th. Amy Frame, Sophie Pawsey and Finn Collister have all just improved, and there is the battle for P3. Oblag versus McCarthy. Oblag based out of Newcastle and McCarthy based out of Bridgend, South Wales. And McCarthy is now into his 3rd year as a Pro Kart driver. Started off as a cadet in the, as Henry Burdett likes to call it, the Centre of World Motorsport, Landau International Raceway. Started as a cadet since he was 8. Leaders now closing in on Leon Wilson. Well, actually, no, that's Harry Brown up ahead. So now, oh no, that is Leon Wilson. Oh, dearie me. That's what you call getting past back marker traffic at a rapid rate of knots. So it's all about who's going to manage these conditions. Now, the way things stand, Maximus Shields is just keeping... I mean, these tyres are going to look like slicks by the end of this race, if I'm honest. They only get a couple of sets per season, if memory serves me correctly, but they're all mandated by the championship, and everyone runs on the same tyre. As now, Shields is really in the hot seat. Here we go down to Paddock Bend. 2 minutes on the clock remains. It's a kart length between the pair. That gap is closing. Shields in the slipstream. Up the incline they go through into the chicane once again. Gap is less than 2/10, but Pereira seems to get really good purchase coming out of the chicane. Shields is able to hook it up in the twistier stuff, like the hairpins, and then pointing and squirting and applying the throttle. Pereira tight on the apex through Iredales, as was Shields. Oh, this is getting close. 1 minute and 20 plus an additional lap still to go. As some snap oversteer for Sebastian Pereira. Maximus Shields now closing in. It's a kart length and a half between the pair. Down the hill they go again through into St John's. Now into the left into Sunny Bend. Pereira's rear tyres, it's sending the kart slightly sideways. Shields now knows he's got this, and probably another lap or two to go. Sebastian Pereira responds with the fastest lap of the race, but look at Shields. He's closing through the chicane. He was 25,000 slower on that last lap. Pereira looks over his left shoulder, comes off of the runoff area, still with 2 wheels within the tram lines on the circuit. But it's tighter apex from Shields through Iredales for what's going to be more than likely the penultimate time of the race meeting. Shields looking to solidify a good points lead as they go through the Stewardesses. 15 seconds on the clock still to go. Down into St John's, into the left at Sunny Bend. Pereira again, still threading the eye of the needle when it comes to traction. Shields needs to do something. He needs to do something now. He's got to get into that slipstream. That's all important. It's less than a kart length between them. Last lap board of the race meet is out. Shields has to go for broke if he wants that top step of the podium. Through into McRae's for the final time of asking. Shields is there or thereabouts. He's within a kart length. Is he going to send it up the inside of Iredale's? No, he's not. Tighter on the apex goes Shields. Down the back straightaway, heading towards the stewardesses for the final time of this race meeting here at Rowrah. And Shields up the inside to try and get the lead. Pereira tries, keeps it around the outside. A little bit of a touch between the pair, but he's got to try and do something. And Pereira sort of like basically went, yeah, sorry about that. However, down the hill they go. 2 more corners now through Sunny Bend. Shields has got to get a run and a half. He's going to sweep to the outside of Sebastian Pereira. He's going for the undercut. He's in the slipstream. Checkered flag waves. Pereira takes it by 0.13 seconds at the end of 14 laps of racing. And Oblag beats McCarthy to 3rd place, the final step on the rostrum by just under 2 tenths. Thomas Wilkins crosses the line in P5. Reese Knight ahead of Amy Frame. Finn Collister will round out the top 8 positions. It's been a difficult race for Sophie Pawsey. P9 overall. Harry Brown very shortly will come out of the final corner. There he is, the 47. Will take the checkered, and we've just got one more driver to await, and that is going to be Leon Wilson, who is a couple of laps down. Leon Wilson now making his way through into Paddock Bend, and that is it, the last checkered of the race meeting here for round 3 of the season, as Sebastian Pereira takes the victory provisionally from Maximus Shields and Christian Oblag, your top 3 in the Junior Pro Kart final. Well, that was a very, very busy day here at Rowrah. The Cadet Kart Championship and the Junior Kart Championship will head to the southeast of England, not too far from the White Cliffs of Dover, to Lydd in Kent on the 5th of June. It's been a pleasure being, keeping the commentary box warm for David Sullivan, myself, Alex Goldschmidt, being here at Rowrah. But David will be back for round 4 of the championship on the 5th of June this season. A big thank you to all the marshalling team, the crew behind the scenes, the cafeteria, timekeeping, race control, scrutineering, medical. A real big thank you to all the drivers, the families, the mechanics that have made it all here. And a big thank you to you all for watching. We will see you on the 5th of June 2022, when round 4 of the CKC and the JKC season takes us to the halfway point of this championship year. Until then, enjoy the rest of your bank holiday weekend. And just a couple of passing notes. We have to say speedy recovery to Johnny Edgar, who earlier on this year was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. And also we have to pay our tributes to the late Ashley Todd, who a fortnight ago, at just the age of 42, a big pillar in the karting community, was lost, and we miss him dearly. Thank you for watching, and thank you for tuning into Alf Live. We will see you in 4 weeks for the halfway point of the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship and Junior Kart Championship season. Until then, goodbye.